Hey, grace and peace. As y'all coming in, just do me a favor and type one. Hopefully y'all can hear me.
You are the master builders. You Masons. I don't want to ask you to raise your hand if you're a Mason or a Shriner, but I tell you, you don't have it. Why you think you're in a segregated temple? Because they're teaching something where they are that you're not supposed to get. But if you come here, we'll give it all to you, because we have not 33 degrees, we have 90 degrees and looking for 360. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you have studied geometry? Oh, yeah, okay. Now, when you're a Mason, you have the square and the compass. You're supposed to be a builder. A builder. If I got 33 degrees of a circle of 360, I'm crawling. Listen, the highest degree that any Shriner will get is 33 degrees. Well, shouldn't that make you understand that you're not in something that you belong in? If all you can get is 33 degrees, then you're crawling. Abraham was an upright man, and you can't be upright until you're standing perpendicular to the earth with 90 degrees of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
What in God's green earth, some people may ask, is Farrakhan talking about? What in God's green earth is Farrakhan talking about? A lot of people, let me see if a lot of people don't know that most individuals, when we start dealing with the Bible, greetings everybody, when we start dealing with the Bible, most people are taught to read the Bible a certain way. 5%ers, the New Age movement, Jehovah's Witness, some people would say dispensationalists, Calvinists, they're taught to read the Bible a certain way. Occultists, those involved in esoteric teachings, the New Age movement, the prosperity gospel, and the prosperity message, everyone is taught to read the Bible in a certain way. And this is how come we have so many different, out of the same book, so many different groups and so many different teachings. Because Jehovah's Witness will tell you they'll take your own Bible. They'll take the King James Bible. They don't need their Bible, which is known as the New World Translation. They don't need that. They'll show you their doctrine through your King James Bible, preferably. They like to snatch your Bible at least when they used to go door to door and ask certain things. I'm going to try to explain some of this, what some people would call a conspiracy. Let me pull this up right here. This has been going on for a very long time, and this is one of the passages that's often used right here. Y'all would often know it. Y'all would often hear it. Psalms 83:3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, whoever God's people are, and counsel against thy hidden ones. They, whoever they are, have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. I'm going to stop that right there, and I'm going to start some reading. A lot of us know that we've been yesterday we started going through some of this work by Dante Fortson, Undeniable. What is this? Doctors and them. Let me put this phone on mute right here, and I'm going to start reading this, and then we're going to go, and I'm going to show y'all some stuff, and I hope this computer lasts at least until I can get this other thing straightened out. The claim that there is no evidence, let me click over here and make sure y'all can see it. The claim that there is no evidence of Black Israel are always made by people that haven't bothered to look for any evidence. Alton's in here, right? Alton, have you looked into the evidence? Have you looked? Let me see. Have you looked into this stuff? Because they're saying that claims are being made. Okay, I can see it. All right, I can see the comments and everything. Let me get my little stand. They will often repeat what they have been told to believe, but the truth is that there's a lot of evidence, both biblically and historically, that'll back up what many of us believe Israel was and still is Black. The reason people are confused about the true identity of Israel, and they believe that that's what's connected to Psalms 83, cutting them off from being a nation, is because of the Renaissance period, during which they painted and repainted everyone white, while also hiding away or destroying other images of Black apostles, prophets, and even Christ. What you heard Farrakhan sharing comes from the Nation of Islam, and you know the Nation of Islam was birthed in America in a time where people feel Blacks were oppressed. A lot of people feel that from the foundation of this country, basically, there's been a race war going on, even before this country, but it really intensified with this country. I'm going to try to share some stuff because I'm going to talk later on about this, the secret destiny of America and how occultists have prophesied some things that's happening right now. When you start reading the Bible, a lot of people think America is the center of the Bible and everything else. That's because of an occult tradition that's come down. But you'll be shocked. I'm going to show you some of what the occultists say and how it's falling in line with what we see, the religion of what's going on in the United States of America and the belief system of a lot of people in the United States of America, talking about vibrations and all this. But I want to get into the conspiracy thing, because when we start dealing with that, the reason that it's a little difficult is because there are some things. If y'all can think of some, I'll ask y'all, have there been things in the past that we thought was a conspiracy and people said, oh, you're just tripping off of that, and it ended up being true? If so, can you name some of that stuff? One of those things are some people have replaced God's true people and stolen their identity. Now, there's some people involved in Christianity, apologetics, or whatever, and they think that this thing started with One West. But I might have to read a little bit of Dr. Brown's book, Our Hands Are Stained with Blood. Some people believe that this goes back to a war with Israel and the church, as the church became more Gentile believers started coming into the faith. That as the church grew, the Gentile believers felt some way about the killers of Christ. One brother said, no, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, along with the Romans, killed Christ. And the Pharisees and Sadducees, they were Romans also. They weren't real Israelites. They weren't pure Israelites. They were those other people. So it's been a conspiracy thing coming down from the very beginning. Let me stop this and I'm going to go back and I'm going to do some reading. Somebody said the COINTELPRO stuff. Okay. And y'all do know what COINTELPRO, hopefully y'all are familiar with that type of one. If you're familiar with COINTELPRO, let me stop this screen right here and go to this video and show y'all something. And these things must be addressed. Garfield spoke yesterday, and he was saying that, the church, he a lot of times they're over there on Clubhouse and stuff. And he said he believes that the church needs to be dealing more so with the Trinity oneness view, and that's something that's been around since Nicaea. That's what people like talking about, the Nicene councils and stuff's been around since the Nicene Council, dealing with oneness and Trinitarian view. But I feel that it's a different time that we're living in. In all actuality, the Bible said that speaks about nations rising against nations. And we see a lot of that right now. People laugh, but Jay did say you can't even talk to Black people without talking about blackness and all of that stuff. and have a Bible study with them. A lot of people are very interested in the color of Christ and a black and white thing. Back in the days, they had British Israelism. People used the Bible. They were talking about a chosen people, and they were chosen, and servitude were for a people. And this went on for hundreds of years. The church was part of it, moving hand in hand with other institutions and pseudoscience to show that there were a group of people that were beneath everybody else. And the reason that they had to do that is because all white people did not go for this slavery stuff. That's just the facts. You won't hear that from them other guys. They want to tell you all white folk are wicked, but true history shows that there were some that were saying, what is going on here? So they attempted to justify slavery and their treatment of certain people based on the Bible. Now, slavery always existed, but chattel slavery and putting religion on top of it was kind of a new phenomenon that started a couple of hundred years ago. I'm going to let this play, and we're going to continue with the conspiracy and why people approach the Bible the way they do. And could some of this stuff be real? Y'all talk about Tuskegee, COINTELPRO. Was the FBI at war with black religious leaders because they didn't want a Messiah figure to pop up? Let's go. Fair use. Somebody give me some fair use.
Version of the Khazars. You can read it in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion there are Turkic people over 1,000 years ago, that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people. Khazars as a whole disappear from history.
One of the problems that a lot of people have these days dealing with the Bible, when they hear Christians, when they hear apologists, they say nations rise up, and there's a lot of nations that's not here anymore. You have other individuals that read the Bible, and every nation that the Bible mentions, and I often ask people, does the Bible mention every nation that's on the planet right now? They say every nation is still here. They might be moving under different names, but every nation is still here. There's a spirit at work that wants to oppress God's people. Is that possible, Alton? Is there a spiritual conspiracy, Alton, in the Bible with Satan, with the wicked one? When we look at Job, is God working all these things out? And we do have an evil one, 2 Corinthians 4:4, the God of this world. And he has a plan. He hates God's creation. And God has a people that he's redeemed to himself, and he really hates them. Is that Bible, Alton, Tony Osborne, or is that conspiracy? They go on to say that some people stole the identity of another people. When we talk about the 13th tribe and we start talking about the protocols of elders of Zion and where that comes from. Let me just let this video play before I pull these. I don't want to have all these windows open.
Khazars as a whole disappear from history.
I'm looking for some answers. I'm looking at the screen. I can see it. So, okay, let me stop right here. Fervent Charity. Shout out Fervent Charity. He came on yesterday. God feeling them. Father, God just bless. These folk just wanna. Boy, y'all hate my friends. Who can thwart the will of God? That's what Alton is saying, everybody. Who can do it? Well, that's not saying that nobody would try. Is the enemy, according to the Bible, because I know you're not into black-white, is the enemy attempting to throw off the will of God for your life, for the church? Alton, I'm asking you that right there. Fervent Charity, I'm asking you that right there. John told me ran amok wasn't the word. We couldn't even get through. And I put the link. Is Jeff Harrison here? Is Elder Harrison here? I put the link out for Elder Harrison. But once Garfield and them, once these other folk get to running, y'all don't want to deal with this evidence. Garfield don't even want to give time for the evidence to be laid out. These people get offended, and they're trying to worry about, well, is Garfield saved? The questions that they would never ask the white man. Y'all never, I notice y'all ain't asked that for them folk that had Tudor Parfit on. Does Tudor Parfit believe in Jacob? Does Tudor Parfit believe the Bible? Y'all ain't asked that. Long as you think True the Prophet's going to help your agenda, y'all are riding with that. Let me let this keep playing fair use. We're going to do some reading today, though. We're going to look at some of this evidence today, and we're going to see if some of this stuff is crazy. Is it conspiratorial? Is it crazy? I just want to make sure that we have gone over some of the evidence that the people have put out to show that God has a people, God has a nation.
When he's saying he's coming to redeem, while he would say, redeem Israel, oh God, out of all their troubles.
Has there been, because it's hard to even get, has there been, I got to pull up, I got to show you at least a few paragraphs in Dr. Brown's book about our hands are stained with blood. The church have done Israel wrong. Many of them will say, well, Israel was, how they were treating the original Israelites in the early Jesus movement that we call the way. That was Israelite on Israelite crime. James and all of them were Israelites that believed that Jesus died and rose again. Peter preached that. Paul and them preached that. 1 Corinthians 15, he died, he got back up. That's what they preached. Now we'll get into, will you at this time restore to them? We'll get into that right there. But as far as what they preached, what Stephen preached, he died and he got back up. So when he met the Ethiopian eunuch and he said, what does hinder me to be baptized? He told him some stuff. And it wasn't if you believe you the people, if you put friends, he ain't telling none of that right there. We're going to go and we're going to read the Bible.
First thing they need to be redeemed at, more dangerous than Hamas, more dangerous than Muslim neighbors, are internal, these, and there's another biblical name, these who say they are Jews and are not.
I was going to ask you about that in Revelation 3:8. I think I was going to ask you that question. Does that refer to this time, or can it refer to this time?
It can. It's Revelation 3:9. Indeed, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not.
Who were among the first people to ever use that scripture to point out the Jews? I'm not even getting who the Jews are. Israelites, I'm not even talking to Israelites today. I promise my block finger's heavy. This is a Christian discussion right here for Christians. My block finger's heavy. Y'all don't come in here and rule nothing. Y'all don't rule me. Let me ask you a question, Alton, Fervent Chatty. Who was among the first to ever use that passage against another group of people? On the history of the planet since Revelation's been written.
Not, but lie. Yeah. And there's a different application for it, but we understand this is really, there's a practical storyline I've shared before on a program, maybe a year ago, I don't know, about the Khazarian mafia and the Khazarian Jews. And I'll just say the briefest understanding of it and how this applies to them, because it's about 1,000 years ago. Really, these are almost like marauding tribes, not like tribes of the tribe of Israel, but they're based out of the Ukraine, ironically or not, based out of Kiev. And these were those that would go around, take new lands, and they were known, they had brought the Babylonian religion with them. They were doing cannibalism, human trafficking, no boundaries, sex interaction. They were so wicked that the story goes that he who led, I believe, was a czar of Russia, when he had won a battle against him, gave him an option. And in some way or another, this is a truth.
They got the story twisted a little bit, but we'll keep going with that.
That they were told, again, 1,000 years ago, you must choose a religion. You all are worthless people. You're not training your kids into any kind of civility, reasonableness. And he gave them a choice of the three Abrahamic religions. And the three Abrahamic religions being either, at the time, we'd say Catholicism, Christianity. The other one is Islam.
Wait a minute now. I might have to slow it down. This is interesting. Alton asked, that's a fair question. Does Dr. Brown have a book dedicated to the evils committed by Jews throughout history? Now, Alton's not an Israelite. So you believe that Jews have committed evils throughout history? Because a lot of my church people say, yeah, they were ran out of different countries in Europe and stuff like that. Some people say because they're meddlers, meddling in affairs. Other people say because they're gifted, like they have the Midas touch. Anything they put their hand to, they get money. That shows that they're a blessed people. Other people would say that it naturally developed because the church, because Europe, which was largely many Christian nations, felt some type of way about the Jews. So they were segregated into their own little communities and they had to do business among themselves, even when they traveled. So they started getting money and they started having connections with various things, gold and diamonds and everything from food, just everything. Every single thing. But now you're saying that Jews committed crimes. And that's what the church has largely felt, that Jews have committed crimes. And one of the greatest is that they killed their Messiah. And now the blessing has come upon the Gentiles. And these folk are wicked. So they want to kind of treat them some way. But now, how does that, because it seems like you're admitting, you said, does Dr. Brown have a book dedicated to the evils committed by Jews throughout history? Now, keep that same energy when other people want to point that stuff out too, to show the wickedness of these people, because we're going to lock into the Synagogue of Satan and the scriptures that we're going to read from this guy's book. Let me go down and see if Alton got a reply down there. Men speaking about, all right, no. All right. Jews are not pure, never has been. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, we can go to Mount Sinai and look at that. And no, I don't know, because you're Israel. That's beef for y'all there. Unless second Exodus, unless your whole position have changed. He said Christians, if you're talking about Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. What's good, Mud Runner? Fair use.
Islam, and the other was Judaism. And so they, in a very pragmatic way, the Khazarians chose Judaism because the Pope and the Vatican, they were very hands-on, forcible conversions. And so it was not a light thing to go under that, nor was it Islam. It's a heavy yoke on both. And so Judaism would leave them alone. And so they did some things of incorporating some level of, they weren't, first of all, they were not Semites.
That is one of the most ridiculous, error-filled, ugly, despicable rants I've heard. I don't know how else to describe it. I've got whole books on the history of the Khazars.
As time went on, people in the church started saying that these Jews, and started in Europe, started saying that these people are not God's people. Now, were they saying that because Israel missed their time of visitation and they rejected the Messiah? So Christians and Christian Europe started looking at them as the evil one? Or was it because they were not physical descendants? They were not physical Israel. That's part of the conspiracy that we hear going on. On top of race, chattel slavery, and all these other things that were happening at the same time. Those people are wicked. We're pure. A lot of times we ask people, what happened to this nation? What happened to that nation? A lot of times when we talk about Old Testament nations and people come and people start asking questions, y'all Christians would say, well, that nation died out. The Hittites, those people, Dunamis, don't come in here with your nonsense. Don't come in here with your nonsense. Come in here to read. Keys, I don't even want to hear from you. You come in, you just the ultimate, everybody say you the quarterback of interference. Don't come in here with your nonsense. Don't come in here with your trash. Matter of fact, the only person I even want to hear, let me call Bruce. Go ahead, Dunamis. Let me mute myself for a second. Let me see it. Let me hit Bruce. Bruce is coming because Bruce wants Dante read because he feels that we're blinded to something. Think we can move forward with Bruce just this one time, y'all. Y'all will never hear me bring him on again and co-host with him or any of that stuff. But let me see. He said, please, not today. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Well, when I think during the synagogues, Josephus was read like Holy Scripture, and the Israelites would just call out. Y'all heard what Josephus said? Y'all heard? No. So maybe Bruce has just found an ancient spirit that you gotta call up the scholars and leaders and historians of your time. That's what the Israelites were doing. But There is some.
Hold on a minute. No, go ahead. I just looked down. Keys was just in here, wasn't he? I think I ain't block him. I'll be blocking.
No, sometimes I don't know his internet. That kind
of
stuff.
Might have dropped. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did I paste the thing at the top? Let me just hit Bruce Jack. Go ahead. I'm just
no, because it just dealt with yesterday, right? Uh-huh. It's just a question. I know Keys is on. During the Inquisition, during the 9th, 10th, 11th century, who had the true gospel, and where was the true church, Keys? Right? Weren't the curses? Folks say the scattering came up from 70 AD. Dealing with the Jews, the Israelites rejecting the Messiah. So if rejecting the Messiah caused the curses, right? Where in the 9th, 10th, 11th century, dealing with Iberia, could Jews go to get the true gospel and hit a church?
You saying the curses changed after the resurrection?
That's a notion we've been hearing for a long time, Brian. And my people who call by my name will repent and turn their face towards me. We heard people saying that the curses.
I hear you. I'm walking. I can hear you. I mute myself.
Hey, Berean, before you leave.
I can hear everything, but
I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I jumped the gun on something. I felt convicted to apologize, so I apologize for yesterday.
Okay, that's no problem.
That's all I wanted to do.
Oh, you don't want to say nothing on this?
Nah, I just came to give you the apology. I said what I said on the show, and I can apologize on the show. I'm just upfront and a man like that.
Okay, yeah, we appreciate that. All right, no
problem.
Go ahead, hold on a minute. He want to add. I think he's talking.
Yeah, because we just go back to yesterday. Just go back to yesterday with Weta and the snakes and the fetishes and the child sacrifices. Right? What caused the scattering from? And respect, Keith. Him apologize. What caused the scattering from Iberia? Disobedience caused the curses, not non-belief in Christ. J-Jacks, Keys, Deuteronomy 18:18. When that prophet comes who's like Moses, to follow him. So if those didn't follow Jesus, and he's a prophet come like Moses, will the curses come upon them or no? And disobedience in what? The law? Or in Christ? Who's the fulfillment? Keys.
No, I thought you wouldn't. I thought you was talking to J-Jax.
No.
Because I saw the comment.
No, J-Jax said that this means cause of curses. I'm asking what caused it. In 70 AD, what caused the scattering?
Oh man, I think it was a combination of things. I think part of it was a disobedience, but also partly rejecting the Messiah. Because
disobedience in what?
I believe the disobedience was at the law at the time, because the Messiah hadn't died just yet. When he stated that they would go into captivity, they had the Messiah hadn't died, hadn't got up on the cross at the time, and I believe up until that point there was a breaking of the law that they were still accountable for.
So the breaking of the law. So not rejecting Messiah, wouldn't that be breaking the law?
If Moses said Deuteronomy, you're going to say
Deuteronomy 18:18.
Yes.
When that prophet comes who's like Moses, to follow him. That law, that's the covenant they made with God. So the covenant that Christ came with, Christ, who is God, right? In rejecting him, what would that lead to? It's not now disobedience towards the law.
No. Second Exodus is missing what you say. He's saying Romans caused the scatter. Oh, maybe that's a side conversation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's the whole standpoint. If what caused the scattering, and in the Iberian Inquisition, with the scattering, then what caused that scattering?
Okay,
Keys?
So which one are we talking about? You said 70 AD first. And then
70
you
AD.
said,
You said breaking the law.
I believe at the time it was rejecting the Messiah, but they were also not, what's the word, living up to what the law, or what they could up to the law at that time. Now, this is just what I believe, because the Messiah hadn't, at that point, when he told them that they would be scattered at the time, he had not been, he wasn't on the cross.
So, Keys, what did Christ
Luke
want to
20,
do?
where's he talking about exactly? Why Brother Bruce saying stop this mess, Dunamis?
Because I'm asking about historically. By this point, the Ebionites had died out. There were no Nazarenes. So, Ruddy Boo, historically.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about during the 9th, 10th, 11th century.
Okay.
Because now we just got to clear up the history. Because folks want to run to the 1st century, 2nd century, right?
Go ahead.
But if we're in the 9th, 10th century, are folks running back to the Ebionites or the Essenes?
No.
Or any other community? So the whole standpoint is, Keys, what did Christ do with the law? Keys, that's you, brother. I don't know if you're busy. Because we've heard time and time it's a rejection of the Messiah. And then folks add on keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. But in the Iberian Peninsula, do we see them doing certain practices that we see them doing in West Africa? So I'm asking, from 70 AD, is rejection of the Messiah that causes scattering?
Not just Keys, anybody.
Because JJ said if they believed in Christ, I believe they still would have been scattered. The Jewish Christians,
they were scattered too, or they didn't.
They fled to Pella. So the majority of the Jews didn't fight. The Jewish Christians didn't fight in the Second Roman Rebellion. It's very little fought in the first. So the whole standpoint of the scattering dealt with non-believers. The Jewish Christians, when they saw it happening, what Luke 24 said, Luke 21 says, but when they come, they surround the city to flee to the mountains. Matthew 24.
Had instructions.
They fled to Pella. So the folks are doing the scattering on the unbelievers who are not following Messiah.
But I don't know why Michi saying no, 70 AD was a prophecy from Christ. But what type of prophecies do we have? Was it conditional, unconditional? Michi the Judite. That question for you.
And actually, Jordan saying the rejection of Christ caused the scattering. So that Jordan, right, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century in Iberia, who had the true gospel? And how could Jews, Israelites, hear that gospel? What would they have to go to? What God said of Jews to be able to hear the gospel and repent and just blot them out. Kobe saying Luke 21 and the curse and not continue unbelief in Messiah. Kobe. So the destruction of Jerusalem, right? What caused the destruction of Jerusalem? And also, Kobe, we're talking about the world view. What have folks been saying on the channel for a long time? The rejection of Messiah and the ways of the Most High. Folks don't want to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Bruce has been saying all the time, keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Rejection of God caused the scattering.
Israel rejected God because you mean God and the Messiah and the work that Messiah was doing, Bruddy Brew, or Israel was lawless in the 1st century? Be careful how you answer that right there.
So if rejection of Messiah caused the scattering, Bruddy Brew, right? In the 9th, 10th, 11th century on the Iberian Peninsula, where could Jews go to hear the gospel? What was the true church?
Hey, Dunamis, I'm gonna come back a little later. I got to make some coffee. I think this is gonna be a long one.
Okay.
I got to get prepared for this.
Yeah, I'm just putting some water back on.
Who won last night? Knicks or Bulls? I ain't seen y'all.
You're going, the gospel spread and Jews still rejected even in Spain All right, I can't walk away for a minute. I'm missing.
No. So the whole thing, the Jews gospel, and the Jews still rejecting it, even in Spain. So Jordan, you're saying in Spain,
get to the point where there's some inconsistency. You see something because when Dunamis start asking what do you see some inconsistencies?
Oh, next one. Oh, that's why Key's a little tired. I understand. No, because the whole standpoint we've been hearing we've been hearing the scattering happened, right? Folks say the rejection of the Messiah, right? Folks would say that the rejection of Messiah, and then folks have to accept Messiah, he lost 10 commandments, right? Because they fell away from the ways of God, the ways of Yah, that things went awry. So I'm asking, dealing with the Inquisition at that point in history, where could Jews go to hear the gospel? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because one, in West Africa, we see they have fetishes and snake worship, right?
Wow.
But in Iberia, we don't see those cases, right? So if the whole standpoint for them being scattered from Iberia is rejecting Messiah, where could they go to hear the gospel?
Wait a minute. Second Exodus. You're trying to say the Jews in Spain, and I hope you ain't saying, especially the ones y'all trying to argue came on the slave ships, those were believing original Israelites that believed in Messiah? They were original Israelites that believed that they were Messianic Jews. That type of one. That's what you saying, Second Exodus in Spain?
Because that's a whole standpoint. Because there's a whole dealing with Messianic Jews in the timeline. Because it would seem like they would say that basically from the first century, the Jews in Spain didn't want Covey.
I agree more with Covey, but Covey and Second Exodus is saying two different things. Second Exodus is making it sound like, all right, he said the gospel was preached in the Mediterranean and North Africa in the first century. This is because we had a problem, and 3,000 souls were saved, and more souls were added to the church. It was a good bit of Jewish people, Israelites that believed on the Lord, but the nation as a whole, most Jews believed on him, most Israelites believed on him, or most Israel rejected Messiah in the first century when the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. Y'all got a whole different history. According to the book of Acts, according to the Bible, did most Jewish people believe on him, or most Jewish people did not?
No, it was
No, I want to hear what they got to say.
Yeah, and then you see
what they got their own version of this thing that's going on, that went down.
Yeah, and then what the Bruce saying, bro, what?
That's for J. Jacks, that's for Covey in Second Exodus. Did most Israel, but when the temple in 70 AD, did most Israel believe on the Lord Jesus Christ? Anybody tell me anything about a J out of darkness right now?
And then the Jews in Spain, and then Jay saying there was a time in the Bible.
Thank you.
Covey. In Spain, were the Jews worshiping snakes? Were the Jews building fetishes?
I'm a little confused with what that got to read.
Because the whole sample is talking about, so what J. Jackson is saying, there was a time in the Bible when Jews worshipped a snake too. I'm asking about the Jews in Iberia.
I think Jews might have all off and on fell into the same worship. If they did it 4,000 years ago, they might have did it in 900 years.
So in one place in the world, right? Do we see the Jews in Jamaica, where there also people voodoo being practiced and other things?
Yes, yes.
Do we see them having those same practices?
No, you got to be the same exact. I don't understand. It got to be the same exact way that they did it in the Old Testament if they were into snakes.
No, not this. It hasn't been the same way, exactly the Old Testament, but we see a practice done in West Africa that we don't see in Jews in the entire scattering. So folks are saying there's a whole standpoint about the scattering. Basically, why were they scattered? That's the ultimate thing. Why were they scattered?
Okay. All right, that's the question on the
floor. That's because what the people saying, bro, they were scattered from Iberia.
That's the question on the floor. Why were they scattered?
That's the ultimate thing. Why were they scattered? Brother Bruce saying, bro, they were scattered from Iberia for Old Testament customs, not denial of Christ.
Acts 2 say many tell you many believe them. Many mean the whole nation. Many people in the United States go to church. Go ahead.
So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Brother Bruce, how could they? You're saying that Christ was sending disciples to the Jews, bro. There was a group of holy people regardless. where were these Messianic Jews or Jews keeping Jews that accepted Jesus in Iberia during the Inquisition? Historically, where are these Jews?
Nobody said the Jews weren't even accepting Jesus like that. The door was closed to the Jews, and it's the time of the Gentiles. So funny, nobody said stuff like that. Or Israel's partially, they're blinded to the cross. I know that's beef. I'm just saying, I'm just surprised. That's all. I don't need y'all start harassing me about dispensationalism and the cross is always.
There's no new dispensationalism. There's no new dispensationalism. It's a whole standpoint. Jay said they were scattered for not keeping the covenant with God. Had nothing to do with Christ.
No, where you at?
So J-Jax in Iberia, they were keeping law. I know.
Don't even deal with J-Jax right now. I asked J-Jax yesterday if y'all believe that he's coming back and everybody gonna have to keep the feast, the laws, the statutes, the commandments, and the feasts and sacrifice and the feast days coming back. How come you Israelites not keeping it today? Not everybody, because the camp's even keeping the feast. Ella Green and them trying to keep feast and all of that. How come y'all don't keep it today? Because of 1 Corinthians, y'all keeping it spiritually, but then you believe he coming back in the millennial reign. Y'all gonna have to keep it. How come you Israelites? That's why I said don't deal with her, because she didn't answer that question.
And I think there's
that question. You Israelites that don't keep no feast. You Israelites that work on Saturday. If that law and all of that stuff and the feast days coming back, and that's for Israel, why ain't y'all keeping it right now? That's another question, though. But
and the whole sample, there were people who did what it said, what's the term? There were new Christians in Iberia, so there were Jews that accepted Christ.
Yeah, that's what we just
said. This is one guy. He was stabbed in the back. He prayed for the people. He was Jewish. So
where you going now? Wait a minute. Where you going now? Where you going now?
No, I'm saying the whole standpoint. Why were they scattered? And there's a gap in history. Because you have Matt Rick saying, what's he saying? They didn't want another Jesus. They preferred their Yeshua. In the 9th, 10th century, 11th century, what Yeshua were they calling on Matt Ricks? What Messianic communities were there? I know folks are going to say the crypto Jews, right? But the whole standpoint, what were the crypto Jews? They kept their practice at home. But what were they a part of? Were they a part of any church? Who was spreading the gospel?
The church was. That's what Dunamis wanted. The church was. That's who he had a message to. And there were Jews and Gentiles in the church.
And there were Jews that willingly became Catholic, as long as they were forced conversions.
No, I think most of them would say that a lot of that was forced.
But the whole
people acted like you said, crypto. People acted like they were keeping daytime they were Catholic, nighttime they were Israel.
No, but the whole brand standpoint is just doing the whole standpoint of the history, right? Were there still Messianic Jews after the 6th century?
Fervent Charity said he keep them.
I don't keep it because I'm in Christ. And the whole thing with the scattering, folks are saying that you're scattered because they didn't keep the covenant with God. But it's almost to say like Jesus isn't part of the covenant. When the Messiah comes, that's not part of the old covenant. That's not making sense theologically. The law says when that prophet comes to follow him.
Deuteronomy, come on.
So if they didn't keep that part of the law, and to break one part of the law is break the entirety of the law, I could be wrong now. Would that cause a scattering?
I'm surprised Jordan ain't connect that to Romans. All right, fair use. Let me play some.
Yeah, that's the whole, and yeah.
A Turkic people that cannibalism, human trafficking, sexual immorality, there's nothing in historical accounts associating them with that. That's number one. Number two, they were not forced by a czar to choose a world religion. Complete myth.
Yeah, that part
you might as well tell me that Abraham...
The Christians had that part wrong. If Christians lied, we can never talk about that. They don't lie. They don't do nothing. Christians don't do nothing but be holy.
Lincoln was counseled by Elvis Presley about freeing the slaves. That has more historical truth to it than this drivel that we just heard. on a major charismatic platform, as Steve Schultz and Johnny Enlow speak. And it's one of the standard anti-Semitic lies that today's Jews are not really Jews, or Jewish leaders in Israel with Ashkenazi background are not really Jews. It's just one of the standard anti-Semitic lies.
I have called you, and I'm not alone in this, many Jews have called you an anti-Semite. I've also talked to people who say you have a really sweet heart, just so you know. You and I have a number of mutual friends in the world. But
whatever Jewish people, Israelites been going through, can you blame the church in any way? We ain't even getting to who they are right now, but we get ready to read that book. Can we blame the church for any of that?
I think it's important to.
Is Dr. Brown full of it? Alton, being that he wrote "Our hands are stained with blood." Some people say, well, he only gave one side of the story because, like Alton said, Jews have done wrong too. Did Dr. Brown write a book on that? And I think that was fair to say.
First, identify what anti-Semitism is. It is a different type of hate than any other type of hate in the world. And if you and I are speaking,
this guy can't even fool me with none of this garbage he's talking about. This is garbage and game from the mafia right here. He part of the gang. So the gang is to do what gang's gonna do. What gang's gonna do. He part of the gang. He can't tell me nothing with that little hat. He can't tell me nothing. Fair use.
Speaking crossways because we have a different understanding and definition.
Yeah.
That's not going to lead to any dialogue. That's not going to lead. Look, I said to Scott, I'd love to walk out of here and say, you know what, I was wrong, and write an article. I apologize, and I was wrong.
Yo, Dumas, a lot of these folks want dialogue where they can rule you and tell you what to do and boss you around and dictate and control the floor. That's the dialogue they want. That dialogue ain't nobody finna get them that dialogue.
But the first piece is to have a mutual understanding of what is anti-Semitism. I think that would help a tremendous amount.
I actually totally agree with you on that. That is a perfect place to start. Could you provide for us a definition of anti-Semitism?
I was going to say that's where the nonsense is going to start right there. That's a shorter clip of it. Dr. Brown judges with uneven scales. Is that because he feels like people in here feel that they're chosen, he's better than everybody else, and there's a special place for Jewish people in the eyes of God? Alton you have to face this. I hope this ain't, come to the microphone, who's this? I hope this ain't ass. Hello, you're muted. Moshe?
I don't know. Brewing, you see what it brew?
No.
Is this historically true? And by what number? The Jews in Iberia brought Christ back to Africa, so they believed. They just didn't write off.
I don't accept that.
What it brew?
Any of that, the Bible say many believe. These Israelites want to believe what they want to believe. The nation of the whole rejected him, and if y'all say that's not Bible, that is stuff like that make me scared of y'all and say y'all don't want fair, honest, upright conversation. If you believe most of Israel believed on the Lord Jesus Christ, type of one. Or most of Israel believed on the Lord, but it was the wicked Pharisees and Sadducees that got the church folk thinking all of Israel rejected him. Paul wrote and made it sound like, nah, I don't respect. That's how I can't respect these folk. These folk ain't honest with the book. These folk ain't honest with the book.
And then what it brew? Were the Jews in Iberia, were they Talmudists? Were the Jews in West Africa Talmudists?
I hate Alton.
So even the crypto Jews, do they keep the oral tradition? How were new Christians in Africa being Inquisition? Think, my brothers. Ruddy Brew.
I wonder what he called Africa, because he different too.
No, but it's not that. The whole thing is the new Christians, the forced converts. How many churches do we see built up by Jews or new Christians? I could be wrong.
What is Ant talking about? He said the Israelites are just another branch of the LGBTQ movement. Oh man, let me fair use.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold on real quick. Ready, bro? With the Jews in Iberia, what they Talmudists?
Dunamis, you can read 3, 4, 5, 6. You can read the whole chapter on this on Dante book coming up right now. You can read that whole chapter. New Christians, conversos, were forced Christians. They didn't practice Christianity per se. Outwardly, they did. That's what I said. And at nighttime, they still had their menorah. They did their thing. They still kept feasting. They did everything on the low, I believe. Serious.
Anti-Semitism is a hate against their religion. By the time you get to the 18th and 20th centuries, when so many Jews have assimilated, they are in culture, they are in arts, they're in science, it's no longer against them for their religion, it's against them for their race. Because anti-Semitism is the oldest hate in the world and the hate that mutates.
I don't see none of that. I don't see none.
You said it's a hate that mutates.
Correct.
So your belief then is that the definition of anti-Semitism can necessarily change. Is that correct?
It's not just my belief. It is the commonly accepted understanding in both the Jewish and academic worlds.
As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazars, you can read at Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people. Khazars as a whole disappear from history. That's it. End of subject. There is no Khazarian mafia. There is not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero.
I don't believe none of that garbage. There's no Khazarian mafia. Everybody got a mafia. Everybody got a mob. Everybody got a gang. In history, were there any Bugsy Siegel? What's that last name? Siegel? I wonder if he was Jewish. Said these folk can tell you church people anything. They can't tell me anything. Them church folk can't tell me nothing. Jews can't tell me nothing. Then y'all not gonna just tell me what y'all want to tell me, and I'm not gonna think with the brain God gave me. Oh, there is a mob. There has been a Jewish mob. And if there has been in the past, would you think ain't no Jewish hitters? Ain't no Jewish killers? Ain't no Jews getting money that'll do anything to get money? Like black folk would kidnap other black folk and put them on the whole stroll? Boy, y'all better wake up. Get your head out that book. We living in a wicked world. These folk are pure by nature, pure in their heart. This is why folk feel some type of way.
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero. There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero.
You got Jewish people themselves saying, let me just let this play. We all God so loved the world. We can't talk about nothing. Talk about nations is carnal, and that's not what God's talking about. But the only bad thing is the Bible talks so much about nations. That's the thing I hate. The Bible talks so much about nations, but they don't really mean it that way, the way that we understand it today.
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero.
Are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi.
Why they tell me Norm had bodyguards for the last 10 years? He got bodyguards messing around, got these folk, not Jewish people, just folk in general aggravated.
Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine, but DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic, it's a question of fact. So Shlomo Sand, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simple.
And y'all do know that Norm is smart. You know, Norm do got a real degree. Y'all do know that, right? Y'all do know that Norm is recognized, right? He may get folk mad, but he recognized he not a dummy out here. Somebody recognized him to be an intellectual.
A question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish.
All right.
My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows.
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero.
First, let me, when you see Ashkenazi Jews sharing high similarity to Romanians and Hungarians, this is because both of these populations were offshoots of the Khazars. They were both founded by these members of the Caucasus who ruled this area of north of the Black Sea, where we have South Russia nowadays, between the 7th and 13th centuries. Very powerful empire. They converted to Judaism.
Didn't this guy Garfield had on too? Let me call Garfield. Thank you, fair use. Dunamis, go ahead, because you said that was you or Met said that there were the majority of people were converts. Go ahead and talk about that convert thing, because for some reason these folk mad when you got some converts that come from Europe, but they don't mind no convert coming up out of Africa. Matter of fact, they'll twist the story and say everybody from Africa is real and everybody from Europe is a convert. Talk about that convert thing for a minute. You said most people that said most people in the first century were converts. What Leo saying? J-Jacks, they were scattered for not keeping their covenant with God and had nothing to do with Christ. Dunamis, you there? Anytime Dunamis can harass y'all, he walk away from the computer. Or when he get ready to read this truth, I get ready to get. I said, Dunamis, you can read the whole chapter. Now we can't find him. Fair use. Let me get some other my coffee going so I can read 2-3 chapters out of this book and make these Christians face what they need to face. And I got the questions to ask. I'm a full-blown Israelite today. I got some questions to ask, and y'all gonna answer. Alton, don't go nowhere. Don't act like you got a conference call. Don't act like you busy. Oh, I'm working on a system right now. This HVC, this HVAC system. Not today, brother.
The 8th century, and they sent offshoots to Eastern Europe. And we still some Ashkenazi Jews are mapped to this region of Ukraine. They're not all mapped to Ashkenaz. Most of them are, but some of them are mapped to Ukraine, and we can see very nicely some kind of migration routes using GPS.
There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero. So this is a totally different group of people now, right? This nation, this people called Ashkenaz, nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with Jewish people. Well, who are they? If you will look at virtually every major Bible dictionary, Bible encyclopedia, here's what you'll find. I'm going to read to you, for example, from the Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary, one of the most respected Bible dictionaries, multi-volume. Who is Ashkenaz? Here's what you see.
See that, y'all?
The first descendant of Gomer, who is the first offspring of Japhet in the Table of Nations. In Jeremiah 51:27, Ashkenaz appears along with Ararat and Mini as a kingdom called upon to oppose Babylon. The name is identified with the Neo-Assyrian Ishkuza, who appeared between the Black and Caspian Sea in the 8th and 7th centuries BC, driving out the Cimmerians. And it goes on. Who are they then? For Herodotus, a famous historian in time before Jesus, these people came to be called the Scythians or Scythians, right? We could read through the rest of that in detail, but this has nothing to do with Israel. This has nothing to do with the Jewish people. This has nothing to do with Ashkenazi Jews today. It was an ancient people called the Scythians or Scythians, and they leave society, they disappear. They're all gone a couple thousand years ago. This has nothing to do with Ashkenazi Jews today. It was an ancient people called the Scythians or Scythians, and they leave society. They disappear. They're all gone a couple thousand years ago. They're all gone a couple thousand years ago. They're all gone a couple thousand years ago. You say, well, where did the name Ashkenazi came from? So a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world had now emigrated in Europe and now were living in the Rhineland in Germany.
And for the Christians that may not know, Genesis 10 talk about Ashkenazi, but it's in the line of Japheth. And a lot of people grew up in Sunday school, and Japheth were the Gentiles, those were the European nations after everybody got off the ark and man began to populate. So if they're from the line that they said were European and not Shem, and that's Abraham, and that's where Israel, Isaac, and Jacob wrestled with the angels, name became Israel, and he had 12 sons, and they became known as the 12 tribes of Israel. How can those other people be locked in with that line if that's what we were taught? I think I'm going to pick up from that page in the book.
Germany. They looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany. So they took on the identity of the name Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Japhet. It's just a name.
A few people in church that we would call weirdos, like Steve Anderson, Tex Mars, and them. What's the other guy? They said he got kicked out the Seventh-day Adventist church. He started speaking on them and conspiracies and Freemasonry, being connected with Judaism and things of that nature, that there was a wicked group of people. That's kind of where the conspiracy come from, that these people, and they connected with Psalms 83, that these people right here, they were not descendants of Shem and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Some were false converts. They were wicked. Some say they were magicians, and they were involved in dark arts, and they wanted to destroy the church in different nations. And people say everywhere they go, it's trouble. Now, you have to connect them with some rich people like Rothschilds and them, and have they fueled, well, we'll talk about America and what people done in America, but have different groups of people. We got to admit there are a few billionaires, multimillionaires that are Jewish. Have they fueled both sides of wars? Have they been peddlers? Just want to get money, peddling in affairs. I'm not going to even start going, we're not going to even get to the false flag thing. Leo, describe what a false flag is in there, Leo, and name some false flags. Would rich people cause wars? And have a lot of people that's been involved in causing wars and selling ammunition and guns and benefiting off of war, have a good bit of them been Jews, because people have attempted to tie all of this stuff together to try to make Jewish people the most wicked people and not God's chosen people. So that coupled on top of the Genesis 10 thing and where Shem and Abraham come from with the Bible alone, there have been Christians that have said, not many in number, but some people feel that the whole Israelite movement based on what doctrines One West teach. Now, I'm going to read something out of Dante's book, and a lot of people will start saying, well, One West and moderates and campers, they're all the same doctrine. Synagogue of Satan, Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground and all of that stuff. Some people feel it's the same thing. There's a few of us individuals that believe that there were Black people that were Jews prior to that, and there was no hatred, but something was birthed with One West that was different from the movement with Prosser and the people earlier that were Blacks and looked at themselves as Jews. Hopefully this is going to make sense after I read some from this book and show you one more video.
That was taken. Okay, it's that simple. Just like my last name Brown doesn't refer to the color of my skin or anything else. It was shortened from a Russian name when my grandfather came over. At Ellis Island, the name got shortened to. It's just a name. That's all it is. So the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Japhet.
He said it's just a name that they picked when they were in Germany. Yes, war is big money, but the problem is, have Jewish people been the leaders of war in Europe? The church said, were they behind poisoning wells in Europe? Or is that nonsense? Has the United States, has the government, has the CIA, according to what some people may believe, have governments caused wars or agitated wars? Was it just Jewish people? What brought us into Vietnam? Some people want to argue they wanted to bring us into the Vietnam War, World War I, World War. Some people feel it's not just Jewish people, it's other wicked men. It's governments that'll do this. Oliver North with the real Rick Ross and Iran-Contra and bringing drugs to California and the whole crack thing. We'll leave the AIDS thing alone for right now. Or Jewish people, can we trace that to just Jewish people and Jewish people alone are wicked men? Last day men will be inventors of evil things. Some evilness is going on, but can we blame just one group of people? Now, we're not going to bring all of these things together because we see that with Jewish mobsters, these people were involved in that, and they did have some slave insurance companies with slave ships and all of this stuff. We can't turn around and say because they did that, that we're the people. We're going to separate the evidence that we're going to read in this book, or lack thereof, from all of that other stuff. Yeah, people want to throw stuff all in one pot, but we got to attempt to separate all of this stuff. That's what the cops want to do. When detectives, when the feds come on the scene, if it's a bombing, it's a shooting, no, we're going to separate you. You go in the net room, we're going to get your story, we're going to get your story. Then we'll go further, we'll start walking. That's what the cops do. Then they'll start walking and they'll start looking. Yo, that's a zoom camera right there. The corner store got surveillance. And in the club, they said they surveillance ain't working. But security in the club could be down with the dudes busting the guns. So cops think at every angle. We got to think we're detectives approaching this thing. Men are liars. People will lie. So when we approach this, Christians could lie and have lied. I wonder if Alton ever lied since he's been saved. He's been saved 20 years. I wonder if he ever told a lie. That's how I can't talk to the other guy talking about he apostle and he don't, ain't no sin. I ain't never sinned in 20 years. I don't talk to you. You type of people, I don't even deal with. Jews lie. Israelites lie. J-Jax, you probably lied. If you believe on the Lord for the last 10 years, you probably told a lie. You probably sinned in the last 10 years. If we can come to that reality, that'll help us to move forward. So Israelites a lie, apologists a lie, dispensationalists a lie, anybody Catholic, the Pope could lie, anybody's capable of lying. Let's come to that right there. I'm from the Lord's statute commandment. I got my friend. You're a liar. You have lied before. You may not practice it and lie morning, noon, and night. Everything come out your mouth is a lie, but people have lied. If you say you have no sin, let me open up the book on these folks. Fair use.
Is a myth, 100% false, zero truth to it. Just study the history. As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazars, you can read in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. Some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism. Some of the leaders or some of the people did.
So that's kind of the argument now. Who's converts and who's not a convert? Some people say that's even beyond the scope of the gospel message in the Bible. Who's a convert, who's not a convert, because the covenanted people right now, those in Christ, Jew and Gentile. Listen to this, y'all. And many people feel this. And if you single out a people to be more wicked than somebody else, like the Klan have done wicked black men, Birth of a Nation, the black men want the white woman and all this other nonsense. And you need the pure white Klan to terrorize the black folk to save the pure white woman. Nonsense. Or the Nation of Islam, the white man is the devil, you of your father, the devil, and the lust of your fathers. You will. Nonsense. Listen to this right here. It's not just the Jews, it's the wicked, immoral, greedy, and malevolent elite of all nations. These people don't believe it's wicked folk in Africa. Those are puppet governments, but the people involved in whatever you would call the puppet government, did they get money? Did they bleed the nation for natural resources? You just put them and they man and everybody else on. People talking about the girl that's the mayor down there, Dalton, and all of this other stuff. They like, listen, wicked folk gonna do wicked and get money and put their own people on. We got Chinese people doing it. I know y'all don't think, they wrap their head up in Dubai. Everybody in Dubai is pure. Y'all are simple. I like what Met said, to the simple, all things are simple. Because they dress like that over there, they ain't going for no homosexuality. That mean they pure? Because they hate homosexuals, that mean they pure? Probably more homosexuals over there than anywhere else. I shouldn't have said that. Y'all don't believe that. Y'all like the easy way out.
Did, in fact, convert to Judaism. As far as the alleged conversion of the Khazars, you can read in Yehuda Halevi's book, The Khazari, that it may be true that as there is debate and discussion, there are Turkic people a little over 1,000 years ago that some of the leaders or some of the people did, in fact, convert to Judaism and then became part of the larger Jewish people. Khazars as a whole
Dunamis, you
disappeared
back?
from history. That's it. End
Yeah,
of subject.
I'm back.
There was no Khazarian mafia. There's not a single Jew on the planet that can be traced back in any definitive way to the Khazars. Zero. Absolutely zero. Some of them may have willfully converted to Judaism, maybe mainly the leaders.
This is what comes to mind as I listen to Professor Michael Brown explain himself. Let me summarize what Professor Mike Brown said. He says the ancient Ashkenazi people, who are also known as the Scythians, left society, disappeared. They're all gone a couple of thousand years ago, but a little over 1,000 years ago, as Jewish people scattered around the world, immigrated in Europe, living in Rhineland, Germany. They looked at the name Gomer, which is the father of Ashkenaz. They looked at the name Gomer in Genesis 10, and they connected Gomer with Germany. So they took on the identity, the name Ashkenaz, and that it has nothing to do with Ashkenaz in the Bible, which is a descendant of Japheth. It's just a name that was taken. He said in regards to the Khazarians, which are the same people, some of the
Genesis 10, the table of nations, that's the main thing. Let me stop this right here. I'm gonna close that up. Dunamis, look at, I can't answer this before whilst I'm pulling this thing up here. Read seminary code.
I can't believe we're still looking down on converts when no one can prove their lineage. It's crazy.
I wonder what Jordan got to say about that. Looking down bad on converts. Folk ain't playing with no converts out here. Folk ain't playing with no converts. You think that's hypocritical? Type of one if y'all think that's hypocritical.
And I see some
people here fighting for bloodline.
Because that was a question of the argument originally. Whose bloodline? But the source said even the Jews in Iberia, which folks claim descent from, that went to West Africa, they couldn't even prove their lineage.
He said,
so all this,
I believe, have a valid point. Yeah, that point, I ain't gonna say do.
So this is just all around. It's just it doesn't make no sense. You can't
listen to what Kobe. Oh no, I forgot because yesterday they said Kobe's light skin. Kobe's the oppressor. The other guy, what's the other guy named Bird? I forget the other guy name. I was like, I got to get rid of him. He said, but what did I say wrong? They said Kobe the oppressor. Other person in the comment section said, Kobe done took over Elder Green and Pastor Mike's position or something to that effect. You can't even talk to these folks. And I know it got something to do with his complexion, but y'all are arguing and say it don't. Y'all get mad, but Kobe can show and prove some of his people look like them people. Let me pull up the video. Let me pull up the Jews in Spain, the Jews who went to Mexico and Cuba and all of that stuff. Let me pull up 2-3 of them videos because y'all thinking. Then they say it's not skin color though. Berean, listen to read Fervent Charity, Dunamis.
Berean, I never look down on the comments.
I don't agree with Fervent Charity here. I think he argued that there was a do y'all call Metin them? Did Fervent Charity ever argue there was a special blessing? There was a special blessing for bloodline that's separate from the converts.
Bring an example.
Fervent Charity that was leading the charge. I could be wrong. I apologize. Am I wrong?
We're on the example. Let's say you got a family, and then you adopt a child. You don't treat that child well. You know, give him a place to stay. Clothes on his back.
Thank you. Look at Tony Osborne. Thank you. Look at Jerry Produce. Thank you. I remember that first.
You remember that example about an adopted child?
Brand new, like you forgot. Yeah, Fervent Charity. A few people believe that. All right, so I know I wasn't tripping, and it's okay because you believe there was something for bloodline and then you were back and forth with Dunamis. I think because he got mad yesterday. He said, "Don't put nothing on me." Because he cut off yesterday. He was like, don't start putting nothing on me that he don't want stuff put on him that he didn't say. But Fervent Charity, he may have to come to the microphone. A lot of people, Jay the producer, met Tony Osborne, Muck Runner, a few people. I think I remember you saying that, arguing that there's something for the bloodline that the conference. I didn't have any problem.
It was kind of like, you know how you have folks with green card versus citizenship?
Yes.
So he felt the converts were like green card holders.
Yes. But as opposed to somebody, yes, born here or went through the whole thing and read the statute, whatever that thing is, and become Americanized citizen, naturalized citizen.
Yeah, so converts, they can stay in the land. Y'all can't vote. What y'all doing?
Read me.
If we believe converts on the same level,
Yo, JJ, you better be joking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If we believe converts on the same level, there's not really a reason to make a distinction. I mean, it's always been about keeping the covenant. Exactly.
Do the converts go through? This better be JJ. Tell me you joking. But there's a remnant. The remnant is so converts don't have nothing to do with the remnant fervent charity. That's why Jada producing that. That's why the other folks saying this is nonsense. Fervent charity, I ask you in Jesus' name, the remnant is only bloodline. Father God, I got.
That's why he's going to say the seed and all that kind of stuff. But then the whole what passage Paul writes on and said that those in Christ are the seed of Abraham, using that same Greek word that's in the Septuagint, talking about the seed of Israel.
That's why they say this is nonsense. That can't be. He can't be saying that. Fervent charity can't be. I don't have a problem with converts, but you all need to understand there's a remnant of the seed of Israel. Father God, remnant means only bloodline. I don't agree with that. I don't know what type of one if y'all agree with that.
But then the whole standpoint so far, what we're seeing, no one can prove bloodline, nor light skin, nor dark skin.
But then they talk like they know for sure blacks are bloodline. I'll get Bruce on. He ain't answer the phone. I'll get Bruce on though. They'll act like they know for sure blacks are bloodline. Everybody black can't be bloodline now.
And no one's saying that there won't be bloodline that went away. I'm not saying that. The whole notion though is that how would they know? And then tying this into the transatlantic slave trade, descendants of slavery. How do that all or majority are descendants of Israelites bloodline?
Look at Keys. Is that fair? Maybe I don't know. I don't want to be I don't know. Look at what Keys said.
If Dr. Brown believes everyone disappeared, no one can be mad at anyone saying we are all Israel by his logic.
Oh, you're saying by his logic. Well, though you ain't using his logic. Faith alone and bloodline alone.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
The whole thing up. Oh, they done took it.
You might from church saying you might replace the remnant if you're not looking at the converts. We mean replace. Fervent charity. No one.
Let me hear this because it sounded like nonsense. Yeah. Maybe because you type it in there. Don't cut him or dunamis. You quiet. You need to go in the back dunamis.
No. We enjoy
fervent charity. Just make sense to us. That's all we're asking.
Well, I'll try once again. Grace and peace, shalom to the panel. You know, I don't want to. I apologize too for yesterday, man. I ain't mean to get all out of character, man, but I just don't be like people saying, things that I didn't say. At least give me a chance to say what I'm about to say before you say something I ain't say yet. So,
hey, Jordan,
he had a second next to just reading the whole joint. Then he wanted to read it again.
Yeah, I would see basically. I was just trying to outline what he read that some people might have missed without adding any context of my own yet. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. That's the past. Now, on to this convert subject. Look, I want y'all to know and believe now because, look, I used some terms in the past on this panel that I hate I ever used. If I would have used more wisdom to think of a better way to say things, maybe I wouldn't have had this much contention, but it is what it is. But me personally, I don't have problems with converts. I know in the Bible, biblically, that people that came among Israel and chose to follow their God and keep those laws that keep them in contact with that God or that practice or culture, I understand that that those things happen in those times. I understand we see converts all throughout the Bible. But what I be trying to say is, look, when we up here and I'm trying to explain to y'all about Israel being scattered because of the rejection of Christ, and I don't see nowhere in the Bible that they enter back into the land. Admit that I could be wrong, but I don't see that entering back into that land or that security with God until Christ returns. So for me to do my research, if that's what I'm seeing in the Bible, I had to explain what's going on in the land today. And me pointing out the fact that there are converts were one of the ways of me explaining what I see in the Bible. See, a lot of time people think just because I say I don't believe the people in the land today or the people, that mean I hate them or something like that, or I believe that they are converts, that mean I hate converts. No, that's not what that means. It's just me trying to explain what I see in scripture. I believe, and y'all know I believe this because that's been my argument the whole time been here. I believe Israel, no matter what color they are scattered into Christ's return. That's what I believe.
But what about this remnant?
So
So nobody in the land, black, white, nobody in the land of Israel is real Israel right now. Nobody stayed. Everybody was scattered. When I say nobody stayed, right?
I mean, it just depends on who depicted. Look, I'm going to put it like this. Some people think the Khazars or the Ashkenazis are converts. Some people think the Ethiopian Jews, if they do believe the Ashkenazis are the Jews, you got people that believe the Ethiopians are converts.
Yes.
So I don't, it's just me trying to assimilate this information of what we already have. You got people on both sides. So if I take the stance, well, maybe if God do have a remnant in this earth of his people, that they could still be scattered. Because this information contradicting itself. We don't have a standard on what a Jew is because nobody has ancient Jewish DNA to test anybody on. So all of it is a claim. So why get mad at me if I say I believe the people in the land today are converts, even though you have information out here saying the same thing on all groups? Why get mad at me if that's how I'm trying to explain the Bible? I don't understand that. It's not that I hate converts. I accept converts because I see it in scripture.
Jordan,
you know what I'm saying?
Do converts have an inheritance?
Look, you have an inheritance. Look, listen to me closely. Listen to me good. Converts, as we see it in Genesis and other places, or wherever y'all go back to show me that are natural born, that is the Old Testament. These people came, the way that they got to God was through the laws of God. They kept those physical, fleshly, carnal laws. We stay in New Testament times. So let me ask you this. If Paul says in Romans 9 that an Israelite of his flesh, he said, they ain't Israel. It's those of the faith. We know physically they are Israel, but he's counting them not as Israel because they are in the law and not in the faith of Jesus Christ. So when I'm asking you, what more is a Gentile convert to those same laws that he's talking about on his fleshly kin? If a convert still practicing Old Testament law and we have a physical flesh Israelite that's not seen as an Israelite because he's not in Christ, what more the convert that's in that same physical law if he's not in Christ? What I'm telling you is you even though you don't see yourself as an Israelite, and I'm not trying to put that on you, let's just say you are the Gentile. You are more of the convert than those of the Old Testament times. That's what I'm telling you. We are under something totally new. If a Israelite that's following Judaism not seen as an Israelite according to Paul, what more is the convert following Judaism to Paul? That's what I'm saying. The churches
Jordan, those
the
converts
churches mingle with people that's under Christ, not nobody that's under the old law. Nobody, whether it be convert or physical Jew. The only thing the church compromised of is believing Jews and believing Gentiles, those under the law of Christ, not under no Old Testament law.
Jordan, those kinsmen of the flesh would be bloodline Israel and converts.
No.
Did he explain what a remnant is?
Because in Romans 8, he says, of the flesh, them Israelites of the flesh, his kinsmen. That's not including converts. You adding it there. And anybody that knows simple Bible, study. I know how to study them Bible and go look at them words. If you go to Hebrews 9 and you look at that verse 4, where Paul said them things, you would know he is talking about a physical people of Israel. He's not talking about the converts right there. And then it's another thing.
Will argue with you on that. Hold on. Before he said kinsmen according to the flesh, he only mean bloodline Israelites. He wasn't thinking
that's a dispensationalist talking. But we're talking Messianic Jews.
Talking.
Hold on,
yes, Mike. You hearing what Fervent Charity's saying? I'm not sure how if you just jumped in.
When we ask Messianic Jews, David Stern, in the first century, majority of Jews were converts.
I've been telling y'all that.
Jordan, so his kinsmen of the flesh
came to that conclusion.
When Paul wanted to go preach to the Jew first, then to the Gentile, would the Jew first, would that include converts, or would those converts go into the Greek kind of category?
I mean, you saying that, but in those times they knew the difference.
You gotta answer that.
Hold on. Good question. Y'all, hold on. Listen, y'all keep adding it to their context, but in those times, hold on. Y'all keep saying that, but in those times, the Jews still clearly, and all the authors in the Bible still clearly depicted what was a Jew and a proselyte. They still knew the difference. But y'all on the outside looking in, y'all want to sit up here and say something that really ain't. It's not Bible, bro. It's y'all trying to make these people physically or people that they ain't. So why we just can't separate and say it's a converted people to Judaism and it's a physical people that belong to Jacob, that came from Jacob. It's that. That's what it is. But we just can't stick to that. Y'all want to make these people physically a people when that wasn't what it was about. Israel's job was to bring the rest of the nations to God. And that's what it was about. It wasn't about to change their physicality. That's why in these times we don't even need that no more, because we got Christ. You don't have to become an Israelite. You don't have to circumcise. You don't have to follow Old Testament laws or do any of those things to be accepted by God now. You just don't. So you trying to place an old standard on something new. And I'm trying to show y'all that. Don't nobody have to circumcise today to be accepted by Christ. You don't have to go, you don't have to keep no feast. You don't have to keep no Sabbath day. You don't have to become an Israelite to be accepted by Christ. So how does what you saying make sense if we see the total outcome of what it really was? This is what it was really meant to be. And we see that revelation in Jesus Christ, his son.
Jordan, that's not what I'm saying.
Nah, I know that ain't what you saying. You trying to build a case that's built on faulty grounds.
It's not built on faulty ground, Jordan. Jordan, converts are seen like the natural born. When Paul talks about his kinsmen of the flesh, when Paul goes out to deal with the Jews, right, that would include bloodline along with converts.
That's not true.
Jordan, we went through this in Acts 15, right? Where does Peter say they first preach the gospel to the Gentiles?
What happens
Jordan, hold on, brother, hold on.
What happens to a convert that don't choose Jesus, Dunamis, today?
Jordan, you're going to someone else.
No, I'm staying with the story.
Jordan, brother, I listen to you.
Getting the whole story
Jordan,
together.
brother, I listen to you. in Acts 15, right? Where does Peter say they started preaching to the Gentiles? Where does Peter say they started preaching to the Gentiles?
What you said again? Doom. I was reading the comment. I thought you were just on top. My
in
bad.
Acts 15, where does Peter say they started preaching to the Gentiles?
In Acts 15?
Yes. Where did they say they started preaching?
I want to say after he got the revelation from God, when he was
on the rooftop.
He was going to meet with Cornelius.
That's Acts 10, right?
Yeah.
To the Jew first, then to the Gentile. Jordan, in Acts 4, what is Nicholas called? Nicholas, the what? Proselyte. So if the gospel is preached to the Gentiles in Acts 10, where they get the okay, and Nicholas in Acts 6 is a proselyte, what category would he go into? The Jew category or the Gentile category, Jordan? The gospel first preached to the Gentiles in Acts 10. They're proselytes in Acts 2. What category would it go into? Would Nicholas be a Jew or a Gentile?
Hey, Dunamis.
His connection might drop. Go ahead. What's going on?
Hey, Dunamis. Would a Jew who was Hellenized, who did not follow Jewry, but wanted to follow his religion again, what would he be called?
You said a Jew that was Hellenized that didn't want to do what?
A Jew that was Hellenized that stopped keeping the Mosaic law, but then some of his people convinced him to start keeping the Mosaic law again. What would he be called?
As what you call him?
A proselyte.
You call him proselyte. As if he's keeping the law, right? So he's still a Jew. A Jew.
No, that's not what they were called in the New Testament. That's not what history, according to the historians, they weren't called Jews. They were called Greeks. So if we have a Greek who's been Hellenized, and then he sees a synagogue where it's his people, but the Jew said, "Oh, are you circumcised as a Hellen?" He would have to say, "No, I'm uncircumcised." They're like, "Oh, but you want to follow the law of Moses?" The Hellenized Jew would say, "Yeah." Then what would they do? They'd circumcise him, just like Abraham was circumcised, and then he would be considered a proselyte.
Pastor J, Grecians, not Greek. Grecians were Greek-speaking Jews.
No, in the New Testament, they're called Greeks.
Is Timothy called is Timothy called a Jew, or is he called a proselyte?
Well, it says that he was brought up in his mother's religion, which was Judaism. His father was a Greek, meaning that he was Hellenized. He was Hellenized, and he didn't want to follow the law.
Is he called a proselyte, or is he called a Jew?
Let's go to it. Pull up the text.
Come on, Leo. Come to the microphone. I ain't even deal with ass.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to jump in real quick. I don't know if Jordan left.
No, he said
I'm
gonna put the link out there. Jordan came in. Jordan did a number. That right there is not that what Jordan talking about, ain't it? Go ahead, Leo.
No, it's all good. Grace, peace, everybody. I know Az is on, and he's kind of gonna go to the Greek mention. I'm interested to see, would he consider Paul a Jew or a Roman? What would he consider Paul? And then also his understanding around like the example, if a Jew was to then leave and be Hellenized, technically speaking, if he was a Jew, he was circumcised on the 8th day. So as a baby, he was still circumcised. So why would he still need to be circumcised again if he was already circumcised and he was a grown up as a Jew? He just left away and was Hellenized.
Right. So that's why I don't know if you guys are familiar, but there's something called the Greek Septuagint. And
yes, we have that.
That was in circulation during the time of Christ, and they followed the teachings of the Greek Septuagint. I have a Bible here made by King James.
He's saying that to say what? Why you brought that up about the Septuagint? You saying that to say what?
Right. So I have a Bible here by King James in the year 1611, and it has something called the Apocrypha in it, which was in the Greek Septuagint, which we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we find in the Textus Receptus, we find in all the ancient writings. So my point is that we have to do a thorough look at the book of Maccabees, 1st and 2nd Maccabees, before we even get to the Roman captivity, before we even get to concepts as Romans, concepts as Greeks. What are these concepts? What do they mean? Where do they originate? The circumcision versus the uncircumcision, the proselytizing. And I think it's a shame that your pastors didn't give you a thorough.
Hey yo, goodbye, ass.
Brian, you see Key's comment?
I'll tell you, I ain't listening to Israelites. I want to get the Dante book. All this interference. I didn't want to deal with these.
Bro, Bree, you gotta see the comment, bro.
When they start telling me what the pastors need to be doing and all this other nonsense, Negro, we been had Apocrypha. You not teaching me nothing. You not teaching me nothing. I received nothing from the camps. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. Let's get to Dante and see if he talking that camp talk. This nonsense. And Jordan started off with that nonsense. That's nonsense you talking about, Jordan. That's nonsense you talking about, Jordan. That's all I'm gonna say. Jordan came on here with his nonsense. Thank you. The Maccabees in no way changes the meaning of the. They don't know enough. As don't know enough to talk. Why you keep trying to come on here, ass? Let me ban him forever. You can come on with 1,000 names. You can never touch his microphone. You can never touch his microphone. Go ahead, Leo. I'm done playing around with D-folk. I want to get to this book.
It's all good. Yeah, we can get to the book too. I know we were talking about in the back chat too, so I'm interested.
No, but go ahead with the point that Fervor Charity was making.
Yeah, so when he talks about the covenant and in relationship to like he went to Hebrews 9 and he speaks on like, okay, the converts, that's still speaking to the nation or a remnant. That remnant, how do you separate the remnant from converts if in the Old Testament converts were treated as natural born? So it's how do you separate that specifically? Because even with Paul, he lists who he is a part of, the tribe, but a convert or a stranger at that time could still do the same thing. He can say he's from the tribe of Benjamin because he was a partaker in that specific tribe and converted. So how are you going to say he wasn't? Specifically, even in the Old Testament, if they converted 3-4 generations before, they are a part of that nation. They are part of that tribe. You said Romans 9. Okay, cool. Got you. Just wanted to make sure. That's the only reason I wanted to call that out, is because if you're saying because they're converts, they can't make the same claims because it's speaking directly to a bloodline remnant, I would say that remnant would still include converts or those that were descendants of converts because of where they actually came into, what specific tribe they were a part of. Most Excellent mentioned it earlier from Ezekiel 47. And if you also go to Leviticus as well, and in any of the Numbers, you can speak directly to how the sojourners were actually a part of the tribe. So as long as you partook of the covenant, you were a part and were considered Israel. That's not true, Jordan. That is not true. Like if we're going to go to the language, let's go ahead, Jordan. And then if you also want to go to as did bring up LXX, then if you want to go to that as well, you can see that Lord.
But Alton, Matt is right about that. The most of the quotes I believe from the New Testament, they were used and looked like they were heavy. They were heavy.
LXX. Yes, sir. The Septuagint was heavily used in the New Testament.
Real quick, why were they scattered in 70 AD?
You asking Leo this? Don't go back, brother. We trying to go somewhere.
No. I just want to clear this up.
Y'all interference. Y'all getting a check from a bull. I know y'all are.
Why were they scattered in 70 AD? What's the narrative for the Jewish scattering?
Well, there's two. Well, the one I believe is the rejection of Christ and his messiahship, and rejecting him. And then, if you want to go with John's testament, even though some people don't like this, the Jews had a heavy hand in his crucifixion. That would be a part of it.
You said John's testament. What are you talking about?
That you might believe.
The Gospel of John?
Yeah. So if we want to go with that, we can say that because of that and the Jews' part to play in Christ's crucifixion, that played a role into the scattering. But then the other side would say because the Jews abandoned the law, statute, commandments, they forsake the old covenant, they were scattered from the earlier curses from Deuteronomy 28. So there's two different lines of thinking.
Cross and Christ and their rejection of him.
Yep, no
It's
connection
just
to Christ.
ongoing thing from a covenant from before. If you disobey, this going to happen to you, and it happened time and time. All right. Do me
I'm going to table that, Brian. I'm not going to bring that up.
1 hour and change into this, and I can't read 10 pages out this book. Jordan, go ahead, Jordan. Type of one, y'all hear him?
No, we don't. It's his mic, probably.
But he said something on his phone earlier.
His mic is on.
It might just be
don't hear you.
Yeah, it might just be. You might have to go to your audio settings and pick up either your phone or whatever headset you're using.
Jay, the producer, saying 70 AD scattering was to fulfill the prophets and bring it into the land. Old system and reject
people on the. Oh no, they don't want that. People do believe that now. I can't lie, y'all be mad, but Jay's saying something right there. But nobody's for that. That old system was fading away. That helped the fading away right there.
Yes, I would say
They
so.
don't want that right there. And God wanted it to fade away. The temple, the system, all of that was gone. But can't tell these folks that these folks will never receive that.
Legit shadows now.
And that's why I just asking. And we talk about keep it as customs, right? That's another conversation. But Leo, by the time, and we kind of goes into the parting of the ways after the 6th century. Do we see this?
I know why they doing this. I know second because I'm finna prove today that we are Israel and these people do got a legitimate claim, but they don't want to hear it now, so they're gonna argue everything that.
It's time because Leo's here. Because Leo's here, and when I bring up sources and that kind of stuff that have been presented by Leo or homosexual whoever, there's amnesia. By the 9th, 10th century, Leo, right? If you're in Iberia, who can you go to hear the gospel? What's the church at the time?
I don't want to hear about no gospel right now. I want to hear about this information this guy got in this book. Y'all don't want to deal with this.
Okay.
Where the gospel at? All you trying to do is spiritualize the text.
I'm just asking.
For you 2.9 now, it don't make a difference.
I ain't never get my 2.9.
I like what Dante said in the beginning. A lot of y'all have been banging. Y'all ain't been looking into the evidence. Y'all don't want to see it because y'all know I'm getting ready to read straight from the book. Y'all don't want it.
I just asked
Terrence Jones. I know what's good. I tell y'all, none of these folk can fool me.
What church are New Converts a part of that went to West Africa?
The Catholicism.
And then Jordan said they weren't really Christians per se. That's another conversation.
Yeah, they weren't keeping
messiahship. You want to go out and come back in? I see you unmuting you, but I don't know.
Yeah, we can read the book. Let's just read the book.
Let's go to the book.
Hold on, watch Gia. Yeah, when Jordan get his microphone, read some of this right here. I think we were here. All right, go ahead. Y'all read some of that right there. We're gonna get into this thing here. Ooh, Leo ain't gonna like this.
According to the text, the Jews were expelled from Portugal, taken to the coast of southern Guinea, which is located in West Africa. St. Thomas is located just off the coast of Africa, and currently has the name Sao Tome and Principe. The descendants of the Jews living in Sao Tome and Principe are described as mulatto. If you're not familiar with the term, It is a term used to describe a person mixed with black and white. Many people find the term to be offensive. However, it's a major piece of evidence because the writer points out that the women were Anglo.
Now that's where the beef came in yesterday. I think that's where we started getting it on. Anglo or
I thought is this updated version?
No, they fixed the mistakes in the Kindle like that.
I don't know, but sometimes you know, I think he has another version out, right? Part 2, right?
No. This is the most updated version. This is the most updated version. I got the same one.
Years ago.
Yeah, this is the same one.
Okay. Well, maybe he's gonna go back to fixing version 3 or so.
Okay.
Because the writer points out that the white women were Anglo white. By process of elimination, it means that the Jewish men spoken of in the text were black.
Now Garfield said the opposite, but go ahead. Leo believes the opposite, but go ahead.
The writer
in your mouth, Leo.
No, you good?
All right.
Yeah, I believe opposite. Go ahead.
You do, right?
Yeah, I believe the opposite.
Yeah, go ahead.
From reading this a little bit more, yeah, it's not looking.
Was the writer French or what was he?
Reading this now.
Right here? What writer you
No.
He talking about Eldad the Danite.
Yeah,
to
say Anglo.
Yes.
Who uses that term?
Claim, but individual stretch.
Okay.
Garfield say the same thing. Go ahead.
Okay. The writer confirms that the people in Gabon were most likely descended from black Hebrews. Gabon is located on the west coast of Africa, just like Guinea. The people in Gabon, when he says Gabon, he's talking about the nation, what we understand the nation Gabon is right now?
Today, yes.
But how many tribes are in Gabon?
That's another problem when you looking at like you trying to make. I think that was the Limba thing we was doing with how many Limba and everybody in Limba trying to make everybody in Limba Israel and all stuff like that. That could be.
I think there's there's 12 different clans or so in the Limba.
Yes.
The Buba is the one that has the highest count.
Like making all dark people black, making all black people Israel, stuff like that. Yes, that could be a little bit of confusion. But keep going.
Okay. Gabon is located on the west coast of Africa, just like Guinea. It was the missionaries that first noticed that the people in Gabon and Luengo were not just African Jews, but were different. Here are the related maps.
All right, look.
Guinea, and is there a map on the next page?
Yeah, San Tome.
But go back to that first map. In Guinea, in that area alone, is it one people group?
Right, all this tanned out area right here. You see that right there?
Would that just be one people group, or would it be different people groups?
I thought it was different people groups, but apparently from his research, this is like they clanned up together, I believe, and this is all Israel over here.
Over that large region by the coast.
Just this tan little bit right here. You see that right there?
Bro, that's not a tiny little bit.
No,
go to the next page. You got a bunch of. You'll see next one.
Okay, so
not that one. Keep going. Next one.
Gabon. So Israelites conquer that whole region.
Yep, he about to see all the
shows where captured Israelites were taken from during the transatlantic slave trade, which started in 1619. And you see from the area, like you said with the maps, South America, Middle America. You see the green, British Caribbean, French Caribbean. You see that right there, Brazil, Dutch Caribbean. You see the arrows. He's showing you the direction. More black than any other color. 5'10".
Okay, but real quick, the volume of it goes into the Caribbean and South America.
The largest, yes, correct.
So when people talk about, when people bring up, gentlemen, what are you? You're a Caribbean. Why is that a factor? Anyway,
your claim may be stronger than.
What are you saying?
Yeah,
that people in the Caribbean
are largely Israel. Almost everybody.
Yeah, they would have a stronger claim.
Correct.
Think about the population size in which they mention this. If you look at the arrows, majority didn't go to America,
No.
at least the
Correct.
United
The
States.
least amount went. Yes, correct. That's correct.
So if that's true, then like you said, the stronger claim would be with those in the islands.
And
but then even then,
most of us here in America are.
That's why I'll say, how does that work if all of us here, or even most of us here, even if you're looking at the arrows, a small sliver, it says right there, British North America. That's a small little sliver
out of all of, except maybe
all of them.
Yes, the small. Yes, one of the smallest. Yes.
So this is, to me, it's kind of hard to understand when you're saying all the like the 12 million. Remember they say the 12 million that then came over. Yeah, if you're saying all those are, but then how does that work? It's not making a lot of sense.
And then also we got to talk about how many slaves actually went to the UK for them trying to make a better claim. Because from my understanding, Breen, there are a lot of people in the UK. I don't know this. Low-angle Jews were not slaves. No evidence.
Why they didn't want to hear Garfield, but that's not the thing. No, I don't care what y'all say right now. Is the connection made? If there is a connection, and this is the positive connection, let me call Bruce again.
And then, we're forgetting about the Jews that went the slaves that went from East Africa into Yemen.
Yeah.
Does the book talk about the Yemeni Jews?
I tried it, but it doesn't work. I had to switch to the other cord. I'm sorry, go ahead, y'all.
Does the book talk about the Yemeni Jews?
No, not Yemen. Let me see. I'm coming up.
You can't see the map. There's an arrow going from East Africa into another above the gold yellowish.
Here?
No, on the other side.
Here?
Yeah. Does the book talk about the Yemeni Jews?
No.
Why wouldn't it? Because
wait, no. I think I might. No, we're gonna get to there. What is this? Is my thing. I don't care about the number. How many more in South Africa if he got that wrong? Is that part established? Is it established that folk went from over here, or that's not even established? Y'all arguing the numbers right now. I'm looking at something bigger. Did he establish and show you?
No,
he has not.
It's more so. It's more so saying that there were Jews in Gabon, and that goes into what Most Excellent saying the other day. There are Jews in Brooklyn. Does that mean that everyone from Brooklyn is a Jew?
Oh, Father God, that's rough. Listen, read Leo.
The satire in the conversation was presented. Ruddy Brew?
You tell us what to do, Ruddy Brew. You come up here and preach, and you teach, and you show us what we mean in the book, and you prove it to us. Oh, great one.
Okay,
so no matter what you read, no matter what you can't. It's like you can't even talk to these people. I gotta believe you like them other folk, like that man talking to Candace Owens. You talk, just gotta listen. I can't think. I can't ask my own questions.
So what he was asking, he said, because the population was small, it equates to not Israel.
Y'all looking for some dumb folk. Just shut up and let me talk. And let me tell y'all what it is. That's what I'm saying. Why y'all come here? This is not what you looking for, Ruddy Brew. There's a lot of little churches all up and down the block. The pastor just get up and tell y'all anything and say, you belong there. You go open up one of them. Go open up one of them. We doing something different over here, and y'all don't like it. Go ahead. Read Ryan, Leon. Tell me what you think. I want to get to the. I think I did see Yemen. I was up to 2:00.
All right, some Jews came over, even in a small amount. There's been a lot of babies born since then. Got you. But the understanding from Ron Dalton, the understanding from B'nai Israel, majority, if not all, that came over were Israel.
And that's been the argument in Bloodline. The Bloodline, the remnant.
Yeah.
Who else?
And many of the apologists. See, that's it right there, doing me. That's it right there. That's it.
Y'all ain't been teaching that. Don't act like don't get brand new now. Like y'all ain't been teaching that.
Who else but the Negro has gone through the curses? Anyone but the Negro.
Deuteronomy 28.
Right. And then what Ryan Harris is saying here, even if he admits to that it was a small amount, then that means the curses apply to non-Israelites.
The African, regular, dirty, filthy Africans.
What we've been saying.
So it kills the whole narrative. Kills the whole narrative now.
Because I've been saying some, not all. Many of them saying some, not all. Not everyone. But then now
it's more on the smaller side than the larger side.
Yeah.
Unlimited Keys would say, y'all said in the beginning was nobody. Garfield made it sound like that whole West Coast of Africa about 3 years ago. He came on here lectured. He made it sound like that all them was light-skinned Jews that didn't go home and made babies with black Negro women. And them women were the converts. That gets every charity mad right there because they ain't bloodline.
No, brings him
there was converts and convert, and there wasn't a big thing with remnant being bloodline. It would still be all cool. But we got to keep going. We ain't go ahead, yo. I mean, go ahead.
No, Breen, you see Michi the Judite?
Yeah.
Look at the numbers of slaves that was brought over. It was not a small amount. It's not about how many slaves were brought over.
It's not about how many slaves. Oh, so you see that's what they make the leap to. If some came over here, it got to be everybody. There's no in between with them. Maybe 10, 20, maybe 1,000 Africans. Mostly everybody was Israelites. Then they run to Deuteronomy 28.
And then when you start making this huge claim and bloodline, but we look into the African American descendants of slaves, they're not homogenous. But folks are saying en masse. And we look into these other regions, what do we do?
And remember, nobody is saying there ain't no black Jew. Because the slow people will start saying, oh, they lifting up the people shooting down Candace Owens. They lifting up Dr. Brown and all of them saying they're original. And they the only one. Nobody's saying that because the simple people. We already know about Ethiopian Jews. We know, and Dante going to touch that. But talking about other Jews in Africa, is that connecting us with Deuteronomy 28?
And Brian, not just that. When the Jews went to Africa, right?
And remember, Elder Green, there's other Israelites that don't even believe in the 400 years.
No.
That believe they Israel. So y'all can't come with your version of garbage and put it on all of us. You can't come with that. Oh, it's either this or it's that. No. You could be Israel and not believe the 400 years.
Yeah.
And y'all get mad at even that, and they started tearing down Israelites that even disagreed with the 400 years. Y'all want me to go back and bring up videos?
Okay. Now, yeah. Because now the real is
the manipulation. Can't even talk free. You know how people right now, the wickedness in their spirit don't want this conversation to go forward, to make people think. It's hard getting people delivered out the echo chamber.
Bring the realms is saying if you have a smaller mouth, they breed and grow, right?
That's not
okay.
Enough
but what?
Okay. That's not enough. They breed and grow. How long it took? They needed immediate labor.
Yeah, because that's something I'm gonna touch on. Brian, were they slave? The Jews that were expelled from Iberia, were they put into slavery on the west coast of Africa?
What are you saying?
Were the Jews in the west coast of Africa put into slavery there?
No, not there. No, not that I know of.
Maybe so they would have remembered who they were. Because folks about synagogues and Torah schools and all that kind of stuff, right? And we
Oh, now you add other stuff to it.
So now, Maureen, if they're taking
stuff on top of, we just trying to get the people over here. We just trying to get practicing Jews over here. I don't care if they don't believe in Jesus. Let's just get practicing.
No, had nothing
Jew having, Sabbath keeping, feast day keeping Jews over here. No, Garfield, you gonna come on here and cause confusion.
It had nothing to do with their beliefs in terms of Christian or not.
Okay.
If they're kicked out, and there were adults who were kicked out, and they left Iberia and went to Jamaica and other places, Brazil,
where the amnesia doctrine come from?
And because the slaves that were taken initially were adults. I think the first 20 years of slavery, someone can correct me, was adult men.
And
because they need a labor force right away. So how do you have adult men who are in the west of Africa keeping to their customs, right? And then people just forget.
And remember what I told you in Deuteronomy, wherever nation he put them in, they're going to be few in number. They making the whole west coast of Africa Israel. And a few wicked African enemies catching them and bringing them there. But the whole west coast of Africa is Israel. I don't know. We got to keep going, though. I know, Leo, you want to bring the screen up. We got to keep going.
Yeah, because it's in context.
I don't want to tear everything down. I want to go look for some stuff. He's going to connect it to African Jew, darker Jews, and there are darker Jews with them curls, but they're darker Jews now. And we got to go to that because they can say, oh, they war. Oh, they don't want. I want to believe. I want to believe. But something in my mind got me thinking, these Negroes tell you anything. Something in my mind is warring against this. And it's called logic and reason. But we're gonna keep going. Good. You said you want to share something? I'm
Yes, real quick. So this is from Dante's book as well. So he shared this a little bit earlier in the 1400s. But I went to it.
It's the same book.
Same. This is quote. So this source is used in Dante's book.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the type. So I just want to make sure I just put in context with the map you just had, Berean. You're gonna go back to it after this. Just put in context what the map just shared. Look at the regions on the map, and look at the terms used here. Just put in context because all sources Dante are using. So tell me what picture you see here.
Read. I want to hear. And those that can't read or those that are driving that are working, I want you to read it. Take no time.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. So like I said, remember the map Berean shared. It showed the regions they're coming from in lower West Africa, right there, and then also understand where the Sahara is. The Sahara is above that region. Now listen to this. This is a source again Dante provided, and I took a quick little screen grab of it. It says right here, where's the first period? All right, that through there's are comparative few Jews south. Listen to this. That though there are comparatively few Jews south of the Sahara and Abyssinia, remember the map and the regions, still by the connection of the Jews with African countries since the days of Moses, Abraham, Joseph, Solomon, as well as the destruction of Jerusalem and the consequent scattering of the Jews all over the globe, the influence of Judaism on Africa is greater and farther diffused than that of the Jews and their geographical extension. If we take, for instance, the race under consideration, I will still go further and assert that the more we study them in all various relationships, the more shall be convinced that they from a portion of those lost tribes who disobeyed the command of God and were dispersed, but are now mingled with the original inhabitants of the country and so denigrated in the form in which they appear now. I want to pull this up in context with that map. It says a portion, and they actually believe the expansion of Judaism was more far and widespread than actually the Jews and their geographical extension. So just think about that in context with the map Dante just shared. That's it, Berean.
So make it plain, Leo. Make it plain.
It just didn't make it. Just the numbers don't add up. So if you're saying majority of the Jews came over, but yet the same sources that's used in Dante's book, there's a map that corresponds with that. If they're mingling in with the African population, and then on top of that, that portion is already small and few Jews moved below the Sahara as well as Abyssinia, then this population you're bringing up is not even that large. Anyway, even if we give you that, similar like Garfield said, let's just give you all the Jews are black. That population size is already small. So saying all the Jews that came over on the slave ships or majority of them are, that's out of the wind. That can't even happen. It's not even possible. So it's like you kind of hurt your own argument using these maps
Bruce,
to justify it.
Bruce, I'm sorry, Bruce. You don't see I called you. I didn't even want them on here. I wanted to host with you, Bruce, so you can walk us as I go through the Dante thing. Now Garfield gonna jump on here. Garfield, what you want? You got 5 minutes. You getting out of here. We're gonna read this book today.
No, hey, shout out to Leo. You're doing a fabulous job. I was waiting for Second Exodus to jump on because he spreads this false propaganda all the time. And I do want to have a conversation with him because he's
come on, Second Exodus. Go ahead, Leo. Read.
Let me say this though. I watched the Dante video today, right? And I want to make it clear to everybody. Ashanti, when we use the word Ashanti, A-S-H-A-N-T-I, it's actually a misnomer. The word should be Asante, A-S-A-N-T-E. But because the British and their translation, again, it comes out as Ashanti because, of course, they're trying to pronounce an African word or how Africans pronounce it. It's the same thing with Ex-Wada, which becomes Wida, Judah, Fida. So when you say Ashan, I'm talking directly to Dante and his followers. When you say Ashanti is connected to Chronicles and Joshua, you are incorrect. The proper term is Asante without an H. So you are totally wrong on your video about we speak in Hebrew when the slaves speak in Hebrew. That is totally incorrect. And we need to make that clear to Dante first and to the people who follow him. Whenever you hear somebody says Ashanti, they are actually following the slave master, the British. They pronounce it Ashanti, not the indigenous people. They say Asante. You ever heard the word Asantewa? Who is Asantewa? That's somebody famous in history from Africa. So whenever you, again, I'm going to repeat it for those in the back that's not listening. Asante, Ashanti is not in African culture. That's the white folks who you call the enemy pronouncing it that way and giving it back to you, your culture. So they are not Ashanti. Ashanti is not the people from the Akan. It's Asante. I just want to make that clear.
All right, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Bruce. I'll look at it. Do me a favor, Leo. Look at your jack. Pull that up for me.
Yes, sir.
And Leo, read some of this, Leo. Golf is gonna be on here. He's gonna be quiet. We waiting for second Exodus then. Golf said he wants to say something to you. Bruce, jump on, I'll put everybody out. Bruce, you know you jump on, I'll put everybody out. You said you hit me back. I had the jack over there. I had to come, computer died. I had to come plug it in over here, but I just look, you did. Come on, do some of this reading whilst Leo pulling that up.
Yeah, go to the next page. Okay. Can you zoom in a little bit, Brent?
Oh no, I could zoom in on this on the Kindle.
Oh, I don't know. Control. Yeah, there we go. To center it. Yeah. At the end, the travels of, I guess on the next page, the chapter concerning a mountain inhabited by Jews. At the end of 8 days, we found a mountain which appeared to be 10 or 12 miles in circumference, in which there dwell 4,000 or 5,000 Jews who go naked and are in height 5 or 6 mans and have feminine voice, and many more black than any other color.
That's the black Jews. That's all we're establishing. That's all you're worried about right now. That's what we're establishing. Look at this now.
But why they walk around naked? Isn't that more
pagan?
Yeah, isn't that what the gymnasiums and the beef was and the nakedness?
Yes.
Barry, can I ask you a question real quick?
Go ahead. Jesus.
When Eldad the Danite.
You said he was a liar. You guys show prove it.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you a question.
He said, what makes you say he a liar?
I'm gonna ask you a question, right? Do you believe that giants from the Romarios attacked him and tried to eat him? Do you believe that story?
Oh, he said that?
Yes. Do you believe these giants? The reason why he calls himself the Danite, because the most famous Danite was who? Samson. And he was a powerful guy. But the truth of the matter is he could not have come from Ethiopia, because the Hebrew he spoke had no form of geese in it. So what I was going to ask you,
language. Yes, I see where you're going.
What I was going to ask you is the Ethiopia he referenced. I haven't studied this in detail yet.
Is that the same Ethiopia? No.
I think he's talking about Northeast Africa as far as Nubia. That's what I think he's talking about. But my whole thing is majority of scholarship thinks what he wrote was historical fiction. Is mixed with history and fiction. Nobody's doubting that El-Had the Danite existed. But he was familiar with certain halakhat and laws, showing that he was familiar with rabbinical Judaism. But he referenced to the lost tribes because he was familiar with the debate between Akiva and the other rabbi in the 2nd century. So he's repeating that lost tribe stuff because of them, not because he's some special guy. And I think people reading it nowadays is thinking that this guy was so honest, but he's told the whole story. And in the story, we don't even know if the story that we read today is true, because remember, he was in the 800s and it didn't come out until the 1200s, and then they added Prester John to it. To you understand what I'm saying? So we don't know what's actually genuine or not from him, but we're not denying that he's a real person. But we could trace the Hebrew that he spoke. we know it wasn't from Ethiopia because it had no form of geese in it. Come on, second.
You got your, hold on a minute. Hold, you got that book up, Leo? I had to close my thing because I was trying to turn the page.
I got the screenshot up. Oh, you want me to get the actual book though?
Yeah, you got this is one. You got that book. Hold on, let me see my thing opening back up.
All right.
Give me 1 second.
I got the screenshot though. Go ahead, second. I know Garfield want to talk.
Yeah. Hey everyone. I'm at work, but we're on our lunch break. So, what was up?
No, what you was telling Garfield and the thing you want to know what makes him a liar?
Oh yeah.
From that, I think he wanted to say no. Garfield said you were saying something. I don't know. It's the other way around. My bad. Hold on, I think I might got it.
Yeah, go ahead and refresh me real quick, Garfield.
Yeah, you said, why would I say Eldad? What is truthful about what Eldad the Danite said? What is truthful?
No, I wasn't born back then, so I don't know what's true and what's not. I'm just going off of references. So
what references are you going by?
According to, man, I wish I had my laptop. There was references that he heard about Jews that were across in the Maghreb, which is Western Africa. So
Maghreb is not Western Africa. That is not true. That is not true. So if you want me to bring up a map on the screen and show you what Maghreb is not Western Africa. That's a lie.
Go ahead and bring it up.
First lie you told so far.
No, go ahead and bring it up.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Maghreb.
Oh yeah, Berean. It's only one page. It's not a bunch of pages. It's only one page.
Okay, Bruce, come up here. They don't want to go through that book. They don't want to work.
Let me bring it up.
This is a blog post.
This is it right here. See this? This is the Maghreb right here. That's not West Africa. West Africa is below it. This is what you call Northwest Africa or parts of Northwest Africa, but it's pretty much North Africa and a part of what you call Mauritania. Now, West Africa is right here, where Senegal, Senegambia, Ghana, Nigeria, parts of Cameroon, that's West Africa. Up here is the North. So if you're going around saying it's West Africa, that is actually not true.
Well, we don't go around calling the Middle East Northeast Africa.
No, I didn't say Middle East. I said North Africa and Mauritania. Mauritania is not West Africa.
Hear what I'm saying?
No. You said it was West Africa. You need to correct yourself first.
No, it is West Africa.
Oh, is this West Africa? To everybody who's watching,
no, that's North Africa.
Screen? Is this West Africa? Berean, Dunamis, Leo, is this West Africa or is this North Africa and Mauritania?
North Africa.
Yeah, that's way up there. Yeah,
that's North Africa.
Okay, thank you.
No, I understand what you all are saying, but we're talking about, like today. If I say Louisiana, today we'll say
no, sir. You said West Africa, and you were saying it the other day.
He might got you second next. He might got you.
You got to be clear. You see, when you can't admit that you're wrong,
you got to be dangerous.
Nothing that you say no more because you bias because of your belief.
Okay, fine.
We can't have a conversation. We can't have a conversation.
Garfield, what Boo saying is west of the Levant. That's where. So.
No, he said it's West Africa. It is not. He needs to say it is not West Africa. I made an error. That's
correct. Yes,
and we can move on.
Okay, tell you what. I'll say this, and then I'll clarify what I'm saying. I made a mistake.
That's all. That's all we looking for.
Is that okay? I made a mistake. Today that's North Africa.
Too. And yesterday.
No.
Shut your wicked mouth right now. He admitted one thing's good enough. Give us something, God.
Okay.
Why you think they want you, Garfield?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Carry on.
So, geographically speaking, there were different boundaries and territories back then. So Dunamis is absolutely right. When we're talking about the Levant means the rising. We were talking about the rising of the sun in the east. So when we're talking about the west, it was talking about going back towards the west of the Levant. Just like the Sudan. Today we might say Sudan is that small country, but back then Sudan was Negro land. It was the Sahel. So when they're talking about Jews of Bilad al-Sudan, they weren't talking about just the Jews in Kush. They were talking about the Jews across the Sahel, which led all the way across those West African communities, like, you know, the Ghana Empire, the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire. So now we're talking about the Jews of Timbuktu, which
Wait,
is
hold on. Second access.
Mhm.
But we're going to go with the Western Levant. Does that mean that Ethiopia is South Africa since it's south of the Levant?
You know, that now I'm all about nuance, right? So today, what we call Ethiopia is Abyssinia and Axum back then. But the way they were using Ethiopia, they were talking about the land of the blacks, the burnt face people. So Ethiopia was another way of saying Africa. The Romans said Africa.
Wait a minute, this the police stuff I'm hearing?
I turned it down. I turned it down. Yeah, it was good.
You on the job?
Calling the police.
You on the job?
Yeah, I said I was at work.
Oh, I didn't know you. No, but I didn't know you were. You know what I mean? I didn't know you worked for. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
He's
So
the people. This is the people's right here.
Oh,
Go ahead.
him, Bruce. We got 12 all around us. Lord have mercy. This is my life. Go ahead.
Definitely a Jew. Definitely a Jew.
Okay.
Hey, yo, Godfrey, you gotta leave. When he leave, I'm putting you out too. Go ahead.
so no, it's a mixed bag, because Dunamis would say, is the convert the same as the natural born? And I absolutely agree. I do believe that anybody who converted to Judaism is the same as the natural born. You know, the mixed multitude that came up out of Egypt and was wandering in the wilderness, they were the same when they received that covenant. They were the same as the bloodline descendants of Israel. So the same thing could have been happening across West Africa when you have migrations and expulsions of Jews across. Now, was everybody African a Jew? No, not at all. But, you know, you don't have to be genetically a Jew to be considered a part of Israel. And so, you know, when they say how many Jews were sent in those slave ships, well, it depends. Are you talking about genetic Jews, or are you talking about all of them? Because clearly we had converts in Africa who are considered the same as the natural born. What Eldad...
Let me ask you this. The converts, who were the converts that came on the slave ships? Where's your evidence of that?
Well, we were just going off of references in history.
No. I'm asking you. Where?
Yeah,
Give me an example of a convert being taken on the slave ship.
A convert to Judaism taken on the slave ship. I can't give you an example of that.
So I don't believe anything you're saying. You see
No.
that? You just said that some of them were. That's your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. If you gave me an example, like what Orthodox Moore said about the Muslims who read the Torah, and some of them may have, I could say, it's possible. But you are saying you have no example. What I'm saying to you right now, being a Jew or convert gave them a status that provided a safe passage for them, because most of the people that were middlemen were actually Jews. So why would a Jew put another Jew on a slave ship? It don't make sense.
Okay.
I'll tell you. Why black folk had slaves in South Carolina, especially in South Carolina? Why black folk had slaves? That don't. And if you're going with that logic,
no, but
logic doesn't make sense.
There's a religious tie, though. Remember what happened to the slaves in Suriname and Curacao, Benin, when they were able to, after 7 years, they were able to be free.
Yes.
Because they were Jews, so they followed the laws of the Torah. So those African people who came over and worked and raised their children were allowed to now be free after 7 years, because they were Jews, they were converted Jews. So why are they people? You have Jews hitchhiking. You have Jews doing all type of stuff. Come on.
How about this? Why would Christians hang other Christians from trees?
That we're not talking about Christianity.
No. We're talking about human nature.
Oh,
we're talking about
now
human
you're
nature.
playing a game now, because
That's
now
not a
I
game.
caught you in a lie. First you said they were in West Africa. Well, let me finish. First you said they were in West Africa. That's a lie. Then you said the Jews were on the ships. I said, provided any evidence, you have none. So basically you're just talking out of nowhere. You have no evidence. You just believe that. I don't trust nothing that comes out of your mouth. Nothing. Because you're going to have to show and prove what you're standing on. And what you're standing on is foolishness and lies. Because you're making up as you go. I don't trust this guy, Second Exodus, Berin. I don't trust nothing he says. And anybody who talks to him when Berin kicks me off, make sure he gives you a source. Because Berin going to kick me off today. He ain't going to be here. You're going to have a bumpy ride when Garfield is around. Because he talk all this nonsense in the chat. Come on here and talk it now. And I'm going to show and prove you don't know what you're talking about. You're faking the funk. You make all these comments in Berin's chat. Oh, Berin is trying to stop the awakening and whatever. I'm paraphrasing. But you come say it. Why don't you say it in front of Berin's face right now? Say it now.
No. He did hit me in the email apologize. He did hit me in the email.
I ain't hear no apology. I didn't hear it.
Is it for you, Garfield?
I want to hear it.
Oh, sure.
These dudes, all they do is they come on Berin and they're hypocrites. And then when they're around Dante, they're a different person. This is why I can't trust these dudes.
Listen.
Somebody like Elder Green, I could trust Elder Green. Why? And he's a Christian and I'm not. I could trust Dunamis. I could even trust Leo. And we don't even agree.
Listen,
but these guys who claim that they have this argument so much, I want to force this stuff on us. You can't trust them. They will lie for a source. They will lie. So he straight up lied.
So you're not saying, you're trying to say all Israelites are lying?
I don't trust none of them. None of them, because they make up. Listen, what has Dante been doing, Barry? Let's take a look at this. Dante has been saying that Jews are black. He's been saying,
I bought these books and now I can't even read the books.
Hold on one second, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on one second. We have Dante telling us that Jews are black. And I said to you, Barry,
but there are Jews that are black. God
yes, I don't care. That's why I said all of them is black. So we don't have to argue about that no more. Because the bottom line is, even if they're black, show us them getting on the boats. That's all.
That's the only part I want to do.
That's the issue.
I want folk, and it looked like for a minute before Leo started, it looked like for a minute, let me go back to the map, that we had some on boats, but y'all don't believe the pictures now.
Which pictures? Show us the pictures.
This one right here.
What pictures?
Nobody can see that?
So what does this picture prove, though? What does this picture prove?
He's trying to establish a route from Africa over to the Americas.
Well, we already know where they came from. What the issue is, are these people Israelites? Listen, we got to understand.
If they're black Jews, if they're converts, I don't care. If they know Torah, that's good enough for me.
Right.
I want to make some advancements in this thing.
But if that's the case, then everybody's an Israelite, because most of them knew the Bible when they came on the ships. They were being taught Christianity. They knew the Bible. So if that's the case, everybody's a Jew.
You're talking about being in the slave ports, getting baptized. I'm talking about prior to even the white contact.
All right. So tell them to show you the evidence. Tell them to show you the evidence. Then.
That's what we're trying to establish right here.
That's all Dante has to do in us. Show a pre-colonial Israelite group in Africa.
In West Africa.
And all he's going to show you is people that migrated from Morocco, people that migrated from Tamentit, and these areas. And the late great guy Plummer brought me to the people in Algeria. They were called the Rothschilds of the day. I saved that source that he gave me, and I'll use it against y'all today. Those people had synagogues. They practiced Judaism.
They did.
So are you saying
you just want to see synagogues in West Africa and all of that stuff, right?
Yes, but I'm just saying though, did those people go on slave ships? I'm telling you, no.
You're saying they were the managers of the ship.
They were some of them, not all, because I don't want to do the whole absolute.
And the other ones were catching a ride, doing other business.
Yes, they're businessmen. I told you they do 4 things in Africa. They were merchants, they were traders, they slept with African women, and they partake in the slave trade. Those 4 things I've been saying for the last 4 years that the Jews did. Are you one of those Jews? Because are you saying that you related to the people that helped to enslave you? Are you those people? You descend from the people that helped to put you on the slave ships? I'm confused. We see Jews partaking in the slave trade at the borders, in the African country, in the continent, allowed to do that as middlemen between the Europeans who came to buy them and between the Africans. That's why they were sleeping with the African tribesmen, the leaders of the African tribes' daughters, so that they could have the inside connect. You ever hear like a drug dealer say, I got to connect, somebody say they got to connect on the books? Boom. You got the Jews had the inside connect by sleeping with the African tribesmen and producing the Luso-African class or the mulatto class. Those people, it's documented. They slept separately.
That's
They
how they
weren't around.
galvanized it, and they made that bond.
Same with the Loango, the Loango Jews that this guy was talking about yesterday. They were separate. They weren't the same. They don't know where they went. They don't know nothing. But I'll tell you this though, they were a separate class, and there's no evidence that they were actually on the slave ship, because the guy who's writing about them in the 1800s is after the slave trade said they're there. So if they're there, they're still there continuously. So the Loango Jews didn't go on no slave ships. You have no evidence of that. All we're doing.
All right, hold on. We're gonna try.
Can you guys go back real quick to the map right before the Gabon map?
The one before. Hold on a minute.
Ryan Israel. I'm not saying nothing about no color Jews. All the Jews are black.
This one right here. All right, go. Quiet time for golf. Let me put golf in the back. Quiet time for golf here. Because he's trying to. I know what he's trying to do.
Bring it home real quick. Garfield. In Gabon, is it one ethnic group, or they're different ethnic groups in Gabon?
Different ethnic groups.
So if
we all already know that, Dunamis, why are you bringing that up?
I just want clarity. I want clarity. This is Brad. If we were in Dr. Michael Brown's book on, we'll just scrutinize it. Why are we holding folks to a different standard?
Okay. All right. Because yes.
When Rabbi Eduardo came on, did I hold him to a different standard?
No, you didn't.
When he had talked about Jewish blood and markers.
Oh, God, let's get to the rest of this book. Okay.
Let's read the book.
It's nonsense. We admit some of this is nonsense. Okay, read some of the Jews. Let's get some Jews somewhere. All right, Judah and Africa. Let's see what's going on right here. Read some of this here. This is what y'all trying to run from right here.
Ludovico di Fatima, 1470-1517. Itinerario de Lucado de Bolognese, published in Rome, 1510. Excuse the pronunciation. 1710 to 1766 AD, Judah and Africa. In early to mid 1700s AD, European cartographers, mapmakers, began noticing the kingdom of Judah was located on the western coast of Africa, which is where the main focus of the Trans-Saharan slave trade was. The following maps show that Judah was located on the west coast of Africa, marked as the slave coast. On many European maps, for full maps, please visit blackhistoryandbible.com. Click on Maps tab, Judah, Ayuda, Widda, and other variations of the same name, Judah, appear on maps based on which language the map is written in. And then we have the map, comes at Atlan, 1720. I'm not seeing. So I'll just say Widda for the top one. 1732, map of Judah on the west coast of Africa. 1743, Hamas Air's map of Judah and West Africa. 1767, gift to Duke of Orleans. Just above the west coast of Africa, and just below Negrita, Negro land, on the map above, there's a note which reads, according to Esrit, the land hereby populated by Jews.
Oh, man. All right, y'all remember
Henry Kissinger?
To the president, 1969. Henry Kissinger sent him a memo, y'all know the word I'm trying to pronounce, to the president, in which he refers to the Igbo as the wandering Jews of West Africa. Historically, we know many of the people taken in the transatlantic slave trade were of Igbo descent. When Henry Kissinger said that, was he saying they were Jews, or he compared it, like the TikTok we were playing with the one talking about, he compared the them people running from Shaka to the Israelites in the wilderness? Do y'all remember the Henry Kissinger thing, or we got to bring it up? Go ahead. Somebody got to say something on this?
Brian, when I trying to go through that the other day about the wandering Jews motif? The Irish are called the wandering Jews.
Is this a confirmed statement, by the way?
It was said, but people believe that it was said the wrong way. Matter of fact, let's just check.
We need to verify. We need to verify. Matter of fact, let me text Vocab Malone real quick and ask him.
Oh Lord, he worked for Vocab.
See, that's why we can't verify.
I do not trust anything an Israelite pushing. They are liars and they don't research properly. There's no sources.
Just use the source the wrong way. Okay,
look at this quote. Look at this quote. Where is it from? The memorandum to the president, 1969. Let me Google it for a second.
I'll pull it up right now. Go ahead, Fervent Chatty. Whilst we doing that right there, that's fair to stop right here, y'all. That's fair to stop right here. Hold on, let me look at this back chat. What's going on in this back chat? Yusuf, we had ever heard European white Jews being sent to Africa as a punishment? Yusuf, come back. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, Yusuf? Let me cut and paste this right now. I'll pull this thing.
Garfield, maybe it's got a feeling in your spirit, bro. That's the whole thing.
Oh man, copy. Well, come on, Fervent Chatty. If Yusuf can't talk, if he going, come on, Fervent Chatty. Whilst I pull this Henry Kissinger up.
Well, I didn't want to get y'all off track. I was gonna, come back where I left off at. But
I don't know where you left off at.
We was in the Bible. Y'all in history right now, so I was gonna just let this run.
Oh yeah, yeah. We was talking about like native born, natural born converts, bloodlines still having, and then like you said, Romans 9. Yeah, we was going into that. So yeah, we probably can wait for a sec. I don't know, Jordan. I don't know how much time you got, but
now I can't even. I got to move. Let me move this Kindle edition thing, and
hold on. I think I might find it.
And just get the Wandering Jews of West Africa. Igbo is the Wandering Jews. I'm gonna just get rid of all this Dante.
I think it's a statement by Colonel Ojukwu, so he might be correct when he puts.
No, I seen the statement. I played it before. But how was it said? Was he saying they were the Jews, or he said they were like? Was it a comparison?
No, it says right here, Biafra, Colonel
Ojukwu, yes, I see it right. I see it. You got
35, British-trained erstwhile playboy, presides over the popular support and military morale of a people convinced that defeat means extinction. The Igbos are the wandering Jews of West Africa, gifted, aggressive, westernized, at best envied and resented, but mostly despised by the mass of their neighbors in the Federation. They have fought well against heavy odds here. Okay, so he's claiming that this guy is making a claim. Okufu, Colonel Okufu. So it's not from Henry Kissinger per se, but
because this is
Biafra. I don't know if people know the story about the Biafra. Yeah. I mean, I know Barry and his family. They're the ones that started to claim that they were Jews and all that stuff.
Yeah, but even before that, the Civil War, they started a war. Yeah. And Henry Kissinger, being the Secretary of State, is going to reach out to these people to see what's going on, what we can do, how we should handle the situation.
But so was the statement used wrong? Was he comparing them, or was he saying what was going on? That's where we're at right now. Hold on. No, what is the hell with Henry? What do you mean? If it's Library of Congress or Garfield Strawberry, it's no. All right, Bruce, say that, but we just want to see. Why can't we just check, Bruce? If we want to see in the presence of everybody, why can't we?
Yeah, it's a memorandum from Tuesday, January 20th, 1969. A memorandum for the president from Henry Kissinger. U.S. options in the Biafra.
I got it.
I think in the first part of the war, the state of Israel supported Biafra, but in like the second part, they turned against them as an ally.
Yeah,
there's more to this war.
I think this page I got. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So this is, I guess this is the official statement.
It's not from Kissinger per se. He's just repeating what the guy from
saying. It's saying, correct. Yeah. So in that sense, right there, the way it's quoted is even. You could say it's
right
wrong,
here.
Or y'all can't say it's wrong.
Because it's like an email, seems like, or not email, like it's like a message or a letter.
A memo.
Memo. Yeah, memo.
Because like we want to say exactly. Make it big and read so everybody can see what it's saying, and we'll see how much we'll fight right here.
Okay, cool. So it says Tuesday, January 28th, 1969, memorandum for the president from Henry Kissinger, subject U.S. operations in Biafra relief. So you want to read the whole thing? Because
let's get to the quote. Yeah, you'll go a little bit above. Yeah. I guess we can, so we can try to get the context.
Wait, what's the name of the guy again?
Right, the name of the guy, Okufu.
I'll spell it for you.
I think
right here, Colonel Okufu. He's 35.
ALUKOBOLAJI. That's
right
his first
there,
name. Go ahead, Leo. You reading, or you trying to find out where to start reading from?
I can read it. I can read it right here. So Biafra 3,000 square miles, 4 to 6 million. Colonel Okufu, British train, Ernest Wild, Playboy, proceeds over the popular support and military morale of a people convinced that defeat means extinction. The Igbos are the wandering Jews of West Africa, grafted, aggressively westernized, at best envied and resented, but mostly despised by the mass of their neighboring in the Federation. They
Read
have
it one more
fought
time.
well.
Read it one more time. Read it one more. Start. Go again.
So he says,
From the
all right,
Igbo are wandering. Let me say it from that part.
are
again.
the wandering. So I think the there is
Okay.
not a but listen, I would say that the is a comparison to what the term a wandering Jew is of West Africa, similar to the movie.
It's
Because he's saying, hey,
it's an opinion based on it's a opinion based off Okuku. So Okuku is from the Biafra War, and if you study the Biafra War, you will know what he's really doing.
Yeah. All right, we could skip
Gotcha.
that part. We wouldn't.
Like you said, Garfield, there is the Biafra Zionist front.
Right.
That there were those that were Zionists, and Israel supported both sides.
See that God's son saying everything wrong. If he said they're the wandering Jew, y'all gonna deny all the evidence. I understand what's going on, but that's a comprehension thing. If they see it that way, y'all don't want to accept it. Let's just keep going.
And then the whole
everything, something in the book got to be right. But that right
He
there,
just
I understand why.
yeah.
Leo.
It just seemed like it's like you said, the Okufu guys making a comparison to the wandering Jews because he's saying they're envied, resented,
But they see that as
by their neighbors.
And also the Jews
They see that as confession that these white folk are telling other people that these people are Israelites.
And
that's
also
how they see it. Most people in here that's Israel, that's how they see it. So we got to just keep going. Let's see what else.
By the way, the earliest settlement of Igbo land is dated to 6000 BC, and the earliest found settlements is 900 BC, which is before Israel exiled from their area. So for those who are not familiar with that, I mean, they have symbols which they found on rocks at the Ensuka site, and those writing symbols are similar to what they have even today. So the Igbo people,
they could later on converted to the religion.
Yes, they could have. I'm not leaving that out. But even if you look at the oral traditions of they have over 13 oral traditions. None of them originally had anything pre-colonially had anything to do with Israel. It's after colonialism you start seeing that creeping up. And of course, they say they come from the people, the Igbala or the Igala come from the Sephardic Jews who migrated. So are you the Sephardic Jews? Hey.
Some people may think they are, but Kobe said he sent you something. You and Leo look at that. I want Leo.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I want Muck Runner. He said for context, I want Muck Runner to read some more. I want Muck Runner.
But I'll bring real quick too. The Jews are also the Igbo are also known for traveling different areas in Nigeria, starting businesses and all that kind of stuff.
So what you say? I mean, they're Jews or they just have similarities? What you say?
No, this goes back to the whole TD Jakes kind of thing.
Yes, correct. And TD Jakes made the statement, and people started saying TD Jakes could bear witness that he is Israel based on the statement he made when he did the same comparison. They said TD Jakes know that he is Israel too.
Hey, well, I got a question. How far does Igbo claims of being Israel, claims made by them in particular, how far does that go back?
Go back to Ola Uda Equiano. You don't want me to start talking about him. That's going to end the conversation.
No, I mean, I'm saying, so all Igbo claims came from that one guy. I thought he was a slave in America. I'm talking about the people.
Yeah, originally, it stems from him when he wrote in the 1700s, 1789.
There gotta be something before that.
There's no reference to Israel before that.
So it's no people in Igbo land. Them people
Israel that's practicing, yes. With the argument,
they're practicing rabbinical Judaism. There's three different types of Jews.
It's still something. Jesus.
I think he mistaken what I'm saying.
Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's leave out the Judaism. Let's leave out the Equiano. Let's leave out the fact that Igbos came over here. I'm talking about how far does the claim of the Igbo people in Africa go back? Does it go back farther than Equiano? Was it people that's Igbo that was saying that before him?
No.
And Jordan, and even with the oral tradition, they will say that they're descent from a son of Gad.
Well, where is it?
Hold on.
I done heard Igbos said they didn't had stories of how they got to West Africa that they didn't talk to other Jewish people about that was outside of Equiano. That's
can you
why
share my screen? Very. Can you share my screen?
I'm putting all y'all out after this. Where Bruce? I'm putting all y'all out.
All right. Now this is to answer the brother's question, right? This is my friend from Igbo Cyber Shrine, and anytime you want him to come on, Barine, he could come on your show.
I remember you offered before, yeah.
These are the sources. I asked this to Remy Yona, and he couldn't even respond when I interviewed him because he can't denounce the scholarship from Igbo land. These people are the faculty Igbo people who are Africans. They give you all the oral traditions, and none of them say they come from Israel. Not one. Now, later on now, after George Basden came in the picture in 1912 and wrote that the Igbos are similar to them, that's when they started to say it. But once they started finding the
Americans telling them their history.
Yeah, their people, right. These are, see, look at this. See, Delta State University, Abraka, Nigeria. Adjele Eberuchi and Toyin Falola. These are Nigerians. Gabriel Embe. See? These are all the people from the land who are historians. And what happened is I put Remy Yona in a position where he had to either condemn every one of them or support it. So I put him in a position where he couldn't resist this information because he's not the historian. He's just a guy who believes, in my opinion, because he's saying that the Jews, the Israelites, come from the Igbo people. Equiano is saying that the Hebrews were originally white and they changed to black in Igbo land. That's what he was saying, for the record. For anybody who wants to support Equiano, that's what he's saying.
So
and I know y'all don't support that.
What's wrong with Michi? Because Michi said, yes, it does. Their customs prove who they are.
Okay, let's take a look. Hold on. This right here is the history, right? And I'm just showing you guys the information. You could screenshot it and everything, right? I'm telling you what the experts in Igbo land and the professors and the scholars from Igbo land is saying. They are not saying what you're saying. The common man is not saying that. Well, let me get to something real quickly and show you another thing that the guy did. He wrote a whole new article just 2 weeks ago about this whole thing about what the Igbo people are saying. Look at this right here.
Oh, go ahead.
Look at this. One of the most popular positions is that the Igbo share many similarities with Jewish culture and traditions, including circumcision of male children 8 days after birth, refraining from eating tabooed foods, mourning the dead for 7 days, celebrating the new moon, and conducting wedding ceremonies under a canopy. Well, renowned historians have noted over and over again over time that Igbos were practicing these customs long before ever having any exposure to Jewish culture. While some Igbo Jews may claim that they are the descendants of the ancient Israelites, it has been made clear countless times that they lack the historical evidence which would prove their descent. Like we stated earlier, for good reason, Igbo Jewish community is not recognized as a Jewish community for the purpose of immigration to Israel. And none of the mainstream denominations of Judaism consider the group an authentic Jewish community. You would think that
Harry said, Rosenberg said, well, they do have an oral tradition.
Hold on. Let me just finish this one point, please. Let me just finish this one point. Please let me finish this one point. You would think that by now the intellectual renowned community of Jews would have enough sound historians to validate such a claim and consider it authentic if it were factual. To reiterate a point we made at the introduction of this post, the presence of similar traditions between two groups or communities does not necessarily mean that they share the same ancestry or descent. While some individuals with the Igbo community claim descent from the ancient Israelites, this assertion lacks historical evidence to support it. One thing I want to add on to this, right, is that I interviewed Demoda 2 weeks ago. He's saying that the Jewish community in Israel
See how
refuses.
niggas making money and eating good. Bitch, you ain't never been up this early, nigga.
Hold on.
Yusuf, we can't even bring you on.
Refuse. Yeah, they refuse to accept those Nigerians as legitimate Israelites. Yes, he had Demoda, had the whole Bet Dean and all that stuff, but they don't recognize them. They still don't recognize them as a Jewish group. They support the conversion. They'll support them converting to Talmudic Judaism, but they don't support them as an ancient Israelite group.
But that's the
Just
issue.
for the record.
That's the issue. Not all people believe that the Ashkenazi have the authority to say who's a Jew and who's not. If they
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I agree with that. But
What
who said they're Ashkenazi though? Who said it's the Ashkenazi making the decision?
What about
well, Dr. Eliezer de Malta said that.
Well, the Orthodox Jewish community is a mixture of a lot of people. The Egyptian Jews, you have the Maghrebi Jews, you have all type of Jews, that Sephardic Jews. Everybody's attached to this. So all I'm saying is they don't accept them. So they're trying to get accepted by that ruling. So whether we accept them as the people or not, they are trying to get recognized by them.
And that's one Beit Din. That's right. But there's other Beit Dins that don't necessarily agree with the Ashkenazi majority. And so that doesn't invalidate, because there's Ashkenazi that go to China and say, we found the Jews. But that doesn't mean the other Beit Dins have to accept that.
No, you see, now that's a red herring right there you're pulling on us, because this is what you're doing. Show me, give me an example of these Ashkenazi Jews doing that. No. Give me an example of the Ashkenazi Jews saying that the Chinese, because I don't believe you. Give me an example.
The Kaifeng Jews.
Give me a source on that, please.
You can look it
You
up.
don't believe those Jews are real? You're converts for thousands.
I don't believe anything this guy says. I'm not worried about
all
that.
right, go ahead. Second Exodus, pull it up. Keep going, Dunamis. I want to read
So-
some of this. I want everybody gonna leave. If I can't read this book, everybody.
Well, can I ask real quick, Reed?
No, for what? I want to read.
Okay.
I want to just tear up every page, every paragraph. Let's
Biafra,
read.
3,000 square miles, 46 million. Colonel Ojukwu. I can
Good.
You gotta pull up. Presides over the popular support and military morale of a people convinced that defeat means extinction. The Igbo are the wandering Jews of West Africa, gifted, aggressive, westernized, at best envied and resented by mostly despised by the mass of their neighbors and the Federation.
Source is on Dante's website. That source I can click and go straight to from the Kindle on the phone. Go ahead.
They have fought well by African standards against heavy odds. The cynical public relations use of the starvation has been brilliant. Henry Kissinger, Tuesday, January 28, 1969. Memorandum for the President. Full text memorandum can be found at the United States Department website online archive.
Y'all want that Zondervan. Now, Dante's not a camper. Let's keep going. 3 more pages, then we can fight. Y'all want to fight? I'll let y'all fight because y'all love fighting. Zondervan, listen, second Exodus. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Zondervan, Negroes on from Ham.
Get ready, Leo.
Ham, perhaps hot, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. Genesis 10, 6-20. His indecency when his father lay drunken brought a curse upon Canaan. Genesis 1985, Cambridge University Press.
And remember, he's not a camper.
Black and Jews, the same claim. The premises of the movement. In the first month of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 blacks to the northern territories of the United States, mainly Kansas and Oklahoma. This exodus was of despairing blacks seeking a refuge, a place where their political rights would mean something, where they would be free from economic exploitation, and above all, the dangerous activities of the Ku Klux Klan. One of the members of this exodus was Benjamin Pap Singleton, an elderly and colorful man who who led a group of 300 blacks to Cherokee County in Kansas. There, they found a colony, Singleton Colony. Singleton himself called himself the Moses of the Exodus of colored people.
This is all just comparisons to me, but let's see where he's going.
From 1900 onwards, North Carolina and South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating doctrine according to which the lost tribes of the house of Israel was none other than the Negro.
From the 1900s onward, North and South Carolina. Keep going.
Although this might at first seem odd, an odd claim, it can be seen as reflecting beliefs that some black slaves had held during their captivity, which they were integrated on the origins, their destiny. A historical example supports this hypothesis. A slave uprising took place in Richmond, Virginia, at the beginning of the 19th century, which was led by a slave called Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who had acquired some knowledge of the Bible. He frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were descendants of Israelites and that God would free them from slavery as he had their ancestors. He identified himself with Samson, his favorite Bible character. Like Samson, he wore long hair as a sign given by God of the alliance made with his. The hypothesis of the existence of African Jewish communities.
It seemed like that missed something. He just showed that part, I guess, and this is a whole nother thing here.
We know that the Jewish religion is one which passed from parents to children, and that it is a fundamental ingredient in the cohesion of the group. When one studies the Jewish religion, it is clear how much it serves as a amateur. The context for society. In the case of Black Judaism, the study of the significance of religious life and social life can help to rediscover traces of a more ancient Judaism that some African groups could have adopted and that could have been conserved by their slave descendants on American soil. Where were there black slaves who were Jewish through religion, who maintained the faith of their ancestors after they had forcibly translated to America? Hold on.
If you can't read it, I got it on mine.
No. I'm trying to with the source. Judaism that some African groups could have adopted, could have been conserved by the slave descendants on American soil. When he says American soil and these African groups, they're talking about those that came from the West Africa to the Americas, or even Africans who were in the Caribbean with their Jewish plantations that converted their slaves. I'm not trying to think, but just read. Don't think. Through religion, maintain the faith of their ancestors after they had forcibly transferred to America. Only through an analysis of the mythology of Jewish African origins of the Black Hebrews will this become clear. The following are the major sources that need to be considered in such analysis. Witnesses, tales of explorers who mention the existence of communities of Black Jews on the African continent, particularly in areas where slave ships picked up the Black slaves, rites and customs, which have more or less explicit analogy with those of Judaism, the semantics and dialectology of some African societies reveal some features comparable with those of Judaism. The deduction of conclusive of anthropological and sociological work done in Africa. See what I'm reading?
You got to make it smaller.
Or make it smaller. It is well known that 1,500 years before Islam, Judaism was present in Africa. Travelers' tales and the stories of journeyers across North Africa, the Sahara, and Sudan provide considerable evidence of the existence of Jewish communities on the African continent. We know that from the time of St. Jerome, 340 to 420, the chain of Jewish, I can't see the bottom part yet.
Commercial towns stretched almost uninterrupted from Mauritania to India.
So this is Northern Africa.
Yes. Go ahead, Leo. You wanted to because I don't know. I'm at the close. I don't know what.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just saying I went and got the source for this too. So that's all. I say if you couldn't read it, I could share mine. That's it.
Okay, yeah, show yours then. Share yours, and I'm going.
All right, you want to keep going now, Super?
Y'all go ahead. What else? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if Yusuf done cussing. Yusuf, what's up?
That's Jordan.
Jordan, hold
you
on.
gotta add Yusuf.
Yeah, I got a matter of fact. Let me get my
There he
thing.
is.
I'm having I don't know how they ain't even tell me this. I don't think my stream, y'all. I always had 10 people on here. Yusuf, Yusuf, what's up?
Yo, brother, how you guys doing? Shalom and peace. Salam alaikum, everybody. I was just the whole conversation, I was listening to the conversation, and if I was Christian, I apologize too, because I didn't even know. I was probably on.
Yeah, you didn't know you was on.
I was, right? My bad. But I was just like, when it comes to history, right? It's pretty clear that Jews were exiled from Spain and Portugal. I feel like we can't argue that, right? Just based off of what we know from history. So them being exiled and many of them, or a few thousand of them, being sent to an island in West Africa. I just have a question. Have we ever heard of European Jews or white Jews, or however you want to label them, being exiled to West Africa as a punishment? And if we have never heard of that, why is it so hard for us to have a understanding that the people who were sent to West Africa more than likely who were sent to the West African island, more than likely migrated to the West African land, which would have been Guinea, Nigeria, and mixed in with those people? They didn't have beef with those people. They had beef with the people who just exiled them, who were Europeans. So I'm just confused.
I want Leo talk to him about that right there. And Michi talking about good point. Boy, I'm around the ill people.
No, it's all good. You asked for a point. It's interesting you said this. Like, I haven't looked into it, but you said, have you ever heard? Well, I just heard on Sonetta channel, he was using it for another claim for the Abos, but Garfield might know what I'm talking about. He used this book. I haven't read it yet, but Ali Muhammad said there's a Caribbean Irish claim about the Irish being brought over on ships to the Caribbean. I haven't looked into it, but you said, have you ever heard of somebody? There's a book I guess he's pushing or using to validate his claim called The Caribbean Irish. It's on Amazon. I got it on Kindle. I haven't read it though. But you said, have you ever heard? That's one I've heard somebody mention. He's trying to validate the Abos claim, but I don't, like I said, I don't subscribe to it or anything. I haven't looked into it, but I have heard somebody use that as a reference to say there were, you will say, Caucasians or whites brought over on ships, and he's using it to justify them actually being brought to the Caribbean. So,
okay.
Take it for what you want. One second. The presence of new Christian and Jewish traders in late 16th and 17th century in Guinea of Cape Verde, and the story of their interaction with both the Wolof and the Serar states of the Petticoat and with individual Africans have significant implications for pre-colonial West African history. The broader importance lies in the establishment of patterns, religious interactions, and change in forms. I got like 15 sources in front of me right now, could show how the Jews were described as being white and mixing with. Do you want a source? Here's a source. The voyage of the Sierra Leone to the Canary Islands, Cape Verde, Senegal, and Gambia. Descendants of Jewish men and African women, mulattoes, now more swarthy, still on the Senegambian coast after further mixing with black women, these mulattoes became. Let me read another source. The Lancado descendants, Luso-Africans, became as dark as native Africans, reckon themselves still as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. That's from the Travels into the Inland Parts of Africa by Francis Moore. Let me give you another one. A voyage to the River Sierra Leone on the coast of Africa. Again, you find white men
Once
why these light-skinned Jews everywhere? That's the only part I don't like.
No, because they're light-skinned Jews and they're dark-skinned Jews, but you do have, it's called white Jewish men took black women to create the mulatto lancados. The mulattoes are stated were better suited to the air climate due to being mixed. If they were already all black, they would have no issue acclimating to the climate. So these Jewish white men were migrating into Africa. And a matter of fact, if my brother shares my screen right now, I will show you the ivories that the actual Africans made. Let me share my screen so you could see what they look like during that time period. The Africans.
Go ahead. Why don't you pull up your screen? Let me see you. Star Child, come to the microphone. I want to hear your voice.
Right here. Right, it's there. These are the Africans drawing them what they look like. So you can't excuse. This is what they're drawing them. See, that's what they look like. The Jews that came into Africa being drawn by the Africans. The Africans made these things. Does this look like us?
Go back to
the Sumerians that we talked about.
Yeah,
like the Sumerians I showed yesterday.
Look like us to these folks.
All right, go back.
They also got hook noses too.
So the issue of them coming in, the white Jews in Africa, is that they all trade in hides and wax and ivory, which they buy there from local non-Christian Africans and from white men who are what? Christus Novus, new Christians. New Christians are who? The people that had to convert, and who were those? The Jews, the Sephardic Jews. And they deliver the goods to planets where they have commercial contact.
And they start using that synagogue of Satan. Them light-skinned Jews are everywhere. Come on, Star Child. Come to the microphone before I put you out.
Oh, hold on. Somebody just brought up something important. I'm sorry, Berrien. When the brother Chalice Jordan was here, I didn't get a chance to bring this up yesterday. I wanted to bring up hybrid hate just to make a point. So let me just respond to him real carefully, to the brother Chalice Jordan about the Luangos. I have the book up.
Chalice Jordan right here.
Yeah, if you want to put up the book, I put it in the back chat for you to share it. All right, so doubts were raised by Ehrman, seem to be confirmed in 1849. He was saying that the people in were not Jews in Luango. This was one of the cases, but the other people argued about it. But anyway, let's look at what William Winwood said in 1864. He said the Portuguese had provided all. This is for the brother Chalice. Look at what it says. Visited West Africa and wrote about Jewish children who had been enslaved by the Portuguese and sent to colonize in the island of Sao Tome. The Portuguese had provided all the unmarried males with a negress. What is a negress?
A woman Negro.
All right. So the Portuguese from Sao Tome, the men, all the unmarried males had mixed with black women, some of whom had settled where? In Luango. So that explains their dark skin color and why they would look black to the people and look regular, like because they were mixed with African women. So now, Reed did not perceive anything specifically Jewish about the mixed race. He must have given the matter some thought because he concluded that the disappearance of the Jewish element in this hybrid was something of a blessing as far as Western interests in Africa were concerned. A Jewish Negro hybrid, a union of the Jew and the Negro, would be commercially speaking dangerous to Christianity. But anyway, as far as that is concerned, they did say that they found people there later on, even after this time, that were practicing the religion. So some of them were still there.
Come on, Star Child. Come on, Star Child.
Just to respond with the Luango Jews, they were mixed with who? African women.
But that don't explain the black nation up north, though. The black Portuguese or the black Jews up north, though.
No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Luango
Jews.
Yo,
what you want, Star Child?
Let
me put everybody out. Let me put everybody out of here. Let me put everybody. Y'all can talk and do what y'all want to do. Star Child, come to the microphone right now. Let me get the ban in these folks. All right. No, that second X is wrong person. Let me ban him real quick. Because you like coming up here with your nonsense. I'll take care of that. Go ahead. Garfield, it's quiet time for you. Forever Charity, it's quiet time for you. You want quiet time or you want quiet time? You got to flow for an hour by yourself yesterday. 1 hour. You even had your reader. 6'6". I don't know. I ain't never seen this before, but he said it's basic. I guess they didn't turn my card down, but it's gonna be like this for a minute. I got your reader on right now. Come on, Dunamis. You my reader right here. It is well known that 1,500 years before Islam, Judaism was present in Africa.
You're not sharing screen.
I'm not sharing screen?
No.
All right, I'll start sharing it right now. Because y'all don't want to read this truth. Y'all don't want this truth. I know what's going on here, but y'all gonna get it today. You see that? Travelers' tales and stories of journey across North Africa. You see that?
Yeah, we do.
Keep going. You're reading.
We know that from Times, St. Jerome. No, we're on the next page.
Oh, okay.
You read this.
Okay. Matter of fact, you see. I'll explain them. All right, let's get to the good stuff. All right, come on. This is what I want to deal with. Come on, look at this. Get ready, Leo. Read some of this.
When we lay out the historical evidence, it's undeniable that there has been a massive cover-up of history.
Psalms 83. Remember, we started off with that and Farrakhan. This is what we laying into right here. We ain't bringing nothing else up. This is what we dealing with. Y'all gonna deal with this work right here and nothing else. Anybody bring up anything else, y'all gotta go. I'm banishing out of darkness. Go ahead.
One of the most impressive facts about this journey is that the powers that be have been able to hide much of it without hiding it all. It's written down in the Bible, sung in songs, or even referenced continuously without many of us realizing it. Skin color in the Bible. The most obvious and often overlooked straightforward reference to skin color are present in Scripture. Too often when asked about these occurrences, pastors often respond as follows. It's not about race/skin color. The Bible doesn't mention skin color. They'll find a way to explain with reference to black skin as ash poured on their skin during mourning or repentance. They may also claim that these were people with dark tans. The following Bible verses contain direct references to Israel's skin color.
Listen, Covey. Listen, most excellent. Listen, everybody. We're all of Israel is right now. That the church is hiding or the church is in denial. And he's not a camper. Let's go. Let's deal with these passages. Get ready to pull these passages up, Leo. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. Job 30:30. Can't choose this, but he's not a camper. He said he's not pushing skin doctrine. Did Job tell everybody he was a black man based on Job 30:30? Every passage. Leo, you got them ready? We're going to pull up every passage.
Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second. Keep going.
Every passage we're going to pull up. My skin is black upon me. Job is talking, because if you go up 2 more verses, Job is talking, all of a sudden he wanted to describe to everybody that he's a black man. I forgot context don't mean nothing. I forgot. Because this is prophecy for America to wake y'all up. And then we Frankenstein and bring Deuteronomy 28 into it. Oh, don't trust me. This don't mean I'm loving lifting up them folk over there talking to Candace Owens. This is not the channel y'all looking for. This is not that channel. But we're going to deal with these passages. This is what that means. Where Phineas at? Where J-Jack's at? That, like the other guy said, it's simple, Berean. This is my skin is Leo. Read that. Go up 2 passages and down 2 passages and see what that means in its context.
All right. Verse 26. When I looked for good, the evil came unto me. This is KJV too. And when I waited for light, there came darkness. My bowels boiled and rested not. The days of affliction prevented me. I went mourning without the sun.
It seems like he's talking about mourning to me. And Job was going through something. If y'all know about the book of Job, oh, that's right. They don't do systematic. They don't do it like that. They don't do Bible, so they don't study individual books and what Romans mean. Why Romans was written, Galatians, Ephesians, 1st and 2nd, because they don't do that right there. That's the white man's way to do it. That's using your reason. That's using the brain God gave you in your head. We can't do that. We got to grab and switch and flip. Go ahead, though.
I stood up and I cried in the congregation. Now, this one's interesting. I am a brother to dragons. Wait, what? And a companion to owls.
That's an OVO doctrine.
That's what I'm saying. Hey. And didn't Cisco have a dragon too? Hold on. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burnt with heat. My harp is also turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of them that weep. Sounds like he's rhyming at the end too.
This is poetry, Hebrew poetry, descriptive. It's doing. Listen, where you read you read the last one. Read it in the NS. Read it in something else. Give him another version. ESV. Read it.
All right, cool.
3/4 of the version. The white man know the truth. The King James is black, so they hide the truth. So they had it because they know we waking up. So they had to switch it around. Forget the Greek. Forget the Hebrew. Forget manuscripts. They had to change it around. Just read it in another version. Because we've been telling y'all for 8 years now, if your doctrine only works in the King James Bible, that doctrine is pseudo.
Okay, cool.
But that's just one passage. You Christians ain't gonna get around all these passages. And remember, on top of the fact, everywhere we look, it's them light-skinned folk too. But y'all say it ain't a skin doctrine. Let's keep going. Tearing down Kobe because he light-skinned and he could show and prove more than y'all that his people was over there. But we'll keep going, and I'll bring up the Mexicans, Jewish people in Mexico and Cuba. I'll bring some of that up from the university because y'all like the EDUs, y'all like the universities, right? Y'all always talking about Cambridge, right? Keep going.
All right, 28. I walk about blackened, but not by the sun. I stood. This is CSB, Christian Standard Bible. I stood in the assembly and cried out for help. I have become a brother to jackals and a companion to ostriches. My skin blackens, so it's more progressively, not necessarily present.
I hate Alton.
And flakes off, and my bones burn with fervor.
Everybody got the passages for you that we in denial about. We're going to make these Christians. Y'all going to look at this today. All right, let's keep going. I am black but calmly. Oh, daughters of Jerusalem. Remember all of them folk were saying who that was? Keep going. Keep reading Dunamis.
Switch the screen back.
Which way? Oh, I didn't
back to yours.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Can you put up the Dewey Reams real quick, Leo?
Yes, sir. Here we go. And y'all know what the Doom and Reams is connected to, right?
Yeah,
let's make sure.
Them folk they love.
Yeah, them folk.
Them folk they love.
Okay.
My skin blackens and falls off. Flakes off. Well, Leo, who's the only people that skin can turn black? Do white folks skin turn black? Name one Chinese man that's turned black.
Why we jumping to Lamentations? Why they trying to jump to Lamentations now?
They can't do. They'll jump. Cause this how it's been 8 years, 5, 6 years dealing with the Israelites. This don't work though. Like Fervor Chad even said, to throw it against the wall. If it's stick in the dough, we keep moving. Just throw something else. Bring something else up. They never change. I can't find one video where somebody said, well, I say, shout out to Dante. Dante said, I can never find that Hitler said that. I never put it on my website. Not one Israelite. As like coming on here 100,000 times, come back and be like, yo, you ain't lying. Hitler hated black people. He would have never said that. How many of them came back with that 2.5 million views on TikTok and said, yo, look at Deborah. She's a master in Israel. And her husband, they dropped the color whited out videos. Y'all love. Then she come back and say, yo, that Putin was AI. That was false. That was fake. That was a deep fake. Y'all ain't going to do that. Y'all can't come back and repent. Then y'all laughing and Mason, them Negroes crying and folk running around here crying, saying, forgive me. Y'all can't do that. It ain't in y'all. It ain't in y'all to make a look how Garfield just had a press second exodus. All right, y'all, I am wrong. I'm wrong with that, but let's keep going. It's something inside that can make you got to break down and say sometimes it's okay. We fall down, but we get up. A Christian made that because we know we make mistakes. We ain't y'all. But let's keep going. They want to run the Lamentation. We're going to run everywhere. This one said, let's not ignore the original skin doctrine. Yeah, white folk. Christianity got a criminal record. White folk done lied. White folk done used the Bible.
You're damn right.
I ain't got no problem with that.
But Marine, it seems like we want to be white in reverse. And that's the craziness. That's what Dr. Ben did. Dr. Ben made everybody black. Dr. Ben did it.
I'm fighting for the law. I'm fighting for Christianity. My parents was good Christians. I'm fighting. Why are you here, Garfield?
I'm fighting for Christians.
They
I'm
laugh at Garfield doing the Lord's work. Oh, they don't like
I'm
that.
fighting for
You
y'all.
ain't saved, but they want through the prophet. Of course, he lifted up their agenda. Let's keep the same energy.
So why to the prophet doesn't jump to African Americans being Jews? Why is he supports Nigeria and the Igbo, but he don't support African Americans? Why he don't support Jamaican? He went to New Zealand.
It's pressure.
Why he don't go to? He went to New Zealand. He went to Andaman Islands. He went to everywhere else. Why he don't come to African Americans?
Wow, these folk are different.
Why?
The Jews are white. These
Why?
Folks, they only hear one thing. They only know one thing.
Nobody in the community wants him. Not even the Moda who supports the Igbo. He said that, well, the Africans in the diaspora in America, no, they're not. But the Igbos are. Why they don't come to African Americans, Jamaicans, the Caribbean, and these people over Central America?
And you can't say it's race. You can't say it's race.
Yep, because they don't believe you. They don't believe you. That's what they told me in private. They told me this in private, and they told me this in public.
If you keep saying it, it's going to be part of American oral tradition. They're going to be like, blacks in America, based on the 400 years. I know how cults start. I studied Jim Jones, David Koresh, all of that. Boy, I studies this. All right, my friend Bruce is here. Time for some action.
Woo! I was about to go, but I was about to jump on. Bruce is here. I'm ready. Let's go, Bruce.
Let me see if they're going to swipe my credit card so I can get 10 people on. Y'all bear witness. The first time Berean ain't never had more than 10 people on. I don't know.
Where Bruce at?
Hey, he'll give us the dummy version of the.
My card had to be denied. Yeah. Hold on. Second exit say, let me put him out. Get my friend Bruce on here. I ain't got no.
Come on, Bruce. I'm about to leave. What's up,
What's up with you, Bruce? Talk that talk right now.
Hey, we're
praise the Most High,
yeah. Praise him.
And the Son Yeshua HaMashiach. What's going on? I think I was in meetings all day and doing so I didn't get all of the context of what's going on.
I had to pull out that phone from Massa and them, but go ahead. This is my friend. Go ahead, brother. Get Garfield. So y'all going? I know you sick of Garfield. Get Garfield first.
Hey, Garfield.
You're gonna cuss Leo and them out later on, but get Garfield first, please.
Get it.
Well, no, Garfield. I think Garfield. I think Garfield have been deceived, and this ain't no offense. That's just from my observation. You just been deceived, and you believe the narrative of a lot of people when the truth of history is that these folks have an agenda of lying, and if history doesn't fit their narrative, they change history and they change the narrative, or they change the people. Now, when you're talking about the Negroes, who made it with white folks, well, they always done that. They did that in Brazil under bronchiomento. They whited out a population. I don't know why you can't understand that, and why you don't understand, brother Garfield, that these folks are liars, and they're going to continue to go.
What is your point, brother? What is your point?
Yeah, my point is that you've just simply been deceived,
okay,
and
let's deal with the information. No personal attack. Let's deal with the information.
Okay, all right. So here's the thing,
and I promise you this: I will never disrespect you in my lifetime. Never.
Well, hold on.
You ever in my life. I'm gonna say that now, this panel, because you are a genuine guy. I think you truly believe what you believe, and I'm sure you live by the law. But let's go by the information. What information do you have that I could respond to? Because I gotta go. Go ahead.
Well, see, I come from a spiritual aspect of this whole issue, and I think what's being missed is that majority of Israelites who believe in the gospel of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Messiah, they're taking it not only from a historical but from a spiritual perspective based on the Old Testament and the New Testament. You are taking it from a secular construct. So and one of the reasons why Mashiach spoke in parables was it wasn't for the unregenerated man. And the reason why you can't understand a lot of things, you can't put complexities together, is because you're unregenerated. And you will continue to not see it because you actually really deny
What
the
about
gospel.
Anson? He's born again. Plenty of Christians don't see this now. Don't bring
No. Well, I'm just talking about my brother Garfield. You know.
Well, that's spiritual.
Because
You know, you can't argue. I'm not going to argue spiritual. You win. I don't argue spiritual.
Okay.
You
because,
win on that. All right.
Because here's the thing. Because Hosea 4:6 says, you know, my people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because and you have rejected knowledge, but and because you have rejected, have been a priest, and since you have forgotten the laws and God, I also will forget your children. And so that's why a lot of people are unaware, including white folks, Asian folks, Latino folks, because they reject knowledge. And it's purpose. There is too much information out there that one cannot say, particularly, and in Dante's book, it shows, and if you go further down in Dante's book, it shows who ancient Israelite mixed with. He lists the patriarchs.
We're coming up to that. I'm coming up to that page, Bruce. We're gonna make sure you even got to say. I'm gonna make sure before.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's just too much information, and people are just simply in denial, and they want to be deceived, and they reject knowledge, and that's the problem. So, I don't, you know, I don't get mad at Brother Garfield because you know we've been in this fight a long time, you know, and I don't get mad at Christians, but I do get frustrated when people don't allow me to talk and try to say something that I'm not saying. So when you know, like yesterday when Coley was interrupting me and trying to make me say something that I wasn't trying to say, you know, then I get frustrated. But as far as Garfield, Brother Moore, Coley, Most Excellent, Leo, you know, we're going to have disagreements, you know, and so I've just been in this fight for too long. I expect that. That's part of the journey. That's part of the Most High building you up, you know. And so I don't have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is people rejecting knowledge. It's just too much out there. It's a blatant rejection of knowledge. So, and it's not, people are not seeking truth. They're seeking to be right, you know. And I'm saying I'm not seeking to be right, because as Dante, as in the testimony of Dante, when he said Teo Ministries approached him and he came with this, he came with the belief, nah, that's a bunch of crap, I'm gonna prove you wrong. And then through his studying, he found that, yes, we are. I came the same right. I don't divulge this. I came up Apostolic Pentecostal, and y'all know what that is. So, you know, we didn't, a lot of us didn't believe that, but my pastor taught us that we were Israel. But as far as the Jews were, people calling in for me to do. Yeah, so I came pretty much the same way, saying, "Oh, I don't believe that," but you know, I do believe we are people. So, in my studies and with the Holy Spirit, I came to believe that we are truly the descendants of the people of the transatlantic slave trade, who were the descendants of the ancient Israelites. And so I don't have no problems with it. I don't seek to be right. I seek truth, because I don't want to go to hell. I do not want to be vanquished. I do. My main goal in my journey.
Don't start that garbage. Hell ain't got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, it does. Because here's the thing. I want the Lord to say, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." So I'm not going to come try to deceive his folks. I come trying to look for truth.
Bruce, in all due respect, right? I respect the fact that you have a spiritual journey that you're taking. I'm also taking a journey myself. I'm growing as a human. I admire that. But the issue is, why do we need to lie or put out misinformation to say that you're somebody? If you are that person, you don't have to make up stuff. You don't have to lie on sources. You don't have to do none of that. I'm saying that if you are the Israelite, you don't need to prove that, because today is about spiritual Israel. Not if you're bloodline, because nobody can prove that they're bloodline. Not one person. So at the end of the day, if you are on the trip saying, hey, you're spiritual Israel, I can't argue with you. I'm not arguing with nobody. Nobody.
Yeah, hold on, Garfield. And you know what hurts me? Orthodox Moore come on here preaching. Garfield come on here preaching. Is this what it's come to, Bruce? Is this what it's come to, Bruce? that they got to come on here and declare truth?
Well, see, the thing is, what I have a problem with is they don't want to accept truth. Now, we will be intellectually dishonest. We will be, we will be liars to ourselves to say that Israelites have not produced enough evidence to show that we are descendants of the people who were put on those ships for the transatlantic slave trades, who were the descendants of the ancient Israelites. There's just so much overwhelming evidence, and Garfield has changed his position since I've been listening to him. You know, first we weren't Israelites. Now we're okay. You can be the Israelites now, but show me that you were sent to Africa over to the Americas.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
I said.
You argue from the beginning. They were like white folk. I think it's enough evidence to have these conversations. Somebody else said, "But we ain't gonna block me again because I got 4 shelves full of books and it don't take this long to debunk Dante. I've been trying to do this for years."
Hold on, Barry. Let me just say this as I jump off. My brother, my stance has not changed.
My count, the way my count's set up right now, I can only have 6 people on there. Like Kevin Hart said, go ahead, Garfield. I'm good.
No, I don't believe anyone who is an African American, Afro-Jamaican, nobody in the Caribbean, West Indies, Central America. I don't think any one of them represents ancient Israel as far as nationality, because there's no Israel from 722 BC. So there's no national Israel. That was destroyed. As far as Judeans traveling, we know we have the Babylonian community, which has proof and been there for over 2,500 years. We also have the Persian Jewish community. We have people in the Maghreb who have been there from ever since last 2,300 years. So I don't have an issue of anybody claiming that they're a Jew or connected to Jews. But the issue of you claiming you're an Israel, claim you come from the ancient Israelites during the time of David and Solomon is totally ridiculous. Nobody believes that. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Nobody believes that except the ultra-Orthodox Jews who was claiming that guy in the 80s and 90s was the Messiah. Nobody claims that. So for us to say we're chosen and we're from those people is ludicrous. Now, if you say you're a spiritual Israel, that's a whole nother conversation. I don't have a problem with that. All right? And I yield. I'm out of here, man. I listen to the show.
Okay.
Hold on. You have not said anything as far as factual information for me to challenge.
Well,
hold on. I'm about to leave. You have not said anything. You have talked about spiritual.
Well, I want you to listen when you leave. Listen while
what you gonna say you ain't been saying, brother? He don't have to believe it. Like you want to make somebody. It's like you like them white Jews. You want to make somebody. I gotta bow down to the Holocaust. You gonna make him? He don't care about y'all. It's okay. Why you gotta push it on him? That's the madness of the religion. Why you gotta push it on him? You gonna say we Israel? Nobody gotta say nothing to y'all. Y'all got no armies, remember? Y'all ain't got no banks. You know the white Jew got more power than you. Y'all got nothing.
We victims. We victims.
Shut up. Shut up about doing this.
We don't accept that God. We don't want it. We ain't got to accept it.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Oh, we oh, God's gonna get you if you don't accept. Boy, listen, I'm telling y'all right now, boy, y'all, that garbage y'all giving me about that book, I'm gonna burn in hell if I don't accept Israel. I don't see none of that garbage in that book. I don't accept that garbage.
Well, here's
you white, black, anybody. You can
Brother
be Eskimo, I don't care. That ain't the commandment of God, not to me. So y'all can choose the football y'all want. Nobody want it. And the y'all that want it, y'all go over there in the corner, y'all do y'all thing and get money and show us y'all above the whole church. Y'all above all the nations of the. Y'all show us.
Brother Brian.
Wasting our time every day trying to tell us something. We don't care about that.
Yeah, y'all do. Y'all care because y'all know something is up. Everybody cares. So here's the thing, Brother Brian. Here's the thing. Ever since this been coming out, for the last 5-6 years, where I go back even 10 years, more evidence has been coming out, and it's going to continue to come out because this is a work of God.
5 years and looking at the evidence, I've dedicated nobody in the. I don't know nobody. I don't know no politics. I don't know nobody. I've dedicated the channel of my life doing this. I got more 10-hour lives than you got on this, Bruce.
That's That's not what I'm saying.
People at work. I be home. I'm obsessed with this. I be trying to help y'all.
Hold on. This is not what I'm saying.
The funny ones. I be trying to help y'all. I'm like, all right, church people, we got to look at this. All right, church, but I feel it ain't fair that church folk be holding it down and y'all come out here disrespecting the church. You don't think I got church folk to hit right now? Yo, my stream y'all or whatever this thing shut down or look out. You don't look out, but bro, I ain't gonna do that. Y'all here disrespecting the church folk. I don't feel comfortable no more. I don't feel comfortable. Church folk copying books, church folk doing whatever, however you want to do it, Berean. We're gonna follow your lead. No, I could be off. Because y'all talking too crazy.
Berean, can I say something?
Church folk is the one holding it down. Nah, man, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. Ever since they've been coming out and people have been bringing evidence, it's been more and more evidence, sources being revealed, and God is allowing a lot more people coming out. You even got white Ashkenazi Jews. You got people from India. You got people from China. It's coming out all over the world. And you all can't stop the truth. You all can't stop the awakening because it's Bible.
Bruce, get out here with that garbage. I want you to come on every day. It's garbage. Every day is garbage. The world is not saying you Black Americans. Sit in there. You're going to make it sound like, oh, we're lifting up the white Jew, the white Jew. It's Jews all over, Bruce. And it's been Jews all over. But you Black Americans making a special claim, bow down to us, tithe to us. Don't give the money to Israel, give it to us. Y'all on something different right now. Boy, we don't want that. I ain't thinking about that. Y'all Black Americans are saying something different, Bruce. That's how come, and y'all see what Bruce saying? That's how come I'm telling y'all in the back chat. I want to hear it from Elder Green. Is this awakening of God? I'm going to ask it every couple of months. Man, let me call Elder Green right now. See, this awakening of God. Bruce saying of God, y'all can't stop it. Y'all arms too short to box with God and all this other nonsense. God would have said if it was about culture, don't let me get Jay the producer on here. If it was about culture, God would have stressed more of that. It was about y'all waking up in the 400 years, there'd been more of that. And y'all sure enough ain't got to make up no professors, do no lying, lie on Hitler, lie with deep fake videos. Y'all ain't got to do none of that, boy. When God delivered them in that book of Exodus, they got delivered. Without Israel help. You live right. Stop working on the Shabbat. Go keep them feast days and let God do what he gonna do. Sit here judging us. Y'all got so much judgment for us. So much knowledge for us. Y'all ain't even keeping no feast days. This nigga don't confess he even working on Saturdays. Oh, but I forgot Israel can't speak against Israel, so none of this is right. Boy, y'all a mess. Go ahead, Bruce. Y'all a mess.
All right.
I'm muting you because you got the pure truth, and I don't want to let the truth out. I just want to come here and waste my time every day.
All I'm saying is it's too much evidence coming out, and it's coming out.
Evidence for who, Bruce? For who?
It's because you all are rejecting knowledge. All those sources coming out. It's just coming from all over the world. People from Africa, people from China, people from India. White folks are talking about white folk, Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews are saying we have no bloodline from Israel because they're telling the truth. Because they're realizing that they've been lied to, and and the problem is you all are rejecting the knowledge, you're rejecting the Holy Spirit, and that's why you all can't see, because you all are being blind by evil and wicked people.
Bruce, with all those Jews and all those people, all those rabbis, Bruce, how many of them have come to Christ from the awakening, seeing Jesus and the true Israel?
I don't know what you're talking about, rabbis.
Israel's the light of the world. Rudy Bachman, Rosenberg, all the folks, a lot of Ashkenazi rabbis folks pull up the videos and comments. Who, Bruce, you don't understand that they're playing you.
No,
that they weren't supposed to convert and become rabbinical Jews, but you don't see that.
Hey, what I see
they
is
weren't supposed to support the state of Israel and deal with Israeli endeavors on the continent, but you don't see that.
No, what you don't see is the scriptures. You can't reconcile the scriptures because there's a people in the last days who are going to say they are Jews and are not. That's in Revelations. You don't see it. The prophecy of the Old Testament
Why isn't
is
that you, Bruce?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Brother Moore, what's up?
So no, I'm with it. So why aren't you the Synagogue of Satan, Bruce?
No, Brother Moore, they don't fit the prophecies. You all stay out of the Old Testament. Listen, the reason why you are like people like people like yourself, Garfield, and Brother Mike, Pastor Mike. They don't read. They read the Old Testament for pithy scriptures to give a sermon, but they don't study the Old Testament because those prophecies clearly say what the Most High going to do in the last day. He's going to regather his people, and you are rejecting scriptures that show and tell that there was a people who were scattered all to the four corners of the earth. He's going to regather. Now you can't show me no Ashkenazi Jews or no Sephardic white Jews who have been scattered to the four corners of the earth. You have to can't put complexities together. You can't put a puzzle together, and that's for the elect to do, and that's why you all are blind to see it.
Bruce, I've seen Ashkenazi Jews come to Jesus.
Yeah.
And Hebrew Israelites leave the faith and become Torah only, become atheists.
Yeah.
How do you explain that? I've seen more Ashkenazi Jews come to Jesus.
Dumb. Y'all Christians just dumb. Y'all can't put the pieces together. Y'all not logical. You've been saying that for 2 days now.
Breed, how Bruce is talking about the spirit and all that kind of stuff. He want to make it spiritual. This
is a spiritual thing.
More Ashkenazi Jews come to Jesus, but many Israelites bash the church, even leave the faith. So how does Bruce explain that? And they awaken to their identity. 30 years they're Christian. Now all of a sudden, Jesus didn't exist. He's not the Messiah. Bruce, how do you explain that?
Okay, can I talk on? Or do you have more to say?
Mr. Senator, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, so the gospel, because the Jews or the Israelites rejected their Messiah, the gospel was opened up to the Gentiles. They have been engrafted in if they obey the gospel. So you're asking me something that was further prophesied in the Bible, that the Gentiles will come into the household of God. So there's no mystery why Latinos, Chinese, African, everybody every people group of the earth is coming in and believing in Yeshua, or who the world called Jesus. So there's no mystery behind that. But what they stop at, because of Eurocentric Christianity, because they've been lied to, even the prophecies, even the prophecies that they said the Gentiles are going to come to say that they have inherited lies from their fathers.
Bruce, because you didn't go keep no Torah. Bruce, stop. You didn't go keep no Torah. The folks around didn't go keep no Torah, no customs. You're in Torah. You're amongst Jews. You saw them Jews and thought they were funny, and also you're doing it. And later on in life, you say, "Oh, I'm a Jew too." Them folks are more, Bruce. They're more connected than you are.
No, they're not.
Bruce, when did you start keeping Torah?
No, they're not.
Bruce, when did you start keeping Torah?
Over 10 years ago.
10 years ago. I think you're about
over 10 years ago.
Over 10 years ago. You're in your 50s.
Okay, what's your point?
Bruce, they live more like Jews, more like Israelites than you, longer than you.
Dunamis, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Bruce,
you can I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that. Just because we are the original people.
Why you don't want to be a convert, Bruce? What's wrong with a convert? You keep saying you fight. What's wrong with a convert?
Look, I'm not gonna let you
ain't dark enough, Bruce. You know it's okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not gonna let no person from the Church of God in Christ to try to tell me about the Bible.
Now nobody from Koji can tell you about the Bible.
No, not nobody sitting up there spreading lies. Don't even believe in the truth of the scriptures. They don't even, let alone the Israelites' truth of we are the people. They don't even believe. They don't even believe the truth. They don't even believe in the truth of the deity of Christ and the true way of salvation. So you can't tell me nothing about that.
Dante don't believe salvation the way you believe. He believes it the way we believe.
Okay. So here's the thing. We're getting off track.
Not as new. Call the first lady for me. Where's my phone at? Let me call the first lady.
Here's the thing. Dunamis, I ain't gonna let you or nobody else on this channel or nobody else tell me I'm a convert. No. I know what my DNA says. I know what the Holy Spirit. I don't. Wait a minute. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to allow you. No, I'm not. I'm not hearing that. That's a lie from the pit of hell. So you might as well stop. And I'm not going to let you disrespect me like that. You know, I'm not going to allow you to disrespect me like that. So don't even go there. All I'm saying is, no, the disrespect is he's going to try to tell me I'm a convert when the fact is those ones that you worship, those light-skinned folks, those are the ones you worship. Those are the converts. Yeah, they worship it because they always, these people on this channel and many Christians always defending those folks over there. You know it, they don't line up with the scriptures. You know they don't fit the prophecies, and they have just about slaughtered the Palestinians when the scriptures and prophecy said when the true people of God come in, when the true Israelite come back to that land, it will be peace. That's just one scripture that tells you that they're not the people. So they are not. The scripture said Jerusalem will be trodden down by the Gentiles. The scripture said they will be trodden down by. Hold on, you're interrupting me, Dunamis. The scripture says that Jerusalem will be trodden down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. They are the Gentiles trodden down, stomping down that land. If they were the true Israelite, it will be peace, because Messiah said he will put them back in the land. He will regather Judah from the four corners of the earth and the other tribes in Africa and all the rest of the world. So you know that's a lie. They're not the people. And you don't want to, you can't put two and two together, because it's not only is a natural thing, this is a spiritual thing too.
That's how the only problem I got with Bruce, because when he used Nehemiah and them, and he used the king and all of them to put them back in their land, that second temple period, it wasn't a problem because he worked through politics and the people, and he gave them favor, and Ezra and them went and did their thing. Now all of a sudden 1948 can't be God involved in it when it's almost the same exact way it happened, through getting favor and another nation that's pagan. It's just mess, Bruce. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Bruce ain't gonna listen.
Bruce, I got a
Bruce
question.
gotta get right.
Bruce, I got a question for you. So I asked you the other day, how are the Gentile nations based upon the Old Testament? Since I'm avoiding the Old Testament, apparently, based upon the Old Testament prophecies, I asked you, how are the Gentiles supposed to identify Israel and whatnot? And you didn't give me an answer with it, right? And so I'm gonna ask you a different question, because it seems like, am I right or wrong? But it seems like
she said let Bruce talk. Bruce ain't talked enough. Go ahead, more. This is what I don't like. And then
I'm jumping off. Hey, peace and love, y'all. I'm jumping off. Just for one point I want to make, though. Yesterday, Bruce came on and was defending Dante's book with the information. Today, he's defending Bible and spirituality. I wonder why he changed. I'm out. Please.
I'm not changing. Hey, Dante have sources in there which you all reject. You reject knowledge. He has sources. He's citing dates.
Bruce, you're having an altar call before the sermon. We're going through Dante's book right now, Bruce. After we go through both of his books, another 2-3 days. I don't know how long it's gonna take mess around with y'all, but we done copped them now. We're gonna go through it all. Then you go come up and talk your nonsense, Bruce. It's okay. We've been talking nonsense for years. You'll get your chance to come up again. Go ahead, Mo.
So this is what I gotta understand, Bruce, because it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you're waiting for the world to recognize you based upon the curses. Like you want the Gentiles to be like, oh, y'all have been so oppressed. We just need to give you all our money and serve y'all.
That is not true. That is not true. I don't know. Not one Israelite is waiting. Well, matter of fact, most Israelites.
Are you kidding me? Do you want me to show you all the reparation videos y'all waiting for?
Huh?
Do you want me to show you all the reparation videos y'all got?
No, that does more. You're conflating something that people believe that we.
Anybody on the internet?
Yeah, we should. Hey, listen. Well, hold on, because we deserve reparations, and like Dunamis said, you guys want to be the victim. Yes, we are the victim because what they have done to us. 400 years of slavery, another 100 years of Jim Crow and continue the lies, all the murdering.
In the Old Testament, where that's how the Gentiles are going to recognize the righteous remnant of Israel. Because so if you can't show me that, why are we talking about it? Like that's the thing, fam.
Show you what?
I'm asking you to show me where the Gentiles are supposed to. So we talked about the Old Testament today. Apparently, I'm avoiding it. So had to go through the book of Isaiah again, just because I was avoiding it, apparently. And you know what I'm saying? I keep seeing the same concept to where the righteous remnant is supposed to be a light to the nations, etc. They even made a covenant to the people, etc. Whatnot, right? But the way I read the text, they're supposed to be holding up the Messiah, the root of Jesse, as an answer to the nations. And Isaiah 58 gives them a prescription of what they're supposed to be doing for the people who aren't them, that gives their light off to the nations, and it draws the nations to the light of their rising, etc. Right? And then when that happens, the nations bring Israel back to the holy mountain as an offering to the Most High. Then we get this concept of the holy city getting rebuilt, etc. And we see the nations that helped rebuild the city, etc. Right? And we see that from this holy city, etc. That it's open to all the righteous nations, and it ain't closing them, etc. Right? So I asked you, like, so the way I see that, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a way that Israel gets recognized, but that doesn't seem like what y'all are talking about. I've never, like, y'all don't hold up the Messiah as an answer to the nations. Y'all aren't talking about Isaiah 58 por nada, for nothing. What I keep hearing is black, slavery, black, slavery.
Well, that's in response to white supremacy. Subjugation. I mean, how else are you going to respond when it's a reality? It's a reality of what our people have gone through and continue all over the world. You know.
So I'm still waiting for an answer to the question. Like, so is the curses what the nations are supposed to identify you by via the Old Testament?
Listen, it says in the last days, the Gentiles going to come to themselves and realize that they had inherited lies. A lot of foreigners, strangers, Gentiles are going to attach themselves to Israel because they're going to see the glory of what the Most High Yah has done and is doing when He bring His elect, the apple of His eye, back together and regather them and put them back in the land. So, and the scripture says that, and you can identify who the people of and then the descendants are based on those curses of Deuteronomy 28. You can see by the prophecy of the regathering who the people are. Those people in the land today who call themselves Ashkenazi Jews, Khazars, they don't fit the prophecies. They don't fit the curses.
No,
they have not.
I'm with it. So you're saying the curses are the identifier that the Gentiles are supposed to come to you, right?
No, I did not say. So you missed the whole thing.
What are we talking about, Bruce?
You missed the whole thing. You didn't listen to me.
Okay, so if I missed it, just direct me to the point that you made that answered this question here. What are they supposed to know you by?
They're gonna know us. They're gonna know us by by the Lord's hand bringing us out of all the lands of our captivity. They're gonna know us by the Most High making them bow to us according to Revelations to our feet, and know that He has loved us, even though He have judged us for not obeying His laws, statutes, or commandments. So a lot of things was going on. See, the prophecy in Ezekiel about the dry bones. You all don't see that. You all don't see Psalms 83. You all don't see the curses of Deuteronomy 28. You don't see the regatherings of Joel 3, Zechariah. You don't see the judgment of Esau in Obadiah. You all can't put the puzzle together because you've been so indoctrinated with Roman Catholicism and Eurocentric Christianity.
Hey, yo, Bruce, come on, hold on, more. I ain't wasting time with Bruce. Come on, Leo, I want to read this book. And cop these books. We gonna read these books. I ain't messing around. Bruce will say the same thing over and over. He like Pretty Bird. He'll just repeat it. Pretty Bird will just be talking over and over and over and over and over. Say the same thing 1,000 times.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna jump back on. But listen, Dante got sources in it. You all just don't want to accept it. You all want him to.
Can he ever get on this line and don't say Dante's name? That's what I'm wondering. Come on and read. Come on, Eurocentric Christianity. Pick up from Bruce's name right there. Leo, whoever. Leo, Dunamis. We're Muck Runner. He might have walked away. Come on, Leo. You can read that.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead. In Eurocentric Christian teaching, Oh, so it's mistaken for Hamites in the Bible. In Eurocentric Christian teaching, Ham is the father of the entire black race, but there is a major inconsistency when it comes to Egypt.
I'm glad you listen, Alton. Listen.
Even though the Bible says Mizraim, Egypt, is the son of Ham, Eurocentric Christianity pivots on their position. They claim that Egyptians weren't black, even though their father was the father of all black people.
Listen,
the reason for that.
Listen, Ruddy Brew, this y'all Dante. Y'all are confused in the awakening. Keep going. We gonna read all this. Ain't nobody gonna say we gonna read all of this.
The reason for that is because Israelites are both compared to and mistaken for Hamites throughout the entire scripture. You can scroll down, or can you see it? What verse is he using? Okay. It won't. I'll just read the top part. And all the house of Joseph and his brethren and his father's house, only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with them both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land of the Canaanites saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, "This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians." Wherefore the name of it was called Abel Mizraim, sorry if I mispronounce it, which is beyond Jordan. Genesis 58 and 11. Now the priests of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, filled the troughs to the water, their father's flock, and the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them, and they watered their flocks. And when they came to pardon me, their father, he said, "How is it that ye are to come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us out, and of the hand of the shepherds, and they drew water enough for us, and watered the flock." So it's Exodus 2:16-19. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? O children of Israel, saith the Lord, have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Captor, and the
Are you not
Syrians?
as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? Does that have anything to do with their description to you?
No.
But there's plenty Bible. He's just bringing out all the scriptures where comparison wasn't to Europeans, but was to Egypt or Ethiopia.
Yep, they just listing all the verses comparing the two. Yeah. So this is Amos. That was Amos 9 and 7. And as Paul was to be led into the castle, he said unto the chief captain, "May I speak unto thee?" Who said, "Canst thou speak Greek? Aren't thou?" Yeah. So this is Acts 21. Yeah. "Art not thou that Egyptian, which before these days madest an uproar and leddest out into the wilderness 4,000 men that were murderers?" This is Acts 21:37. All right. Tomb of Nakat, can't pronounce that, and his wife.
Israelites mixing with Hamites. Bruce loved this. According to Eurocentric, come on, this Bruce talk right here.
According to so Israelite mentioned Hamites, according to Eurocentric Christianity and some Hebrew Israelite camps, Israel wasn't allowed to mix with anyone except for other Israelites. However, both are absolutely wrong. The Bible is clear that they did indeed mix with Hamites on a regular basis, and the following chart shows all of the marriages between Hebrews and Hamites and the children that resulted from the union. So he's going to show this chart here.
Some were married, some just had baby mamas. And then he goes on with Abraham, Ham, Hagar, and all of that. Go ahead. And you can see the names David, Sheba, and the David different wives. Esau, you see that?
Yeah. Yeah. So he's just going down the list. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to the above marriages where individuals are named, there are also marriages mentioned between Israelites and Hamites where no names are given. So this is Leviticus 24:10, and the sons of Israelitish women whose father was an Egyptian. So he's going by this.
So Shem and Ham, they were mixing. This is what they often say. We say that. Keep going. The majority of mixing between Shem and Ham. Can y'all agree? Can Alton agree with that? Or no, that's a no too. Can the Christians agree with that, or that's a no? Tony Osborne, yes or no? Go ahead, brother.
Judges 3:5-6. Ammonites and the Jebusites, and they took their daughters to their wives and gave their daughters to their sons. So he's going through all of it again here. So here we go. In every circumstance where God is angered about a marriage, it is not based on skin color, but by Israel adopting idolatry and worshiping other gods. There is nothing in the Bible that bases marriage on skin. I think it's in skin color.
And y'all agree with that? Hopefully everybody can agree with that.
It is about idolatry, which is why there are messianic laws for non-Israelites to convert to Judaism, religion, lifestyle. There is nothing in scripture that calls marriage between Hamites and Israelites a sin. But what is absent from the Bible are any accounts of Israelites marrying anyone from the line of Japheth. So here we go. Black slaves knew Hebrew.
Now,
many of us.
This is where it's gonna let's get. Come on now, this is where let's get into it. Go ahead.
Many of us have heard and even sang Kumbayah at some point in our lives, but most people aren't aware of origin of the song or the meaning of the words. When I was in elementary school, we were told that it meant come by here, and that's what I and many others have believed for a long time. Did you know that Kumbayah is a Hebrew sentence? Did you know that it was sang in Gullah, which is a Hebrew word?
Now, is this beyond a reasonable doubt, or is this disputed? Do they have origins of the term Kumbayah? Where was it first used in America?
They are not quoting a single Gullah Geechee individual scholar or linguist when they say this. Not a single solitary one. There's not a single Geechee person that says this.
All right, now he said that because I was up. Oh man,
I defy anybody to come at me with information to the contrary.
But more. How do you know that all those scholars and experts weren't paid off by the white man, the Roman Catholic Church?
So Lorenzo Dal Turner was paid off by the white man?
Probably. and you know,
the man that gave us the 4,000 Gullah words that we got, he was paid off by the white man. So without the white man, we wouldn't even have the Gullah words we got.
White man might have made the Gullah language. Oh, hold on,
no.
Do they sing Kumbaya in West Africa?
No, they don't.
But I don't.
It seems to have originated.
Now you know what's cold about that, Dunamis? You know what's cold about that, Dunamis? Amongst the Gullah, they have, again, Lorenzo Dal Turner was able to record Mende songs from amongst the Gullah, right? Of which women from the Gullah Geechee have gone back to Sierra Leone and whatnot, started singing them songs, and old Mende women came and started singing the songs with them. Nobody was singing Kumbaya, fam. Nobody. I defy anybody to come at me over this Gullah Geechee stuff.
All right, listen, read some of this on screen, and then Lee, I want you to keep going. Oh Lord, here a second exit. I know some good interference on this one.
I'm a descendant of Gullah Geechees, and it means come by here. And also, go ahead, second.
Keep reading the origin of the song meanings. Let's see what the explanation. Because here he got some footnotes. I went looking yesterday. I was on this book. Go ahead.
We read this one already. Next page.
All right. History.
Here we go. The history of Kumbaya. According to history, the song was first recorded in the early 1920s. However, it's believed to have originated in Southern slaves in the Gullah language. Gullah is a language that was spoken by slaves that inhabited North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Kumbayah lyrics, Kumbayah Malora, Kumbayah. So you just list the lyrics there. So these just all the lyrics. Everybody know this.
So quick challenge.
Here's the
go ahead.
Real quick.
Then you start from here's the breakdown after Gudmore.
Yeah, quick challenge to anybody on this Kumbayah thing thinking it's Hebrew or not. Go to Lorenzo Dow Turner's book where over 4,000 words of Gullah are recorded or whatnot, and make Kumbayah turn into something that's other than come by here. Like go to the words and make it say what you're saying.
Yeah, those last words, they're saying that's God. From what I'm reading, they don't think that's Yah. Come by here, come by Lord or Yah. They don't think that's that, y'all. They don't think that's that. They don't think that's that. But we'll see. So that's on the table. This is like the pews. But that's on the table. Then go ahead, Duneman.
But with stammering lips more.
Shut your mouth. Go ahead.
They're asking you more. They're asking you what it means. They're asking
It
what
means
it means.
come back here or come by here. Like again, the Yah is it's a way they say here. Like so.
Yeah, thank you. That's how I said that's Yah, like God in the Old Testament. It's not.
Yo, my grandfather was freshwater Geechee. He said it the same way. Come back, it was
That's
all day.
Come on, but we'll keep going. Maybe we don't know what he's talking about because he's a heavy researcher. Maybe we confused here. Go ahead, Leo. Here's a breakdown.
Here's
and
the breakdown.
Said the same thing, but we'll keep going.
We gotta get to Benai. I got his books too, so we gotta go through that.
We gotta go to that. And then California, yeah. And I'm like, what the Father? God, give me strength. These folk make you want to use bad language, but go ahead. No. Let me go back. Don't miss none of this.
Here's the breakdown.
Come on.
Here's a breakdown of what the phrase Kumbayah means in Hebrew, the meaning of Kumbayah. Strong 6965, stand up, arise. Ba doesn't have any meaning alone in Hebrew, but may be an abbreviation for Abba, which means father, unconfirmed.
So, all right, at least he's safe. And maybe, is that a stretch? Ba doesn't have any, by itself don't mean nothing. But it could be Abba. Is that a stretch? But he's saying unconfirmed.
Yeah, no, that's the Stretch Armstrong doctrine, fam. Like, first and foremost, the Geechee their language don't come from the Strong's Concordance. Second of all, you can't show me this phrase in the Bible.
But more, who are you going to trust?
It has to be in the Bible, or do we have to find it in West Africa or anywhere else? Anybody, a limber that speak Hebrew, are they saying Kumbayah? Have they ever been recorded saying that in West Africa?
No.
That's a problem.
But more, who are we going to trust? A black man from the region that's spent years studying, living amongst the people? Might be
go to other Israelites around the world that speak the language.
Or Strong, a good white man. Come on.
Got you. Dunamis, I've interviewed Cohen Hamadisha. I've interviewed Remy Alone and whatnot. I've interviewed a bunch of people and whatnot. We're talking like East West African Jews and whatnot. None of them are talking about Kumbayah. None of them.
It's broken language, just like Patois.
It's exactly what it is. It's 100% what it is.
So we can't make it Hebrew then.
Now I will say this: there are some Semitic words that were recorded in the Gullah dialect from Lorenzo Dow Turner and whatnot. Most of them they were all Arabic or whatnot, but some of those words are actually words that you can find that are universal to Arabic and Hebrew and whatnot, right? So it does lend credence to the concept, like some of the tribes that may have migrated into West Africa that could have given some Hebrew Arabic loan words to people. Said no, that's all there and whatnot, right? However, this concept of the Gullah language is a Hebrew language and Kumbayah, like, no, fam, no one's saying that.
None of that. That's just stretching.
Yeah,
Did any of the slaves speak Hebrew? Most of the slaves that came over here spoke Hebrew.
Well,
I was able to give reference for one.
There was more. You mentioned that they were part Mende, the Gullah people.
Yeah, the Mende and Fulani was the big foundation to their culture.
There is in Senegal they have Hebrew words.
Yeah,
that have been So I'm surprised. So I'm surprised nobody's talking about the Jews of the Sahel.
Bro, I talk about him all day. Like I literally go to my channel. I just put up a 5.5 hour debate with me and Garfield on this channel. That's all I was talking about.
Yeah,
So you saying that to say what?
I'm saying that, for one, we can't base it all off of languages, because there's many Israelites on the day of Pentecost that heard the apostles.
Oh Lord, hear the mystical tongues. Pentecostal coming out of him now. What that got to do with come by here, my Lord?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that we probably can't limit just genetic or lineage based on language alone, because there could have been Israelites throughout the diaspora that spoke different languages. Not Hebrew necessarily.
So what the ones that came over here, second Exodus, did they speak any Hebrew or have any Hebrew loan words?
Some did.
Some did. And that's when we mentioned the Mende, because the Mende do have Judeo-Arabic Hebrew loan words.
So second Exodus, all the Hebrew, all the culture wasn't beating out all the slaves. So all the slaves didn't forget who they were.
That's why we got to go back to Alan H. Gabi, where he says, he brings up a proposition saying, how much of the Judaism did the American Negroes
survive? Yes, correct.
So the amnesia doctrine, is that a viable teaching?
Bruce would say they were little kids. We might have to throw some of that out the
window. I've heard most of the language.
Hebrew, second Exodus.
All I don't know about amnesia doctrine.
Hold on, did slaves speak Hebrew, second Exodus? I'm asking everybody from the research, all of y'all been in this awakening. Did the slaves speak Hebrew? Yes or no? Or at least half of them.
I don't have a reference to directly say that.
Okay. Come on, Leo.
The only reason I'm asking is because I've heard more in the boot over the language, but they don't talk about amnesia doctrine. Many Israelites talk about amnesia doctrine, so that one side they forgot, another side they remembered. So it's just mixed.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody lying. That's what I said. Throw the amnesia away. You don't have to have the 400 years. You don't have to have Deuteronomy 28. We're just trying to establish
this culture migration.
Slaves have any Hebrew culture. That's all I want to establish. I don't care about these other folk with their nonsense. If we can at least establish that, we can say, yo, y'all didn't even want to accept that. At least this much has been proven. But y'all trying to bring everything all together.
Facts.
I agree.
All the slaves had fringes on. I don't care about none of that. They're going too far, and they're gonna make you eat it all. Eat the cake, anime. No. Let me see what Bruce wants. Bruce, what the Father God help? What do you want, Bruce?
I'll be right back. Somebody in the office. I'll call you right. I mean,
that you can't talk in front of them white folk with them 3 houses, breaking the Lord's Shabbat, not keeping no feast days. You better stay bowing down to Massa. Come on, Lee. I want to read the rest of this. Dante talking too good in here. It's too much stuff.
Hey, can you read for me? I'm about to jump on the meeting.
All right, yeah, Kumbayah. Loosely translated. All right, Dunamis, go ahead, my brother.
Arise, Father God, or stand up.
Come on.
Father God, and not come by here.
Oh, it don't mean come by here. You hear that more? You ain't even know that.
Just like the pews where it said, where Benai Israel said, what does it mean? Stand up with a bass voice, Israel?
Oh, Father.
Yeah, but now Israel knows better than Ephraim Isaac on that same pew. That's the same pew that Ephraim Isaac said was a high and saw. But I said no. It's talking about whatever he said with a bass voice or whatnot. I was like,
these folks get to making up stuff. See that what they say with that card? Go ahead. Yep, the song. Go ahead.
Okay. As we've been fooled. I told you. So that Lorenzo, he was fooling folks. This was a war cry for help from our ancestors to Yah, to freedom from slavery. Wikipedia does confirm this as well, although they do downplay the importance and connection to slavery. The song originally was a simple appeal to God to come and help those in need. So wouldn't come by here also be an appeal to God?
When was it first?
It literally is. Oh Lord, Kumbayah.
Come by here.
They already got the Lord.
From what you see, when was the first time it was recorded that they understood that they heard the song anywhere in this country? In the late 1800s?
Yeah, but it was getting mass produced. It was like he was saying.
Kumbayah. When's the first time people heard that in this country?
Like he was saying, it was getting mass produced in the early 1920s when they were going to the
1920s. 1920s. So we got to come on.
That's not true.
Lord. That's what you're telling us that, or Yah's the way. Yeah, I don't know.
Bruce, he asked me when it got propagated around the country, not when they started singing the song.
Yes,
I
correct.
think
Oh, okay.
Fisk Jubilee
All right.
Singers has something to
Okay.
do with that.
Bruce what? Massagar? You can speak now.
No.
You free?
Well, now, you know, I don't know why y'all putting dates on that. You know, that's something with the slaves, with the
Why
slaves.
we can't put a date on it, Bruce? Because your master don't want you to put it. Why we
No,
can't?
no, no. No, you can't put it.
Just the research, and that
No,
would
you
be a
can't.
research question.
You know, it's just been passed down, and everybody knows it. And your ancestors and my ancestors know that. That's just we've been crying out in our 300 to 400 years of captivity. We've been crying out because we knew who we were.
You see how we put all that nonsense in there? We knew who we were. First, it was amnesia doctrine. We knew who we were. We were crying out, and everybody know it. Y'all know it. Just accept it. I agree. Yo, Ann said this is that LGBT thing. Them folk want to run around and tell everybody you gay, and you don't know it. All this nonsense. Bruh, read this thing. I want to read this book.
But Bruce, so anyone who says that Kumbayah means come by here, they're in a conspiracy and perpetrating a lie, right?
No, Dunamis.
They're not?
No, listen.
So who's
the slave?
We just said right here, as we've been fooled into believing. So was Lorenzo Dow Turner, was he fooling folks by telling them things of nature?
So who is Lorenzo Dow, first of all?
Dr. Lorenzo Dow Turner is a brother who during this time period went and recorded the Gullah, like as much as he could of the Gullah Geechee language, over 4,000 words and whatnot. He's also
yeah. Oh, you're talking about that brother.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about somebody in the chat.
Israel told you.
Yeah. But he would say he would say that Kumbayah means come by here, not Kumbayah.
Okay.
Well, is he part of the conspiracy to fool black folks?
Listen. The slaves cried out to you ain't never heard of this Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya.
Stop playing with us, Bruce. It's a song. Stop playing with us, Bruce. We trying to run down where the song come from, when it came on the scene. You're trying to add it to a narrative that you already believe that you pushing on us.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that the slaves sung that song and many other songs regarding the Lord, regarding the Most High Yah delivering them for their captivity.
Yeah, but Bruce, is it come by here or come by Yah?
It was
that last word is Yah. That last word is Yah or here?
Kumbaya. To me, my understanding and what have been passed down through generations, it was Kumbaya, and it was like come by here, Yah. That's what it means. That's the meaning of it. Come by here.
It can't be both, Bruce.
No, it's Kumbaya, talking to the Father, telling him to come deliver us. You all can't put two to two together because y'all so spiritually blinded. That's what it means.
Bro.
It means come by here, Kumbaya, meaning come by here, Yah, deliver us from our captivity. Y'all trying to manipulate what the ancestors were saying.
Which word means here? Which word means here?
In Hebrew, thank you.
Adonai means Lord.
Okay. All right.
Adonai, y'all just y'all just saying anything now. Adonai means your love. Where's Adonai even in the damn? Yo, Father God.
No. I'm telling Bruce that Adonai in Hebrew means Lord. I'm not saying that it's in this song, so we can't say Kumbaya, Yah. It doesn't say that. It just means Kumbaya.
The song. Second answer. Hold on. It was not come by. It was not Kumbaya Adonai. They were singing. It was Kumbaya.
But Kumbaya means come by here, according to
okay. So, but they were singing in the words Kumbaya, just like we sing.
So what do y'all mean? If you know what do y'all mean?
They were crying out to the Father. That's the bottom line.
So
they were crying to be the bottom. I'm not no linguistic person, but all I'm telling you guys is, but they were crying. The bottom line is don't conflate the message that Dante is putting out and what the slaves were crying out to the Father. The bottom line, they were crying out to the Father to deliver us, our ancestors, from captivity.
Bruce, it says at the top, it says, Kumbayah, come by Father God, and not come by here as we've been fooled into believing. So was Dr. Turner a part of the conspiracy to fool black folks into not knowing the Hebrew and make up
So
this?
not even Dr. Turner doing this, because he didn't make the claim about Kumbaya either way. But like, so when he went to go record the language, were the Geechee that gave him the language that he recorded, because they didn't say it was Kumbaya, were they part of the team? Were they
irrelevant?
They're paid off.
How is this irrelevant, Bruce? How is it irrelevant?
No, it's what Orthodox Moore and what Dunamis has said is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is they were calling out to the Father for deliverance. That's what the gist of it. That's the whole message. And you are trying to conflate. What did the linguist mean? Did so and so say this? That's irrelevant. What's irrelevant is what they were doing.
My Lord, Kumbaya.
Someone get the guitar. Someone's.
Hey, they were listen. See, you're making mockery of this whole thing, which is when Dante is trying.
You, Bruce.
No, they're not, because Oxford Moore is trying to bring some linguistic, or what's the syntax of what they were saying and all this type of bull. No, the fact of the matter, they were calling out to the Father because of their captivity and for them to deliver them. That's the gist of what that song is talking about.
Bruce, come on, dude. Let's keep
All right, and not come by here as we've been fooled into believing. This is a war cry for help from our ancestors to Yah, the freedom from slavery. Wikipedia does confirm this as well, although they do downplay the importance and connection to slavery.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I just said.
Bye, Bruce. Bye.
As with everything else we create, it is quickly appropriated into European culture. Europeans have an obsession with appropriate Hebrew culture. Part of the reason for concluding that the words are Hebrew in origin is due to the fact that it was sung in Gullah, which is also a Hebrew word. More is Gullah a Hebrew word?
The Gullah Geechee don't even know what Gullah comes from. They speculate themselves.
Bruce, is Gullah a Hebrew word? Bruce, he might step away. Kumbayah research from Library of Congress.
No,
Here's a link.
White folk in that office, they better not find out he a black Hebrew Israelite. They better not. Y'all want to get people fired, but don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Bruce. I won't call them white folk and tell them white folk, you my friend. But y'all try to turn around and get other people fired. We'll leave that alone.
Hey.
Don't even Bruce, don't even worry about his interference.
Hey, listen. There's Brother Brian Adams, white, good Christian brother, baptized in Jesus' name, filled with the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. He know the truth.
I tell this dude I can't add. I can't keep explaining it. I'm telling y'all right now, I can't.
No, Brother Berean, that we are the true Israelites.
What you said, brother?
Hello.
Come on. Yeah, what are you saying? What are you saying, Bruce?
He said you got the good news. You are the real Jews. I got the good news. Go ahead.
Come on, to keep reading this. I got to put everybody out. I got to do the reading myself. Let me.
I'm not going to the next page, Brian. That's on.
Good.
So he has a link. Let's see what the link says. Those links are direct link to the Library of Congress website. Right there on the cover is a Hebrew newspaper with Hebrew writing on it. While they push fake European Jews throughout the research.
So now he's talking about the fake ones. It sounds like camp stuff to me, but until moderates do bear witness, them folk, it's fake folk, and Pastor Kelly in them videos, they talk about the fake folk. But keep going. Not just the camps talking about folk are fake.
Kumbayah is paleo Hebrew. Okay. While they push fake European Jews throughout the research, it does not confirm that we are indeed on the right track. Our people are Hebrews. What they don't explain is why black people taken from Africa and enslaved were crying out to the Hebrew God Yah to rescue them from slavery.
So this is an established fact then. They came over here, they were speaking Hebrew, and they were crying out in Hebrew, "Come by here, Lord."
And that's
the first occurrence of us ever hearing the song was not in the 1600s, in 1619, 1620, not till the 17th, 18th. That's what I say, the first time we hear the word, first time slaves started saying Kumbayah, or we didn't even start getting popular until the late 1800s, early 1930s, 1920s, 1930s. Do we have references to slaves saying Kumbayah in 1625 in South Carolina?
No.
We don't have it. But Bruce don't want me to ask a question like that. If we didn't hear black people singing this song until the 1800s or the early 1920s, I can't accept this, but y'all want me to accept it. I'll accept it because he's black. I'll accept it above whatever Dr. Brown say, because Dr. Brown is light skinned and Dante's dark skinned. I'll accept it. This is how we just got to do it. Blind, I just got to accept it. It don't make no sense to ask, let's go to Library of Congress. We got a park right here. When's the first time any white man heard slaves singing this song? When the first slaves came over here, Russell Higgins? Because the earliest slaves would have been speaking this Hebrew if they heard them singing this song. And they were speaking Hebrew, so they knew something. So that alone throw away the amnesia doctrine. None of this math is
Bruce, why would they say
Bruce, you keep on muting your microphone like you got something to say and you just scared of them light-skinned folk in the office?
Why would they sing this? Is Kumbaya a song of Zion? Like what that song
and when he say Zion, it's not Israel. Did y'all sing the pride of slavery, or y'all made it up during slavery, or did y'all sing it during Babylonian captivity?
And we were taught this in elementary school too during Black History Month. So while we were teaching this, was this praising God?
If it was a conspiracy, why would slaves be singing it during Black History Month? It's kind of fell out of favor, like the other source said. It kind of fell out of favor. I don't know. If the white man was trying to hide it, if they took it and they misappropriated it, white folk wasn't singing it, we were singing it. I don't know. Just keep going. Keep reading.
Yeah, because we see Kumbaya in the Bible as a phrase.
We can't question them on nothing. We just got to believe whatever they tell us.
Sorry, don't think, just read. A brief history of Gullah. While many people my age were very close to it, I first became aware of Gullah through the TV series Gullah Island.
Gilligan Island, that's where the Gullah come from Gilligan Island?
No, Gullah Island.
It was a Nickelodeon TV show.
Maria said Gilligan's Island.
Gullah Island.
Maria said Gilligan's Island.
No, go ahead. I gotta pull that up. Go ahead.
Bruce, you don't know Gullah Island either. Stop it.
I don't know Gullah Island, but I know. Hey, look.
Pollywog.
Hey, look. I don't know about Gullah Island, but I know about Gilligan's Island.
Bruce old. Go ahead.
Oh my God,
yo. Reading.
All right, which was one of the few shows on Nickelodeon that featured a majority black cast. Every week they teach us about Gullah culture and more. The United States government officially recognizes Gullah as a language consisting of Creole. Next page.
Oh, sorry. All right, most excellent. Listen, I know you from down there. Go ahead.
French plus English and West African.
And keep an eye on that West African part. Keep going.
Why does he say? Is he gonna list? Is he gonna list the West African languages?
But the Hebrews were over there, so I can agree with that. But just keep an eye on the West African part.
Yeah, but he has French and English, and maybe that's how they have it, West African. But I would think we have like a list.
Lorenzo Dal Turner recorded over 20 different languages amongst the Gullah Geechee.
But more when you were doing your presentation with you in the booth, y'all would go to like Wolof and had a list of different languages or a sample.
100%.
But
I got my list from Lorenzo Dal Turner, 100%.
Okay, it's the last part that leads us back to English slave trade map. So West African is key. It's the last part that leads us back to the English slave trade map that shows the kingdom of Judah located in West Africa. The meaning of Gullah. Gullah, strong. Strong 1543, basing, bowl, spring. The Gullah language is a mixture of, it's a bowl, so it's a mixture. Okay.
Bowl, you mix. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
he
If I was going to infuse a Hebrew word,
songs, he said. Go ahead.
If I was going to use a Hebrew word for Gullah, right, I would have used Gullah, right? Because A, like there's a Gullah people in West Africa, but B, like Gullah is more of like it's like an outcast.
Talking about exile and
an exile, 100%. But anyway, and by the way, nowhere in the TV show that was mentioned about like the Gullah Island, like where they teach about Gullah Geechee culture, nowhere do they ever make the claim on that show that Kumbayah means anything other than come back here.
More on that. Help me remember. Did they ever say that we the people?
No, and they never say that Benya means son of God either. When they talk about Benya, like that's one of the claims they be making out there. Oh, Benya means son of God. It's like, bro, if y'all don't knock it off.
Okay. Benya polywog.
Yeah.
The Gullah language is a mixture of languages. So the Hebrew word for bowl or basin is fitting, since those are typically used for mixing things. Oh, okay.
That's news to the Gullah because they literally don't know what the word means or where it comes from. They're speculating to this day.
Yeah, he's saying they're not sure, but he sounded like he researched it, and more sound like it's not sure. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
That's right. Together, all evidence points to Kumbayah being a Hebrew song created by descendants of Judah. There isn't any other explanation as to why.
Does that say he said there's no other explanation
as to why black slaves would have so many connections to the language? It also serves as circumstantial evidence that slaves most likely spoke Hebrew when they arrived in America and managed to preserve at least some of the language through song. And it's only by the grace of God that this song survives along with its origin story.
Oh man, I don't know.
I'll read.
I think Matt's in the back. Yeah, Matt's in the back.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Bruce ain't doing nothing.
You can take me out.
Quiet.
You can take me out.
Say what now? Hold on.
All right, Bruce. Oh, you all right? No, I hear. I had to. Yeah, all right, Leo. You can pop out. Then I'll bring whenever you go back out across the cab.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna be on long anyway.
Good. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, so if you notice, like I'm from South Louisiana, right, which is like a slave port. A lot of slaves came through New Orleans and stuff like that. So when we pronounce the word here, we pronounce it two ways. We still pronounce it Yah, or we'll pronounce it like cheer. I'm out cheer, right? If we want to say,
type one if y'all can hear him. He sound like he's breaking up. He probably driving.
Yeah, he's breaking up a bit.
Yeah, Matt, you might have to go out and come back in.
Right, to this day. So, and also with the song, when it says, "Oh Lord, come by Yah," if Yah is in reference to the Lord, it's saying, "Oh Lord, come by Lord." It would it actually makes more sense to say, "Oh Lord, come by here," as opposed to saying, "Oh Lord, come by Lord," which is
saying Lord two times.
You're saying Lord twice, which it can make sense, but yeah, which I'm not saying it like makes no sense to say it that way, but I'm saying it makes more sense. Oh Lord, come by here, come by Yah. And we, like I said, we still pronounce the word here like that in Southern Louisiana to this day, which he in Dante's source, he bring up Creole, which is just a mixture of French, Indian, and West African. And that's how Louisiana people end up having the accent that we have.
And
it's
talk like right even to this day.
Yeah.
What do you think, Matt, about when did you ever hear this song in the 16th century, 17th century?
Yah or Chia. That's how we talk to this day. So I just wanted to add that's not coming from somebody indoctrinated by Eurocentric Christianity. That's coming from somebody that's from Southern Louisiana that is a descendant of slaves. That's still how we talk to this day.
Hold on. Hey, man, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Already Bruce saying in the comment section, man, the logic ain't logic over here. When the slaves start speaking English, and it's the slaves sang a lot of songs white didn't understand what social worship during the time of slavery. Is that making sense? Is it logic there? Because Dante's argument is based off of Kumbayah, not any other songs. correct me if I'm wrong. So is Rebus common non sequitur? To bring up other songs when Dante's argument here is Kumbayah.
That's all we're dealing with right now. Is that song what was it first used and Yah? That's all we're dealing with right now. Just like it's like we're talking is not working. Y'all say we're this side don't want to listen. Y'all don't seem like y'all want to listen either. Nobody want to deal with what's on the table. So what's on the table is the song.
It's Kumbayah. Nothing else.
That's what's on the table. But y'all want to fight everything. Like y'all say, we want to fight everything. If it's lies, it's lies. Is Kumbayah? Is that something we can leave on the table to revisit, or that's an established fact that it came from the slaves and it came from West Africa? If it's not an established fact,
we just throw it out.
We put it to the side at least.
Bruce, can we at least do that with the evidence? Should we take this to trial, or should we just put this away?
What's been passed down? Look, everybody in the North came from pretty much a majority of people who's in the North, in the Midwest right now, came from the South. And stuff has been passed down from parents. And you young folks in your 30s, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. You know, I don't care if you're from Louisiana or New Orleans or not, but the stuff has been passed down to us. And we know, and it's been passed down to our grandparents and the Kumbayah, and it's nothing. It meant, what are you talking about? Saying it twice. That's how we pray. You know, hold on, wait a minute. You always interrupting when somebody's trying to give out a point. And so if a person is, hold on, wait a minute. And so if a person is praying, Matt, if a person's praying, if person say, "Oh Lord, forgive me." Hold on, wait a minute. Give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second. You just made a statement.
I don't want you to.
Can we calm down? But you just made a statement. Okay,
I know, but calm down though.
You turn people off sometimes.
You come on yelling. Just calm down and talk.
I'm not. That's how black people talk. Ain't nobody yelling. But anyway, so we pray today the same way. You said it make no sense to use his name twice. If you say, "Lord, forgive me, Lord, deliver me from these evil people," Jesus, Bruce, so it's nothing wrong with saying it twice. So somebody don't make no sense for him to say it twice. Well, somebody said that. Okay, maybe it wasn't you, Matt. Maybe it wasn't you, but maybe it was somebody else.
That's not what I said, Bruce. I said I'm not saying it doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense to say, "Oh Lord, come by here." You're lying.
No. Okay, maybe it wasn't you, but somebody I heard.
It was me, but you're misrepresenting what I said.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. I can give you that.
Okay, go ahead, Dumas. I want to read some more. Go ahead, Dumas.
Yeah, but Bruce, do you have ties to the South? Kenny's in the South. People from Louisiana have been there all his life.
Man, everybody from the Midwest came from. A majority of people that came to the Midwest during the factory areas came from the South. So we got parents. My parents is from the South. My grandparents are from the South. So a lot of people, so stuff was passed down. Just because you born lately don't mean that we don't have traditions passed down from us just because we're in the Midwest. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, Bruce. The Great Migration. But Bruce, when you come on, you never talk about the great Southern heritage or stories you've never passed down. It's usually been scripture or something else.
There's a lot of things that I haven't commented on about being and what happened in my family. But all I'm saying is you cannot say just because a person's living in New Orleans now or in the South now got a visa to tell us in the North or in the East, like New York or Philadelphia, that we don't know anything. They got a visa because stuff had been passed down to us from our parents and grandparents. Verbal thing, just like in the old days. So that's all I'm saying. You can't say that just because you live down there now that you know that. Matter of fact, the people that moved who were in the 50s and in the 40s, my mom was born in 1938, and their grandparents and grandma and granddad was born later than that. So they seen the 1800s, and I know what was passed down to us. So you can't say we don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Matt is. I know. I'm not saying Matt is saying what is wrong, but don't say that people don't insinuate because
I want to keep reading. We got to read more. I thought we would be further on. Everything's an argument.
My bad.
But he want to establish like everything good. Doing is read some more. I want them to hear.
It only survives by the grace of God. Next page. Hebrew passed messages and history through song. In the Bible, we often see Hebrews singing songs after miracles, battles, and for various other reasons.
Okay.
This has been a way for our people to pass on messages for generations. Just consider how many songs you know and understand. What we take for granted is that people outside of Black culture will also know the lyrics to our music, but not the history, culture, significance of some of our music. We tend to make. So there's a little Black power in this. We're next page.
That ain't no Black power. That's just truth. And you could say that for the Latino family or the Asian family.
Hold on, Garfield. Go ahead. Garfield, I put Garfield on speakerphone. Go ahead.
Usually, right, Brother Dante, since I've been watching him for the last 3 years, he will quote the Library of Congress as a witness and say, hey, it's in the Library of Congress. Well, the definition and how Kumbayah originated is in the Library of Congress, and it doesn't agree with Dante. So what do we do in this case, Bruce?
He said, Dante, did he use the Library of Congress? Kumbayah research from the Library of Congress. Leo, pull this up.
Yep, it's in the Library of Congress.
Uh-oh, if he say it's here and it don't agree with him, why would he post it then if it don't agree with him? I know I was looking at it last night. They was giving the early 1900 date also. They wasn't giving no slaves coming off no ships singing it.
Yep, exactly. Where did he get that from? Where did Dante get that from? You see, that's what we need to look at. Again, misrepresenting sources and lying. Who is doing that? Is it the great Dante that's doing that?
Bruce,
be honest.
Bruce, you heard what he said, right? All right, Garfield.
No.
You heard what he said, right?
It says right there. It says,
Leo, go to the Library of Congress, Leo, and pull up the Kumbayah, and let's see what they say, because Dante used it as a reference. So let's go, because he shut your filthy microphone right now. If
Dante is simply saying,
Kumbayah, what?
From what I'm saying, he says, it reading right there, it says, part of the reason for the conclusion that the words are Hebrew in origin is due to the fact that it was sung in Gullah, which is also a Hebrew word. And then to prove that in the Library of Congress is even mentioned there. So that's all he's saying.
Well, from Gullah, from the word Gullah, it says Kumbayah research from the Library of Congress. Why can't we look on this?
Well, he's saying
Esau knew what they were doing. They changed it, Brian.
He's saying that it's Hebrew. He's saying that the words are Hebrew in origin, and it is a Hebrew word, even mentioned in the Library of Congress. The Kumbayah research from the Library of Congress, and he cites that.
Stop right there. Okay, stop right there. Let's go to the Library of Congress, everybody. Is that fair or that's not fair? Dante, put it there. Now you're going to steer us away from this like a gatekeeper? Pull it up, Leo. Leo there?
I sent it in the back chat. It's a blog of the beginning of it too from Library of Congress. It's in the private chat.
All right.
You want to share my screen, Brian?
Oh, you got it. If doing this, okay. Because I don't see no screen. I got to pull this up because I don't see no screen. Stop sharing.
Hold on, say it's coming up. Okay. Library of Congress. Kumbayah.
Make that bigger so they can see the words, because you know Christians always lies. Y'all always lies.
Yeah. All right. In honor of African American History Month, we thought we presented a classic article from Folk Life Center News. This one concerns the early history of the African American spiritual Kumbayah, also known by other titles Kumbayah or Kumbayah, and Come By Here. What? And Come By Here.
I read this last night. No, you just got to keep reading it, and it's going to cut what Bruce saying.
In years since the article was first published, we've learned some more about the song. And some other new developments have occurred. In particular, Dr. Griffin Lofton, Federal Commissioner on the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission, and the Mayor Pro Tem of Darien, Georgia, has spearheaded a successful effort to get the song recognized as the official state historical song of Georgia. The Georgia Senate passed a resolution in February 2017, which you can read at this link. The information on the song's history in the resolution was provided to the state legislature. So this is by the state. The state recognizes this. Library of Congress, the state, by Dr. Lawson, and came from the earlier version of this article. History of the song. Kumbayah, once the most popular songs in the folk revival, has more recently fallen on hard times. In its heyday from the 1950s through the 1990s, the song was quoted by a dozen of artists, including Joan Baez, The Weavers, Odetta, Pete Seeger, Sweet Honey in the Rock, Nancy Griffith, and Raffi in the United States, Joan Olin in Germany, Manda Din in France, The Seekers in Australia, and many others around the world. However, overlapping the heyday from the 1980s to 2000s, the song experienced a backlash. Musically, it came to be thought of as a childish campfire song, too simple or too silly for adults to bother with. Politically, it became shorthand for weak conscious seeking that fails to accomplish crucial goals. Socially, it came to stand for the touchy-feely, wishy-washy, the nerdy, and the meek. These recent attitudes toward the songs are unfortunate, since the original is a beautiful example of traditional music, dialect, and creativity. However, the song's recent fall from grace has at least added some colorful metaphors to American political discourse. Such phrases as to join hands and kumbaya, which means to ignore our differences and get along, albeit superficially, and kumbaya moment, an event at which such naive bondings occurs. Regardless of the song's fluctuating connotations, one question has long fascinated scholars. What was the first kumbaya moment? In other words, where and when does the song come from? To answer this question, there's no better resource than the American Folklore Center archive at the Library of Congress. The song's early history is very well documented in the archive, which includes the first known recording of the song, probably the earliest manuscript copy as well. In addition, the archive subject file of the song, which gets the title Kumbayah, contains rare documents pertaining to the song's history. Several researchers, most notably recently Chi Ho Lum, has used the archive research to tell the story of the song. Lum's article apparently appeared in Code Envoy 3333, page 5 through 11. You want to scroll down to where it talks about the most article? You want to read the...
No. Go to where we give if they're giving a history, and he put that link up there, and they're giving.
Oh yeah, don't skip that last one right there. That last paragraph's a cut.
Why you can make it bigger? Let's make it dunamis. These folk will say you're lying. You're reading it, but you're a liar. They're in deep denial.
However, let me just read everything. However, the recent rediscovery of two versions at AFC, a manuscript taken down in 1926 and a cylinder recording made the same year, makes a more complete account possible and helps dispel some common fallacies about the song. One of these misconceptions was espoused and spread by the song's first appearance in the folk revival, the first revival recording of the song, which called it Kumbayah. Wow, the first misconception. Was released in 1958 by Ohio-based group The Folksmiths. In the liner notes, they claim the song came from Africa, provided as evidence a previous claim that the song had been collected from missionaries in Angola. On the other hand, some scholars have located the origin of Kumbayah in the work of an Anglo-American composer, evangelist named Marvin Frey. In 1939, Frey published and copyrighted sheet music for one version of the song, which he called Come By Here. Once Kumbayah was established as a standard of folk revival, he pointed to his 1939 publication and claimed to have written the song. Many commentators, including such publications as the New York Times, have chosen to believe his claim.
Some people said it came from Africa, but nobody heard nobody singing it, no early slaves singing it. In the 1620s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, in the 1700s, no slaves were singing it during the 1700s?
Nope.
This means that during the early years of folk revival, there were two widely believed theories of the song's origin. One ascribing it to Black Africans, and the other to a white American. Wow. that both of these theories have presented among some commentators to this day, as we shall see in light of the AFC's 2 early documents. Neither of these theories is likely. The most common claim made today, let me see if I can get a little bigger. Let me see if I can get a little bigger. I think that's the biggest you can go. All right. So we good. We can see.
The most common claim made today.
Most common claim today about the origins Kumbayah is that it is from the Gullah Geechee people of coastal Georgia and South Carolina. The more outlandish version of this theory, such as the one espoused on Wikipedia on April 2nd, 2010, claim that, wow, the most outlandish
one.
Outlandish.
The wildest of the belief. Read that part again. What does outlandish mean?
And it's found on Wiki.
Yeah, it caught out the wiki source. All right, you feel me?
The more outlandish version of this theory. You're right. Let's right, Brain. Hold on. Let's just for clarity's sake.
What does outlandish mean? Mega Jam, Terrence Jones, Michi the Judite. What does the word outlandish mean?
Outlandish, looking or sounding bizarre or unfamiliar.
Alien.
Foreign. Okay, we just want clarity. Of this theory, such as one espoused on Wikipedia on April 2nd, 2010. And what you said, the awakening was jumping early on social media and online?
Jumping.
Claim that Yah is a remnant of Aramaic and refers to God, despite the fact that Yah means here in Gullah.
Hey, run that back. You got to run that back. All right.
The more outlandish version of this theory, such as the one espoused on Wikipedia on April 2nd, 2010, claim that Yah is a remnant of Aramaic and refers to God, despite the fact that Yah means here in Gullah.
Despite the fact that Yah means here in Gullah.
And we got people that have been studying that Gullah language because the phenomenon of them folk in the South and in Florida and in Georgia and South Carolina. So my thing is, I would couple that in my mind. I would couple that with the fact that y'all arguing about Hebrew and the pews and all of this stuff. I would couple that with the fact that nobody heard no slaves in the 17th, 18th century singing a song for 200 years.
Oh, that don't even make any sense. That don't make any sense. It's just because it's not recorded by these white folks who's writing this doesn't mean it wasn't passed down through the people who were in captivity.
All the slave narratives we have, we don't got no slaves saying my great-great-grandmama sung that song. There's some things that we passed down. You arguing from silence, Bruce.
Listen, it's the earlier in the article, it said that it was a Gullah language. It was a Gullah language. It came from Africa, came from Angola. That's the area.
Go back to this liar. It didn't say it come from Africa. Some think. You take that to mean that it's a fact. Yo, this is crazy. This is confident. You see what you want to see. They ain't saying that to me. Go ahead, y'all. Read it all over and over. That's all we do. Get here and read sources over and over. And one side say the other side is crazy, and the other side say the other side is crazy. Whatever y'all want to believe. This is nonsense.
And Bruce, your issue isn't with us, it's with the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress stands on their principle of what they put out. So you have an issue with this. You have an issue with the Library of Congress, Bruce. Isn't that what we hear from somebody? That you don't have an issue with the university and the source, right?
And Dante just put the information out there, and you got to keep it a buck. He put the source there. Y'all was acting like there was no source, so now we're going and we're reading the sources.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what is your argument about the Kumbayah song, and what's your argument about Dante putting it? What's the argument?
Leo, tell him the argument.
What's the argument? Okay, so
Leo, nobody talk. Leo, tell him the argument.
Because I want to know the argument. Is it the Gullah language, or is it a combination of the Gullah language? Is it a combination of the song itself? What's the argument that you are?
The argument is a pseudo always dies at his own source.
That's not the argument what we were talking about.
Hey,
I want to know what's
here.
here.
Share your screen again. Let me read Dante's words.
Okay, so listen. I want to know what your problem is. Dante's words is his words. It's in his book. But what's the problem? What are the problems that you all have of him citing it was a Gullah language and it was a mixture of that and it was passed on? What's your problem with him citing that and the Kumbayah song? What's your issue? What's the issue? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Twice in the book, Dante cites as fact that Wiki is citing this thing as a Hebrew concept, and also that the Library of Congress is confirming this concept, right? And that's not what's being said via his own sources to supply to back up his own point in his own book.
The way he reads it in the book is an established fact that this was Hebrew. The slaves were singing it. Right. It came from West Africa. White folk took it. And of course, Bruce can believe that, though, once they say white folk took it.
And
the sources he did make it sound like his version is the most suspect version, that it comes from Africa. And Yah means Lord in Aramaic or Arabic or Hebrew.
The source from Dante's book literally says that his claim is outlandish.
So, okay, go back to that part right there, because you all want to chop up what that author is saying in there. Go back to it.
And he wanted to read this is what hurts me in America. He got 3 houses and a 401.
Okay.
And I'm up in here in this condition.
It says the more outlandish versions of this theory, such as the one espoused on Wikipedia. Go ahead.
Okay. The most common claim made today about the origins of Kumbayah, most common, is that it is from Gullah Geechee people of Costa, Georgia, and South America. Okay, period. Then it got, in parentheses, the more outlandish version of this theory, such as one espoused on Wikipedia on April 20th, 2020, that Yah is a remnant of Aramaic and refers to God, despite the fact that Yah means here. Now, does Yah means here or does Yah means God?
No, finish that sentence.
What is
Hold on. I want to stop right there. Then we're going to finish it.
Okay. Here in Gullah.
Okay. I want to see if it clicks in Bruce top. Go ahead, Bruce. Okay. All over. Take your time and you tell us what it means, because we're going to find out where you're at right now.
Okay. And refers to God. Does everybody listen? Okay. It refers to God, despite the fact that Yah means here in Gullah. A Gullah origin is certainly possible. That's what Dante said. So he's not saying, so it says Gullah origin is certainly possible and is closer to the truth than the previous theories. So Dante is citing that it's even mentioned in the Library of Congress, what he was saying about Gullah and the Gullah language and the origin of it. It's certainly possible. So I'm asking you all, what's the issue about what Dante put in there? Is it just because he says it's a mixture?
You just read the issue and you missed it all. You just read the whole issue.
So Dante specifically claims that Yah does not mean here in Gullah, and that is in fact not the case. And here in his source, it says it's a fact that Yah means here in Gullah.
Okay, so what's I'm still I don't know.
Dante's source. Let me just read it for Bruce to see. Now we gotta go into it.
Okay, so here's my point. Yeah, before you read, here's my point. Okay, so you have different people saying different things, but at the same time, the word he's saying it came from Gullah. Some people believe it means Yah, come by here, Yah, God. Somebody means it means come by here. I can read it right here. I can read it myself.
Go back. Next one. Right here. It means come by Father God and not come by here. As we've been fooled into believing. So for those that say come by here, as we've been fooled into believing. This was a war cry for help from my answers to Yah.
And he notes Wikipedia here too. He uses Wikipedia as confirmation.
One source shoots down both of his references at the same time, brother. Like,
listen,
you all can't ignore that.
Listen,
He's
This
saying
is
we're the fool because
this is what's driving me crazy.
Believe the most absurd of the understanding.
Hold on.
We're the fool.
No, you know what I'm getting frustrated? Because this is why I'm getting frustrated. Because the crux of the matter is they were crying out to Yah, as Dante said earlier, for their deliverance, for their captivity. That's the crux of the song. That's the meaning, whether it means come by here, Yah, or come by here. Some people means here. But the crux of the matter, they were crying out to the Father for their captivity and to be delivered. That's the crux of the matter. So you all are trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. You all are strain out of that and eat a Campbell. I know I've quoted that wrong.
I don't know if you actually read this book or not, but that's not the point being made here. The point is not that slaves called on Yah or they called on.
Go back up, Dunamis. Go back up.
That's not the point.
Bring us to that.
The point in context is that they were calling out to God in Hebrew.
So
and that Gullah itself is even a Hebrew.
Go back up. Go back up.
Okay, so here's a breakdown of what the phrase Kumbayah means in Hebrew. The meaning of Kumbayah. Kum, strong, stand, arise. Ba doesn't have any meaning alone in Hebrew, but may be abbreviated for Abba, which means father, unconfirmed. Yah, strong 3050. This word is translated as Lord in scripture, referring to the God of Israel. Loosely translated, the lyrics seem to mean arise, Father God, or stand up, Father God, and not is in all capital. It's on all capital. And not come by here, as we've been fooled into believing. This was a war cry. This was a cry for help from our ancestors to Yah to freedom from slavery. Wikipedia does confirm this as well, although they do downplay the importance of the connection to slavery.
I want to hear what Second Exodus got to say. We reading this wrong? Are we crazy, Second Exodus?
No, that's it. It means come by here.
Okay, right. And so what's the meaning of the song? To be delivered.
Hold on.
Second Exodus, he's in school. He's a little younger. Let's just get his opinion. He's Israel too. What does Wikipedia, does the Library of Congress say what Dante is saying?
No, it contradicts it.
It's contradicting it. Thank you. So I could respect Second Exodus on another level. He's reading it and seeing it and thinking with his own brain, even though he's Israel and he likes some of what Dante's saying, but he's saying it contradicts it. Bruce can't even see a problem. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Right under the yellow pot. This was a cry, talking about the song, for help from our ancestors. Wait a minute. Wait.
Read the line above. Read the line above.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. This was
Read the line above.
Okay, the purpose of the song. Listen, David cried out when he sang "Song to be delivered from his enemies." So my point is, people of God always cried out in song. So the song Kumbayah, in its final analysis and its real meaning, is this was a cry for help from our ancestors to Yah to free them from slavery. So it's irrelevant what you're talking about. But the bottom line, the real intent of the song.
How?
You said
you're
the real
making
meaning.
that connection.
Oh my God!
If you're saying it's the real meaning, that means that "Oh Lord, come by here" is the fake meaning.
Yes.
I want to ask Second Exodus: is this relevant?
It's very
Second
relevant.
Exodus just said it contradicts what Dante is saying. The source that he gave. Is this relevant? Are we just being picky and being petty?
No, this is relevant.
You're being
very
petty.
relevant.
No, it's not relevant because the song. Why did the people in captivity sing that song? You know, and it's been documented that the slaves in captivity
nobody found it until after the slaves were free. We don't even got no evidence it was sung, Bruce. That don't mean nothing either, right?
Well,
not till the early 1900s. That don't mean nothing, Bruce.
All I'm saying is you got two interpretations. Okay, hold on. Listen what I'm saying. You got two interpretations. Some means Yah and some means here. But in the final analysis, it was a cry out from the people in slavery, in captivity, saying this was a cry from help from our ancestor in slavery to Yah to free them from slavery. No matter if it means here or Yah, it doesn't matter. In the final analysis, that's why they were crying out.
But there's
and
no
you all
in
making
the
a
final
mountain over.
analysis, but Bruce, in the final analysis, they're
All right,
saying
I'm gonna let you
there's
all go
no
ahead.
evidence of them seeing it. There's no evidence. Where are you getting
What
that
do you
from?
mean there's no evidence? It does. It is evidence.
Did Dante
It's been
provide it?
passed down. It's been passed down through tradition. And just because these white folks say this, well, you don't have a date back to 1710 or 1750 or 1780 or 1805. That wasn't saying. It's been passed down through us, just
And
like
not,
other cultures.
Bruce, those
All
were
right,
Gullah
not
go ahead.
come by here and we've been fooled into
All right,
believing.
I'm not. Listen, I'm gonna
Those
let
were
you
Gullah
all.
people from Darien, Georgia. Darien, Georgia is an important place in recording the Gullah language. This is where you get the Fulani counting system recorded from the Gullah language. This is where you get a lot of stuff recorded from the Gullah language.
Was Gullah from
this is
Angola?
the
Was it from
great folks
Africa?
remember. What was that?
Look, I'm not a linguist. I'm not a linguist, okay. But I do know that Gullah language is from Africa, and I do know it's in the area of Angola and probably neighboring countries. So they came from Africa. All right. So I'm gonna let you all hash that out. If you want to believe this is false, then have at it.
We're gonna keep
Breen, can I play a video real quick?
We're gonna keep reading. Y'all, we can't.
Can I play a video real quick, Breen?
Now they mock. Yeah, go ahead. Now they mocking. That's the one Matt put in the background. You finna play?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fair use.
Hey, thanks for joining me on this episode of Gullah Talk, cause we been ya and we going away. That's one of my favorite sayings. You will find it on the back of my Gullah Geechee book. And when I do any presentation, I always pretty much end with, look, cause Gullah Geechee banya and ain't going away. Because what I believe is when we hear we been ya, we automatically know that something has been here for a long time. And I believe that Gullah Geechee has been, and it's not going anywhere. But also when you see these words, we been ya, it also means something to us as Gullah Geechee people related to our identity. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Gullah Geechee people's self-identity and also how we identify those who may not be within our Gullah Geechee culture. So let's start with my favorite, which is we been ya. When we talk about a banya is a person who is Gullah Geechee, is a native Gullah Geechee. They speak the language, they eat the foods, they participate in everything that we know to be Gullah Geechee culture, and they own it. So when you ask them if they are Gullah Geechee, they say, yeah, I a banya. It is a way that we identify ourselves. Now, if any of you remember and have watched Gullah Gullah Island, and I know you have because some of you commented on my last video about it, but there was a frog and they called him Binya Binya Pollywog. Well, why did they call him that? Because he was a frog. He was native to those waters out there in Beaufort. And so they called him Binya Binya. That was not by accident. Shout out to Ron and Natalie Days for that amazing show that introduced the world to Gullah culture and Gullah people. But that was by design, because when you hear Binya Binya and you hear somebody say, I am a Binya, it means that they are native Gullah Geechee and they own that identity. Now, on the flip side, what about those people who are not native Gullah Geechee? Well, what do we call them? Well, we call them Kamyas. Those are the people who have migrated into traditionally Gullah Geechee areas, which are in the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And as we know, given latest reports, South Carolina is one of the fastest growing states in the U.S., and Charleston also is one of the fastest growing cities in South Carolina and across the country. Now, we are not surprised. South Carolina is gorgeous. The weather is great. Charleston is beautiful. The food is good. There's so much rich culture for a lot of people. But what we also want people to realize is when you move in here, those of us who are Benyas do identify you as a Kamya. All right. And it's not a bad thing. I don't want anybody to feel like it's bad, because it's not. But when we talk about how we identify people within our culture and what language we use to identify people, this is what it is. If you have been here for a long time, you were born and raised here, then you are a Banya. But if you just came here, you just moved here, and you are not Gullah Geechee, we will refer to you as a Kamya. All right? So those are two distinctions. Now, there is one more distinction that I want to talk about because I don't feel like it's discussed enough. There's a subset of people who in 1910, from about 1910 to about 1970, engaged in what scholars call the Great Migration, where Black Southerners migrated from the Jim Crow South to up north states like New York, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, all of those places to find work and to hopefully find a better place to raise their families, better opportunities for them to make money and raise their families. Well, when those Southerners, many of them who were Gullah Geechee, migrated up north, they left land and houses here within several Gullah Geechee communities. And recently, as people have retired and decided to come on back home, I like to think about these people. And somebody said, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's such a great way to describe them, as a comeback ya, meaning I've been ya, I've been born ya, I've been raised ya, but then I moved away and I come back ya. And so what we're seeing is as that generation is retiring, they're coming back to reclaim the homes of their parents, the land of their parents, and in many ways to reconnect to their Gullah Geechee identity. All right. So we have 3 major categories that we covered today in this video. We have a Banya, we got a Kamya, and we got a Comebackya. Which one are you? Let me know in the.
Y'all, you hear Terry Poe? I hate Terry Poe. You better be driving that truck and giving them folk their mail. Leave the Christian church because the pastor's been lying to y'all.
And this one was a Dr. Jessica Berry. Just real quick, Brain. Benya or Benya. In Gullah Geechee's term, that means been here.
So that's confirming what Moore said. When you say Yah, come by, Lord, come by here. Not Yah means Yah like California, Yah, and all that nonsense.
Yeah, like Doom said, respect the doctor. I got her book too.
Oh, okay. What's her doctorate in? This is my first time seeing her.
I'm gonna grab the book. Hold up.
Okay. Let me just look fair use. Let's just here. And these are all black folk. They ain't white folk.
And want to steal y'all history and misappropriate it. These black folk. Oh,
from the
Israel, so they black folk in darkness.
Brewing company. In my first ever video here at the brewery,
taking other folk history and telling them what their words mean.
The head brewer doing all his videos. So here's my one. Today I'm here today to talk about our beer that we released this month of August. 20% of the proceeds is going to go back to the committee here on Hilton Head Island. And my guest today is the chairman of that community. His name is Mr. Galen Miller.
Hi, everyone. I'm Galen Miller. I'm the chairperson for the Hilton Head MLK Committee for Justice. And I want to say thank you to Juan Brantley and his beer maker Bob and his staff for their opportunity to give back to the community.
Yes, so I released this August. It's a beer that we're going to release to his community, like I said, and 20% of all the proceeds of this beer will get donated back to Mr. Galen Miller's committee. He's here to now tell you about what his committee does.
Well, I'll just say you all may know us for what we've done in the past. We've always honored Dr. King weekend with a celebration of different events. We have reorganized our committee to focus on 3 main things: our Civic Action Committee, our Education Committee, and our committee for community service, events and community service. I just would like to say again, thank you to Juan and his staff for wanting to give back. One of the main reasons why we're here today is to use this as an opportunity to help our kids in the community. Back when the pandemic started, the school recognized that there were kids who did not have internet service, so they had to provide them with paper packages. At that point, Hargrave kicked in once they found out to help support those kids by picking up the cost for those individual families who did not have internet service. In the fall, Hargrave will not be doing that. So our committee has stepped up. We're trying to step up to help and figure out a way to make this happen. And one of the ways that this will happen with this generous offer that Juan is doing with his brewery to give a percentage back will help with that. We're also working with them to try and figure out ways to help them with their needs during this pandemic and the needs of supplies or whatever they may need. But we're here to talk about our Benya lager beer today. Where the word Benya comes from, that's a Gullah term. And my wife was very, very adamant about we making sure we use a word that represents the Gullah community. So one of the terms back in the day was Benya. And when I explain this, I'll explain it this way. My Uncle Ben came by yesterday, and my mom said, Uncle Ben, Benya, to see you yesterday. So that's how I would represent the word Benya.
Yes, so this is Benya lager.
And I'd lastly like to say again, thanks to Juan and his staff for putting us in a position to help in the community and give back. So with that said, Juan?
Yes, and thank you that we are able to help out with the Benya lager and help our community out. So thanks to my staff. Thanks for Mr. Miller giving us the opportunity to help a great cause for our community. So now, everyone, you need to come here so you can tell everyone that you're
Benya and drink the lager.
Cheers.
So I see what's going on here. The fact that they got a business loan shows that they're paid off by Eurocentric Christianity, the Roman Catholic Church, because black folks can't get loans. Black folks can't start businesses. The fact they're able to start a business like that shows that they're probably plants set up by the white man to throw us off track to what Kumbayah really means. That's my theory. What do y'all think? And the fact that the woman, she's a doctor, they probably paid her too. Because black folks can't get degrees like that level. They can't become doctors.
See, that's the cold part, Dunamis, is they keep taking shots at the Gullah scholars coming out, right? Because this is the generation where they're actually trying to come out and confirm their stuff and prove their stuff and actually keep their stuff alive. They got people up at Harvard and other places and whatnot. They were coming out at the Gullah woman that came out on the PBS documentary, whatnot, talking about the islands and whatnot and the culture there, whatnot, right? But I got Dr. Barry's bio up if you want to share my screen and whatnot.
Yeah.
This is so sad that all of this is going through because y'all hate y'all own people. I'm so sad. I'm trying to clean this crib up. This is a and we're doing this. To be honest, I don't think we can even be laughing because other folks saying, "Yo, this is a comprehension problem." I don't know. Go ahead, more read that, and then I'm gonna be going back to read more of the book. Nobody trying to hide nothing. I don't want to hide it. I want it all out. Wherever it is, I want it all to come out. Go ahead, more.
Dr. Jessica Berry is a Gullah Geechee native of Hugger, South Carolina. She is a nationally certified speech-language pathologist. She completed her bachelor's degree at Winthrop University and her master's degree at South Carolina State University in speech pathology and audiology. Her doctoral studies were completed at Louisiana State University in communication disorders with a minor in linguistics and focused child language with emphasis on the grammar of children with Gullah Geechee heritage. That's what she focused on, fam.
Oh, wow. So she's going back to her community.
This is her lane. This is her lane. This is her bloody lane.
Yes.
But you missed it. I always tell them, the dude that tint the windows, you don't want him to drop the transmission. But y'all will go to anybody. Y'all will go to anybody. Let the girl that's curling your hair in the Dominican spot, let her go ahead and give you butt shots and let her give you a triple bypass. Y'all will go to anybody. It don't make a difference. Why should you go listen to the expert that spent her life 15 years studying the language, 17 years studying the culture? Why go to her? When
she's
I
a
had
native.
the Most High told me who I was. Come on, bro, I'm good.
And Bree, she's from the area. She's Gullah Geechee herself.
She is, exactly.
Telling these folk her whole life is in it, but y'all gonna tell her that y'all know better than her. And you ain't never even been to the state. And on top of the other evidence that we don't have no slaves singing it in the 1680s, in the 1710, 1780, 1750, we don't even see the song appear till then. But I'll go ahead, Bruce. Come on, we're going to read the rest of this book. I want to hear from the scholars. I want to hear what the church been missing out on, why the church so dumb and don't want to walk in this light. Come on, the cry for help. Or we just went back for Dunamis?
No, we went back for Bruce because Bruce was like, "What's the argument?" And then folks are saying this is silly, but this is the question.
At least I got to at least second next to it was like, nah, that source is contradiction. Bruce came to see it. Bruce came to see it.
So, Bree, I have a feeling that if Dante put out that source with the in favor, if you favor my comparison, Bruce probably still been arguing that source.
But I can't be mad. Dante always said, check my sources out. I'll put he ain't hiding nothing. Yesterday, I'm like, Jack, he gotta have it on until I start clicking with the other book. And I said, all right, I'm doing something different here. So he's putting the stuff up, and he always said, check my sources out. We're doing what he said. So I can't even be mad at him. I cannot be mad at him. Come on, we gonna she cute. Terrence Jones, focus, brother. Don't do that, brother. Don't do that. The single brothers, get focused, brother. We got to fast for the single brothers and sisters in here. Oh, we got to have a date night. What y'all got going on? Fair use.
All right. Keep on, Brent.
Where we got?
We're there. Pat, go back.
All right.
Okay, we trying to make the next page.
Yeah, we'll get past this. All right, here's another one. Let's look at this one. We'll start fighting again.
And what does Massa really mean? Anyone that's ever seen a movie on slavery?
Elder Harrison here, right? Van Harrison here. Go ahead. I want to make sure the elders in them hear this because they'll be like, I'm in here making stuff up. Go ahead.
Anyone that's ever seen a movie on slavery has heard the term Massa. From a slave toward a slave owner. Many of us, including myself, assume it's because the slaves spoke broken English, which we were taught was that they were saying master. However, when we dig into what the word means in Hebrew.
Because remember, he's building a case that the slaves knew Hebrew too. So I didn't even know Massa was in Strong's. Hey, yo, Kofi, y'all got to come learn something here today. Go ahead.
Hold on, give me a second.
No, Reed, don't think.
Give me a second. Hold on. It's Strong. Kobe, help me out. Is this word, is it a noun or is it a verb or what?
Okay. Crying. He said,
this is horrible.
He said, yo, I'm done.
This
the
is horrible.
people in the awakening and the teaching, the heaviest ones.
All right, Massa, Strong's 4853, a load, burden, lifting, bearing tribute. If we look back,
we had to carry loads of slavery. Y'all want to laugh.
If we look at the context,
y'all just some reprobates. I don't want to see it.
That's all it is. He said, somebody said go B-dag, but I don't even want to. I want to park right here.
If we look at the context of the situation of slavery, it would make sense that the slave owner would be referred to as burden. They were most certainly not paying tribute to the oppressors. While this alone isn't extremely strong evidence, in the context of other evidence, it makes even strong case that enslaved Israelites are people, enslaved black people are the Israelites of the Bible.
Let me bring Bruce on. Hold on.
King Solomon's black lover.
Let me bring Bruce on. Bruce, would you like to say anything to that? How they confused? How stupid, how slow they are, how they making a mountain out of the molehill?
Oh, they're making mockery.
They're making a mockery. Pull up Massa in the Strongs and the B-dag and everything else. He said Massa. Leo left. He said Leo right there. Go ahead, Bruce. I'm mute myself.
Okay. Any author or publisher, author of any book, you're going to have disagreements, and you may not believe everything in the book, but it doesn't make the corpus, the body of his work that's contained in the book heretical or false.
Okay.
So
okay.
you may disagree with that.
You say you agree
Kumbayah.
with all of this that you're hearing, though.
No. What I'm saying, when I say you, I mean everybody. When or
I'm
person
asking you
or
personally. So you agree with everything you see in Dante's work? There's nothing you disagree with it, right?
I disagree with some things with Dante, but I'm saying, I don't dismiss or discredit or say the body of work contained within this book is a false book. You all are trying to make mockery of it, and first you saying he don't have no sources, then you saying he didn't cite them correctly, in which I tried to explain yesterday that in the early times, in antiquity and in the early times, they cited sources differently. And I said MLA, APA, and Chicago Manuals. The first Chicago Manual started in 1906, APA 1929, and the other one's in the 50s. So people cited sources differently. But first, then after that, his sources are not cited. He don't have a bibliography. He's citing everything in there. And so if you disagree with Massa, if you disagree with the Kumbayah, that's fine. But look at the body of work that he's presenting. That's what I'm saying. Because
okay. I'll look at that. Go ahead. Do me a favor. Read, Dunamis, before you continue, just read what Covey said.
Wouldn't the slave be the Massa? If this interpretation correct? In the Bible, Massa is used of donkeys and what carries the heavy load.
Burden.
That's a cut.
That's correct. Go back, look at it again. Read it one more time.
Massa, a low burden lifting, bearing. And I got it up on my screen. But Leo, you still there, bro?
Yeah, it was good.
If we look at the context of the situation of slavery, it would make sense that the slave owner would be referred to as burden. That don't even make sense to me. They were certainly not. I don't know. You're right, Kobe. None of this, man. But we slow though. We dumb. We slow. Your eccentric Christianity got y'all can't even understand this thing here.
And Leo, can you pull up Exodus 1:11 in just what the word is?
That's what they said the word was?
No. I want to see something. Leo, if you can pull that up. I got a strong up here. I share my screen.
All right.
All right. So this is Massa and Strong's.
Nah. We're gonna take our time and look. They want us to look, we don't look. It's okay. Oh, they're gonna say in the end, y'all still love the white Jew, and you can't against it because y'all go to church and y'all got a 501, and the white Jew control all the 501.
Right. So Exodus 23:5. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you, falling under its load with every Massa, do not leave it there. Be sure you help them with it. Right, we can go back there till
it says hard labor. Labor.
You're in Exodus 1:11. Pull your screen up. Brent, can you pull the screen up?
Oh, I gotta share it. All right.
Yeah.
Then we laugh at the other Moor lady talking about Nasia, what Nas mean, and all of this stuff. Man, listen.
You got
y'all different.
Exodus 1:11.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Could you read it?
So let me see. Am I muted?
Everybody
okay.
Everybody hear you.
So they appointed taskmasters over them to afflict them with hard labor, and they built for Pharaoh storage cities, Pithom and Ramesses.
Just real quick, is Dante speaking anachronous? Speaking back in time. Why would they use a word like taskmaster? Exodus 1:11. Why not that Hebrew term?
Jesus, do to me.
Why would they treat like? What's it called when something sounds similar in two languages but they're not the same?
Synonym?
Like homophone.
Oh, so you said sound different. Homophone, yeah, homophone. Yeah. Sorry.
Why would they choose terms that is Hebrew? You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to understand.
Right.
Yeah, that gets to the conscious nonsense. Amen, amen, and all of that stuff. You know.
I'm just saying, like, what are terms that Jews use around the world to talk about certain people? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Right.
Why do they call the slave master Goyim?
Yeah, I'm confused though, because if he's saying Massa is used, and like even when I went to the Hebrew, like I didn't see any references to scripture of the word being used necessarily.
The Hebrew word seer for taskmaster and those doing labor is missing, or the plural of Massa. Well, maybe. So maybe he's on. All right.
We got to keep reading though. We got to really get into the book. We got a few more pages. We can't play with it. The truth is here.
Let's get back to
and
the
y'all
book.
been running from this for years and years and years. So we're gonna finally go. I can tell some of y'all ain't never seen this good stuff before.
No, we just been hearing
this. Now go back. Let's read this right here.
King
Solomon's Black Letter. Go ahead.
In the book Song of Solomon, we introduced to Solomon's unnamed black lover. While we don't know much about her, other than her love for the king, there are a couple of verses that stand out. I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtain of Solomon. Look now upon me, because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine. Vineyards I have not kept. Song of Solomon 1:5-6. Twice.
He said twice Solomon's lovers tell us that she is black, and she does so while making sure that we understand it's not a metaphor. She said she's black, but she said, look upon me because my mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keepers of the vineyard. Why? Because you were black? Your mother's children weren't black? But let's keep going. You read it. She wanted to make sure she let y'all know she was black. Go ahead.
Twice. So uses similes to describe herself. Black as a tense of Kedar. Black as a tense of Solomon. Black is because of the sun.
Not because she was born black, like Berean. I'm born black. Some Eurocentric Christian doctrines attempt to explain this away as a metaphor for despair and sadness. But context proves that to be false. Read that. At least we can find something out here.
While we're not told her lineage, we do know that she was either Hebrew, descendant of Shem, or an African, descendant of Ham.
One or the other. Both.
This is based on the location of Israel and Canaan. And in fact, they lived side by side with several Canaanite tribes. In addition to the unnamed black woman, Solomon had a Hamite wife.
Is anybody arguing that these are all white people? Because Ben-Hur, because of the Ten Commandments movie? Is anybody arguing these are all white folk in the Bible? Is he schooling y'all and telling y'all that Abraham wasn't a blue-eyed Anglo-Saxon European?
And Berean, what about Uriah the Hittite? I remember we got on talking about the Hittites and how they looked.
And them white folk use ready to talking about his cheeks and all of this stuff to prove they white folks. They use same scriptures. But go ahead, keep reading.
Hold on. You know what I'm talking about with the Hittites?
But beyond that,
we got to read the book. That's petty. Y'all trying to pick out everything.
No, give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds, Brent.
One or two things, and let's look. And this
is a major point, though. This is a major. I'm not talking about the Hittites. I'm talking about the overall point about like they only mix with Ham and whatnot, right? So his overall point, and he even makes the counterclaim. He says himself that like the Greeks are Javan, etc., whatnot, right? So we know in the Bible, like in the New Testament, like literally, there's a situation where he's circumcising somebody because his father was Greek and his mother was Jewish or whatnot, right? So the whole claim about the fact that the Israelites didn't mix with Japheth is ridiculous.
No, that is not true. The point that he's making is that the Israelites in antiquity, Israelite.
You
can look.
Walk in that office.
Listen, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Hittites. But here's the thing, Brother Brand. It's clear in the scriptures they only mix with Hamites. Wasn't they want to? Brother Moore want to come back 2,000 years later and talk about Paul and all that stuff. We're talking about the ancient Israelites, and that's what he's he's talking about. He's talking about Queen of Sheba. He's talking about Pharaoh's daughter. He's talking about who Abraham married. All Hamite folk or Shemite folks. That's what he's trying to.
You don't think Solomon had no white girls?
He may have, but who they mix with, you know. But I'm talking about the Israelites as a nation. That's who they mix with. That's in Bible, and he's showing this. There's some of the great leaders, including David and Judah and Moses and Solomon mixed with Hamite people. These are not Caucasoid people, Brother Moore.
Bruce, are the Persians black people?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. The modern Persians are not.
The ancient Persians are black. Babylonians are black.
Babylonians are black, yes. You talking about Nimrod and all them? Yeah, Babylonians were black.
Bruce.
Nimrod was black. All the folks.
All interactions with the Greeks. Israelites weren't taking Greek wives or prior to the 1st century.
They reason why they got scattered because they kept falling in sin and going after strange wives. But
now you're a black liar. Now you're a black liar. And then we asked earlier didn't you ask them earlier why they went? So they were scattered. The white folks say so you wouldn't race mixed, and that's why God scattered y'all. I'm good.
No.
What
no, see
y'all would think my question be strange. I mean, sometimes flowing in the spirit.
You be flowing. I can't lie. I gotta leave you alone.
And that's why the scattered came because they were Phineas
Okay. The point of Dante's book is that they mix with Hamites and Shemites. He just said it. And you are trying to conflate the issue of what he's doing. So stop it. Either you're gonna deal with what's in the book, don't deal with that. They only mix. He's got the proof right here in the book. The more
right now, we've been dealing with the book for hours, Bruce. I mean, well, at least
okay. The daughters of Pharaoh, Ham, Canaan, the Zenites, Ham, Hittites, Ham, Moabites, descendants of Lot, Shem. And Ammonites, descendants of Lot, Shem.
Edomites. Are the Edomites black, Bruce?
The point is, there's no Caucasoid.
Edomites black.
Long as we get rid of God, don't like white folk. Long as we get rid of white folk, we could be good Christians. I mean, we could be good Israelites and throw the word Christian away.
No, we didn't throw away white folks. It's just
and we just deal with Bruce and we deal with his handlers and believe everything they say.
No, it's just they weren't in the biblical narrative. That's all we're saying. Look, stand up for truth. Those white folk, the Caucasoid.
Acts 16. Nerve.
We're talking about the ancient Israelites family. Come on now.
2,000 years is,
they did not mix with Caucasoid.
2,000 years ago is modern time, huh?
Listen, Queen of Sheba, Solomon, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the 12 tribes, they only mix with Ham. Even coming out of Egypt, they only mix with Ham. So when you all see a mixed multitude, you automatically assuming there was some white folks. No, okay, maybe it was a few, but the masses of people, the majority of people who the 12 tribes mixed with were Hamites. Okay,
Bruce, are Edomites black or white? Bruce, are Edomites black or white?
Edomites were black initially.
During the time of Solomon, were they black or white?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
But Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites. So by this point in history, when they have mixed with the Horites, and all
I don't know. I have to look at
the time Israel and the snakes and all that kind of stuff.
I don't have the timeline.
Was the serpent seed, Bruce?
Stop talking about the serpent seed. There ain't no serpent seed. It's Satan's seed. You're trying to conflate those people who believe in the serpent seed doctrine with what Esau did and mixing with the Horites, which is Satan's seed. So stop doing this. Will you please stop conflating the two?
Satan is the serpent, Bruce. I hate to break that to you, but go
ahead. No. But Berean, Dunamis is trying. Dunamis, when we played Benias Israel's video, Dunamis came on there screaming and hollering. This is the serpent seed doctrine. When you read the serpent seed doctrine, as understood today, it is different from what they're talking about according to Genesis, according to the Old Testament, when Esau mixes seed. The Bible says Esau's seed is spoiled.
Bruce, you see Mega Jam? Bruce, you already believe in a variant of the serpent seed doctrine.
Correct.
All right, can we move on? Because
yes,
I can't.
I want to move on. Come on, I want to read more. Read more.
Let's
get good again. You in ancient times? You see that?
Okay, in ancient times, two kingdoms will often intermarry the royal sons and daughters in order to form an alliance and avoid war with each other. This is likely the case with Solomon, since Israel and Egypt are next door neighbors. In addition to Pharaoh's daughter, Solomon had a list of Hamite and Hebrew women that he loved. But Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and the Hittites. Okay, the Hittites. Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, you should not go into them. Neither shall they come unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods.
Not because of their skin color.
Right.
Keep going.
Solomon clave unto these love. Daughters of Pharaoh, the sons of Ham, son Canaan. Zidonians, the son of Ham, son Canaan.
This contradicting this was gonna get ready. Bruce get kicked out of here. Keep going.
Hittites, the sons of Ham, son Canaan. Moabites, Hebrew descendants of Lot. Ammonites, Hebrew descendants of Lot. Edomites, Hebrew descendants of Esau. The women from the tribes made up Solomon's 700 wives and 300 concubines. Solomon loved many Hebrew and Hamite women, but there were no descendants of Japhet listed among the wives or concubines. Out of all the strange women that Solomon loved, none of them stand out like his visit from the Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba. According to the Bible, the Queen of Sheba made a special trip from Ethiopia to Israel to meet Solomon, based only on hearing rumors of his wisdom. Let's look at the Queen's Hamite connection.
Yeah, Dante grew up in church understanding this history too, but Reddy Brew went and found a whole new history that nobody teaching. Go ahead.
And the sons of Cush, Sheba, and Havilah, and Saba, Satah, and Rama, and Septeka, and the sons of Rama, Sheba, and Dedan. Genesis 10:17. Sheba was the grandson of Cush and the great-grandson of Ham. When the sons of Ham began to settle Africa, Sheba's sons of Cush settled the portions of Africa now known as Ethiopia. When Sheba settled, he settled in what is currently Yemen, but at the time was part of the Eastern territory controlled by Ethiopia. Sheba was essentially a city within the Ethiopian state. The queen's name is not given in scripture, but the Ethiopians, oh God. All right, let's just go through it. But the Ethiopians, she was known as Queen Mordecai. What we do know from scripture is that she had heard the fame of Solomon and wanted to test his wisdom with hard questions to see if the stories were true. And when the Queen of Sheba heard the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. 1 Kings 10:1. Next page. This is also reflected in the New Testament, where she is referred to as Queen of South, Luke 11:31. If we look at the map, we see that both Yemen and Ethiopia are to the south of Israel. The Queen of the South shall rise up in judgment with generation and shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost part and of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, a greater than Solomon is here. Matthew 12:42. Queen Mordecai arrived with a massive caravan full of gifts for Solomon, even though he was already rich beyond anything mentioned in the story she heard of him. After she is satisfied with his answer, the Queen of Sheba gave Solomon unmatched riches of her kingdom. And she gave the king 120 counts of gold and the spices, very great store, and precious stones, There came no more such abundance of spices at these switch. The Queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. 1 Kings 10:10. The list of gifts.
Okay, yeah, we know all about this stuff right here. This ain't just we know this is Solomon's secret son. He going to the glory of the kings of Ethiopia. This is where Solomon come from, and Haile Selassie. So he's making an Ethiopian connection. We all familiar with that history, or you think we need to read that?
No, I think we should be known.
Yeah, because the Queen of Sheba stuff. Yeah.
All right. He asked about Israelites in Yemen. Yes, I do remember. That's when I think Leo, who you brought this up earlier, Dunamis?
Yeah, I brought it up in terms of the map.
Okay. All right. Look at some of this here.
There are some disputes as to whether the following picture of Yemenite Jews taken in 1901 by Herman Burkhardt are Israelites. The following images were kept hidden away, but were released to the public on Hart's website on May 4th, 2017.
So nobody had this picture, Covey, before May 4th, 2017. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on before you go. So he cites 1901, Herman Burkhardt and Haaretz. Haaretz is the newspaper over in Israel, and their website, May 4th. So don't say that Dante's not giving any sources.
Oh, we've been going over the sources, and we've been reading the sources from the Library of Congress. We understand that. No, we straightened that out yesterday.
Okay, good.
I'll tell you, as soon as I started clicking on other book stuff, came up and it hooked me up straight to Black Hebrew, to his website and everything. Let's go to the pictures. The following images were kept hidden away. That's what I want to focus on. Have we ever seen, has the church had y'all in darkness? Have you ever seen any images that look like this? Here we go. What are these? What we got going on here? That shocked the people. Look, those your people, Bruce?
Yes.
We on with those your people.
They got hook noses. Yo.
Those are my cousins.
Wow. And then when I say the Bengali people,
look at the nose.
They from different tribes.
They do got that big head, but all right, Leo, these your people?
I don't know.
People
Look
were
at the
shocked
noses.
to
Their
see
nose
these
is
people.
different.
Would people
Doesn't
look
look
at
like
them
my
and think that they're Black Americans if they weren't dressed like that?
They have curls. What was this? Your hair nap like that?
Hair like wool?
Every Negro don't have wool in their hair. Every Negro.
No, I remember that. Dr. Ben, we the Black Jews. He said Herodotus said some with curly hair and some had straight hair. They were all known as Ethiopia, the burnt fake dark ones, but some had curly hair and some had straight hair. Oh no, we know that.
Right.
We'll send this a Kush, but
all right, go ahead.
All right, Dunamis, what are your thoughts? You wanna hold on a minute. Let me see. I gotta make a
we got let me see if he talks about the slave trade.
Oh, connecting them. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I might have to shut this thing down let me shut that down. I'm going to shut the book down for a minute, open it back up. All right, I think here you go. I think this will work. Give me 1 second. What's their haplogroup? Second Exodus. Your guess is good as mine. See.
I keep trying to tell brother, Second Exodus, DNA is fine if it lines up with Scripture, but it's too much confusion in DNA to make it the solid bedrock of truth as far as who it is. You got to go by Bible, and if DNA lines up with Scripture, then we can go with it.
You need to tell it to Dante
because the curly hair, because it's dark skin and big nose with the two curls on the side. Y'all like the two curls on the side is a curse. You don't see the guy on the right here? Don't he look dark with a big nose with two curls on the side?
Black folks got big noses.
No, I'm talking about the curls on the side. Y'all be mocking them. Them people in Israel and a lot of people in Crown Heights got them two curls on the side. Go ahead.
These people say Crown Heights.
Yeah, no. He don't know Brooklyn. I don't know. He know that boy outside of Israel. The more of them in New York than anywhere else.
No.
Hold on. Go ahead. I want to read this.
The people are referred to as the Jewish community of Sinai. What makes the images and the names of the community even more credible is that the Lemba tribe claims their ancestors were from Sinai and made a brief stop in Yemen before continuing further into Africa. The Lemba claim is important because the Lemba DNA were tested and were proven to link to the line of Levi.
Now, the line of Levi, where they get that? Them light-skinned folk? Go ahead. Limbo. All right, now we going somewhere.
Hold on, what happened to? Why did he bring the slave trade?
Yeah, I think he's gonna connect Limbo with the slave trade. He's showing you maps and routes now.
Yemen. There are folks taken from Africa into Yemen on the map.
Hey, Bruce, don't look, because it said that the Limbo had their DNA tested and whatnot, and that there was.
Oh yeah, that's right. He don't. Oh, I see what Doom was saying. All right, go ahead.
I think it feels like there's certain parts. And we got to read the book. He might.
Okay, so what are you saying, Dunamis? What about Limbo and Levi's in Yemen? What are you saying?
I'm saying that there were slaves taken to Yemen, that region on the map that was shown earlier.
What about what?
Does Dante? Why?
So what are you saying?
With the Jews in Yemen, why did he go back to the slave? Why did he go back to the slave trade, and why did he bring the curses?
Because Judah would go to the four corners of the earth. Is Yemen part of the four corners of the earth?
All right.
Bruce, you're not hearing what I'm saying. There were slaves taken in the translate. The map had slaves taken from East Africa into Yemen. That region.
Okay.
So
the map that Dante presented, like we showed like 2 hours earlier.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm misunderstanding you, or you're misunderstanding what the Lemma tribe is, because when you say Judah, you say Benjamin, and like Hannah Anna says, they were included in the same lot. Judah, Levi, and Benjamin was the southern kingdom. And the prophecy said Judah, which is Levi and Benjamin, would be shipped to the four corners of the earth. Okay? Not necessarily by ship, but they will be led captive to the four corners of the earth. Okay, so Yemen
right
is
here.
part.
Bruce.
Okay, all right,
Bruce,
go ahead.
Right here. Zoom in, Maria, if you can. All right, and bring it over. There are Jews, right? Well, slaves, folks taken from this part into Arabia. You see Yemen's right
in the
there.
yellow. In the yellow right there.
Why is he bringing up slave narratives and whatnot for the Arabia, unless he's going to bring it up later? Bruce,
why is they doing what?
Were those slaves taken from East Africa into Arabia?
There were slaves that were Israelites who were taken and spread to the four corners of the earth. That's what the Bible says. You don't believe the Bible?
Bruce, I'm not Bruce. Okay, someone somehow saying yes to me. So somehow he talks about it later. The Arabs, folks taking on ships from East Africa into Arabia.
Okay, what you're discounting is the sub-Saharan slave trade, which is part of the curse, and the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, Bruce, so there was wait a minute, hold on, just 1 second.
We're taking on ships, or they walk.
Hold on. What Dante is showing in here is showing the gathered of a direction of travel where some of the slaves from the west coast of Africa and over there in the sub-Saharan area, which way they put them on ships. Okay. Now that doesn't mean Israelites were not taking slavery by the Arabs, and see, the Arabs are not getting their just due too, because they did a lot more. They did a lot of vicious stuff, just like the evildoers of the transatlantic slave trade. So you have Yemen, you had the Babylonian captivity. They went into that area and spread all throughout there in Yemen and elsewhere. So they were shipped to the four corners of the earth, but you can't discount the curses that was on Israel that the Arabs perpetrated on Israel as well. So there's no mystery why they are all over the planet. Because it's part of the curse.
With the Trans-Saharan slave trade, they take slaves from the continent to Arabia on ships. How were they taken?
Listen.
Why is it called the Trans-Saharan slave trade? Why is it called the Trans-Saharan slave trade?
Okay.
Did they take them on ships, or did they walk them across land?
Well, as it relates to as it relates to what Dante is describing in here. He's showing the direction on page 57. He's showing the direction of the transatlantic slave trade. What I'm trying to get you to understand that in Yemen, there were slaves put there through the sub-Saharan slave trade, what the Arabs did, as well as the transatlantic slave trade. So it's not, I don't want you to try to come with it. Huh?
But that wasn't Judah. That ain't had nothing to do with us Americans.
Hold on. Whoa. Slaves went to Yemen during the transatlantic slave trade?
Hold on. They went to the four corners of the earth.
So when did hold
that
on.
doesn't so
when
hold
did
on.
They go to Yemen during the transatlantic slave trade though?
Hold on. But because listen, it did not necessarily mean I'm trying to get you all to understand what I'm saying. The curse of Israel and their captivity was that they were going to go into captivity to the four corners of the earth, but it did not say everybody will go on the transatlantic slave trade. Some went on land into captivity. Okay, some of them came into captivity after the Babylonian captivity, and they went into Africa, and they went into Yemen, and they went to certain areas. So there was a transatlantic slave trade, which we're talking about. Transatlantic means the ocean, but yet still there were still people put into captivity by land, including the sub-Saharan slave trade, which the Arabs did to us. So don't say that it's false for the Yemens to be part of Israel, because they even went to China. They even went to India.
That's how I'm saying, Bruce. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, more.
No, I was just saying no one's making that claim. Like, but here's another thing. Like, so if you have the Trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, bro, you killing the 400-year prophecy dead.
Huh?
Dead.
Huh? Hey, listen, no.
Trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, you are killing the 400-year prophecy.
No, because different epochs through history, they were sent into slavery and they were captive. So you can't discount the sub-Saharan. See, this is what you're missing, brother Moore and Dunamis. During the Arabs. During the transatlantic slave trade, the Arabs were still trading slaves. They were still having our people now. So that doesn't discontinue the 400-year prophecy. They have slaves today.
So if the Arabs are trading slaves during the Trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, bro, like it 100% kills the 400-year prophecy, because it makes it 100% American centric and just tries to count the Trans-Saharan slave trade and discount it all at the same time. You can't have your cake and eat it too, bro. You can't have it both ways.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not gonna argue that because you all don't see it because you don't understand what I'm saying. So can we go on?
Yeah, we're gonna go on. Come on, Dumas.
Yeah. The lumber migration route. The connection between Israel and Ethiopia doesn't end in Africa, but it extends all the way to Caribbean, the home of Rastafarianism. Israel gathered from the islands. I didn't say anything. I feel we're getting a lot of faith systems getting involved in this. Anyway, if we look at the transatlantic slave trade routes, they run through the West Indies, also known as Caribbean. The Caribbean islands are made up of Cuba, Jamaica, and Colombia. Colombia.
He said Colombia to name a few. Yep, he did. Don't worry about that. It's okay.
In biblical times,
okay.
In biblical times, Ethiopia was known as Cush, or Cush, in reference one of the locations from which God promised to gather Israel in the last days. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set in his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, from Egypt, from Parthos, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hittim, and from the islands of the sea. In addition to Ethiopia, Israel also be gathered
from the islands. See that? Y'all didn't even know Jamaica Island. Come on here.
Which has also been very strong as Ethiopia, So he's making the connection with Kush and the Queen of Sheba and Rastafarianism in Jamaica.
Black power. Black power.
The tribe. But they're folk. What about the folks taken to the mainland?
They're in there too.
The green stripe, Rastafarian flag, Lion of Judah. Green stripe top, the beauty and vegetation of Ethiopia. The gold stripe middle, the wealth of Africa. The red stripe bottom, the blood of the martyrs. Ethiopian statue, the Lion of Judah. Emperor Haile Selassie. The reason Rastafarians in Jamaica reference Ethiopia on their flag is directly related to the reign of Haile Selassie, the last Solomon emperor of Ethiopia. If there's any truth to the story of Melech I was the son of King Solomon and Queen Makeda, it would also serve as evidence not only of a black Israel, but a strong presence of the tribe of Judah in Africa. In general, Ethiopia, specifically because Ethiopia kept records of Solomon dynasty, it means we can track at least one branch of Solomon's lineage all the way to the death of Haile Selassie I in 1975. I think also his son's alive. His son's in D.C.
Yes.
But, Bruce.
What?
Does Haile Selassie's family, does he have a claim to the throne of David?
Well, according to this, he's the last Solomonic emperor of Ethiopia. So Solomon is David's son, right?
Yeah.
And so forth. So that and as far as lineage, he belongs to the lineage. But we only have one throne since Yeshua came. There is nobody have a right to the throne except for Yeshua. But he can trace his lineage back to the patriarchs, Solomon, David, and so forth.
So if he wanted to reclaim the throne of Israel, would he be wrong to do so?
No one can claim the throne of Israel now since the Messiah came.
And you say, y'all, you ain't gonna throw Boost off. Keep reading. Look at the back chat. I don't know that map. Curtis Lee sent me a map back there, but go ahead. The Ark of the Covenant. There's no secret.
There's been no secret that Ethiopia claims to be in possession of the Ark of the Covenant and even hold a yearly procession in which they celebrate his presence. How Ethiopia came to possess the Ark of the Covenant is also directly connected to Melech I. According to the story, Melech I returned to Solomon as an adult, and it was he that Solomon chose to give the Ark of the Covenant to go for safekeeping.
Look at this other lie. Michi, the Jews left black and came back white. Y'all gonna stop with these lies. I know. The President Nasser or whatever his name is from Egypt said that Time Life magazine, right, Judah?
Well, the white man be hiding things and erasing history. So I'm still up in the air on that quote.
Okay, Bruce, you up in there on everything.
So, Bruce, if the Ark of the Covenant left Israel during the time of Solomon, would it have any implication on them in terms of ceremonies and sacrifices and feast days?
And the glory going over there and leaving Israel, because the Bible got quiet on it.
Is that why the kingdom split? Because they didn't have the Ark anymore, Solomon messed up and gave it away?
Listen, Ichabod, the glory departed. Then the glory came back after Messiah came, and now the glory is in our hearts and those who are born again filled with the Holy Ghost.
Sound like he's spiritualizing the text, Bruce.
I ain't spiritualizing, that's Bible. The glory is not on the ark right now. The glory is in the heart of those who are born of the water and spirit. The glory is now not just in one place. The glory is not in the temple, but the glory is in the believer, which is the temple, which is the hearts of the believer.
Go ahead, fair use.
All right. But through the century, Ethiopian churches have claimed that the Ark rests in a chapel in a small town of Aksum in their country, Northern Highland. It arrived nearly 3,000 years ago. They say it has been guarded by a succession of virgin monks who once anointed are forbidden to set foot outside the chapel grounds until they die. I wonder why that is.
Can't even leave.
So Bruce, when the ark was with when the ark
I want to pull your screen up. I got to take this on. I got a conference with doctors and them.
All right.
I'm mute myself. Go ahead. I got your screen up.
All right. Bruce, when the good God, when the ark was with who's the guy that David had to go see to get the ark in the countryside?
Obed-Edom's crib.
Yeah. Bruce, Obed-Edom was blessed and his household was blessed. Does that explain why Ethiopia is so blessed? Because they have the ark?
I'll have to look into that. I can't make comment on something I'm not sure about.
All right. I'm just making sure what scripture says.
I have to look into that. But I know Obed-Edom's house, I think it was blessed.
Yeah.
But I don't, as far as a continuance after that, because the apostasy of Israel, I don't know. But the unsaved and the people who are unlearned, they want to make emphasis on the ark, but the true ark already came. The true ark was Yeshua, Jesus, the Messiah, Yahweh Shai. He came, and who put the glory of the ark into the born again believers, those who are born out of water and spirit. Those are baptized in Jesus' name, filled with the Holy Ghost.
Oh, Bruce, was Jesus the ark, or was Jesus what was in the ark and the glory that sat on it?
Well, you can.
So the ark was just a vessel, a wheel to carry that it moved.
He was the ark and the tent was typology of Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, Jesus Christ, coming to dwell with man. Okay. And so it was a type, and so no longer we have to worry about that. But besides, I think people can reconcile is that he is that ark. He is the ark of Noah. He is the ark of the Solomon's temple, and he is much more. And when I say he, I'm talking about the Messiah of the universe. Go ahead, Dunamis. Did I get knocked off?
No, I think he's trying to pull up a video.
Oh. I know y'all gonna get me fired, but I'm coming out to New York if I get fired.
Now here he is. Now here he goes. Dunamis, that's your Wi-Fi?
I got too many tabs open. That's
Oh yeah.
No, y'all too expensive out there, Berin. I can't live in New York, man. Y'all don't know why y'all living out there with all that.
Slave trade comes up. What comes to our minds are the images of black slaves in shackles and chains aboard a ship bound for the Caribbean and other parts of Europe. This was called the transatlantic slave trade. But that is not what we are talking about today. In this episode, we'll take a look at the enslavement that was responsible for over 20 million Africans across the Sahara to Egypt, Syria, and other parts of the Middle East. The Trans-Saharan slave trade. Before we start, please like and subscribe to our channel for more stories. Otherwise, we will not share our sweet palm wine with you.
Hey, Donald, just pause that 1 second.
Wondering, aren't the Europeans the one who arrived at the shores of Africa and took loads of slaves away on their ships? Loads! Okay, let me explain. There were two major forms of slave trades in Africa. The first was the Trans-Saharan slave trade. The second is the transatlantic or the triangular slave trade. The Trans-Saharan slave trade is by far the oldest type of slave trade documented in Africa and perhaps the world at large. It dates as far back as 1000 BCE. Although the desert was so large that it was referred to as the sea.
Can everybody hear me? Because I want to know if I'm knocked off or not.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hey, before that video, before it populates, yeah, the sub-Saharan slave trade, that was prophesied in Psalms 83, because Ishmael, those nations are going to be destroyed too for putting God elect into slavery. So they got a recompense coming too.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Is Ishmael the father of all Arabs?
No, it's at this point in time, it's a mixture of Esau, Ishmael, and several other Hamites. You know, so Ishmael, if you read Psalms 83, it mentions Ishmael in the conspiracy to enslave the apple of his eye and to take them in possession.
So when it says Ishmael, what is, because this Arabs doing the slave trade? So Ishmaelites that were doing the slave trade across the Sahara.
Well, they were part of the conspiracy of trying to hide us, take away our heritage, and to take us in possession. What they did, if you keep reading in Psalms 83, is to take them in possession, to hide them. You know, they committed a tumult, but that's just the bottom line. They're going to be judged too. So when he's coming back to judge the Gentile nations, those Gentile nations include Latinos, blacks, Hamites, people from all over the world. Well, yeah, Latinos, Hispanics, all Gentile nations. They're going to be those Gentile nations who don't cleave to natural Israel. They're going to be judged too. Now, when they're talking about isles of the Gentiles, and them European nations, those are considered the folks. You know.
Okay, we just comment. The ark was not a type of Christ. What the ark was, what was in the ark was a type of Christ. Mary is the ark of the new covenant.
Okay, no problem. All right, you know, it's just.
I mean,
no problem. If you want to believe that, it's fine. I don't have no issue with that. But you know, he was Mashiach is Noah, and you know, and if you want to believe that, that's fine. And I don't have no issue with that. But I believe Jesus was a type of the ark. He was a type of the ark too, and the tent of meeting, and that whole thing. So, different aspects.
All right, fair use.
Hey, Dennis, real quick.
Go ahead.
This this Trans-Saharan trade, this is also a trade of merchants. So you had a lot of North African Israelites moving back and forth throughout the Sahara. And this is what I was talking about earlier with the Jews of Bilad al-Sudan. So it's not just only a population of Portuguese Jews, but also a population of Jews from the Sahara. So that's why it's not only Israelites, it's other nations too. But I just kind of wanted to point that out.
Okay.
All
right. Fair use.
Of sands by early Roman and Jewish historians, trade routes were already established. A large number of items from foodstuff, gold, and salt, which originated from the rich salt mines of North Africa, were carried along these routes, and every trade had its own dawn: the Arabs. The Arab merchants conducted their business between North African states in the West. In return, they brought in weapons, fabrics, and other precious items to sell to the North Africans, even down towards the West. West Africans, how far? The lucrative business meant prosperity for everyone, which led to the need for cheaper manpower that will later be found in slaves. Ooh. The continuous movement of slaves across the Sahara came to be known as the Trans-Saharan slave trade, and this was later to be monopolized for hundreds of years, even up to the 19th century. The spread of Islam in West Africa, especially in areas close to the Sahara, bridged the communication gap between traders of African and Arab origin and fostered more trade across the desert. While it was estimated that the transatlantic slave trade, which occurred in the later years, led to the forced exodus of over 18 million Africans, the exact number of Africans traded across the Sahara is unknown. Contemporary historians believe that this was an estimate of over 27 million Africans. The journey across the Sahara, which is the natural demarcation between North and West Africa, was about 1,200 miles, which by any means is not an easy feat. But the introduction of desert camels reduced the distance, but not for the slaves. They endured the scorching sun, the cold nights, sandy walkways, and sandstorms which gave no warnings. The poisonous reptiles, oh God. The slaves often go for days without food and water. Please, give me water to drink. Dehydration killed more slaves than their slave masters did. Sick and feeble ones would be left behind to die, and rebellious ones would be killed. The women either became sex slaves or concubines, and some of the men were trained as soldiers. Attention! Whatever the case, they all had a common destiny: to be sold as slaves to the highest bidder once the desert has been crossed. The Trans-Saharan slave trade was also harsh to the merchants too. If one ever embarked on such a journey, he would have to travel with his entire family or army, or still kiss them goodbye because he could not predict when he would return. My chérie, I may never see you again. In those days, it might take 6 months or 1 year to travel and return through the desert. That is, if you do not meet with the gentlemen of the desert. I'm talking Ali Baba and the 40 thieves, more the 40 thieves than Ali Baba himself. Today, such journeys take only about 2 to 3 hours to cross the desert by air. Whenever you see the inventors of the aircraft, just thank them. As the trade continued deep into West Africa, weaker states were raided. The slaves will work in gold mines and carried it off for long distances. Stronger states imposed taxes when the merchants passed through their territories, and the merchants formed alliances with kings for protection of trade. Those smart devils. These led to the rise of powerful kingdoms who had gold, had slaves, but had stupid kings who exchanged slaves for a bottle of whiskey, which even threatened the sale of our sweet palm wine. Bad king, bad king. One powerful kingdom that we need to know in those times, 1324, was the Mali Empire, where the richest man who ever lived ruled. Yeah, you can verify that on Forbes. His name was Mansa Musa, the 10th Mansa, or Emperor of Mali. Hail the Mansa! Now, in case you didn't know, Mansa Musa had a brother named Mansa Abubakar. Before he became king, Mali Empire extended up to the current-day Ghana, Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania, and Gambia. Some historians say it also consisted of the Kano Empire in modern-day Nigeria. The king before him has reportedly reached the 5th stage of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and wanted more, so he handed Musa the kingdom and went on an expedition to explore the Atlantic Ocean, but never returned. Mansa Musa took over the kingdom, expanded it through a series of conquests of weaker and rebellious states. At the height of its power, Mali had over 400 cities, had universities with Arabian scholars and architects. Ooh, yeah. Mansa Musa was a good politician and knew his game. He was so rich in gold that on his pilgrimage to Mecca, he went with 60,000 men, all wearing expensive Persian silk and brocades. 12,000 slaves, did I say slaves? Yes, slaves that helped to carry luggage of gold across the Sahara with him. 80 camels, all loaded with gold dust, and he fed his entire company all through the journey. It was said that he built a mosque each Friday, gave gifts of gold to the poor, and spent extensively. Ooh, he's a spender. Some historians believed he deliberately wanted to devalue the Egyptian gold market since the amount of good he splashed, particularly in Cairo, created financial recession for the next 10 years. This is the only time recorded in history that one man directly controlled the price of gold in the Mediterranean. Others say it was a show-off to make his Timbuktu, the capital of Mali, famous. Indeed, Mansa Musa made Timbuktu so famous such that the news of his wealth and pilgrimage to the Holy Land caught the attention of Europeans as Mali found her way into the Catalan Atlas in 1375. In fact, the major African city recognized by most Europeans around the 14th century was Timbuktu.
Just tell her I went to Timbuktu. Tell her I'm searching for gold.
Many European explorers sailed through the Atlantic Ocean from France, Portugal, England, Germany, and Spain to see for themselves what was in Africa, and a number of them landed in the West African ports. These events led to the realization of the vast wealth of Africa by the Europeans, which later gave birth to the transatlantic slave trade and later the colonization of Africa. Oh, sad. We, the native historians, recognize the legends of early European explorers, the agony of transatlantic slave trade and its abolition, the Harlem shipwreck, and African myths that favored colonization. Stay with us as we explore.
Bruce, where are the ships in the Trans-Saharan slave trade?
That I couldn't answer. They probably destroyed a lot of them, but it just goes to prove that the colonizers distorted history because, according to them, there was all black folks wasn't doing nothing but running around in Africa with bones in their nose and naked, and got rings in their ears and in their and plates in their lip, but we didn't contribute nothing to society, nothing but lied by the colonizer, by the white supremacists. Well, Mansa Musa was the richest man ever lived.
Was Mansa Musa Israelite?
No, but he was black.
But
he was black. He was black.
But here's the thing. They kind of skipped over some stuff. They just said that because Mansa Musa, or they're implying that because Mansa Musa had a lot of money, gold, it got the attention of Europeans, which started the slave trade. But that's not what Pope Nicholas VI and King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella has stated in references to them.
Exactly.
And also, there was Jews of Timbuktu and Tuat and Al-Adrizi. All these different Islamic historians talk about plenty of Jews throughout the Sahel and throughout these empires. So, there's a lot of history that's omitted. I want to know why they didn't talk about Askia Muhammad expelling all the Jews from West Africa.
Let me ask you. In retrospect, with how much African history there is, how much do Jews really play a factor in terms of African history?
They don't. I would say a small part, but since we're focusing on Jewish history, I guess that's what we're focused on, right?
No, well, I was just playing this meantime because I think Bria had to step away, right?
Oh, you talking about the current Jews or the real Jews?
Look up no. Look up Ismail. Look up Ismail. Seriously, look up Ismail Gator of Senegal.
So your question, Dunamis.
They gave him a whole museum based on his lineage of being a descendant of Sephardic Jews in West Africa. So, to me, this is serious because, this could have implications on how we see dispensation throughout the Bible and how people identify. like, it's not a joke for me personally.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
let's look up this information about the Jews of the Sahara. Why they were forced to become Islamic.
Okay, second next is when the paper bulls came about. What year is that?
That was like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but was that in 1555?
And then Mansa Musa around what time?
Mansa Musa, I think on here, didn't it say 1320?
Yeah, so we have a gap between Mansa Musa and the paper bull. So the Europeans are coming to the African continent, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, there was very slavery going on in Europe, things of nature, right?
Okay.
So if they're coming down, it talks about how Mansa Musa had slaves himself. So we see slavery was already an invention in the continent. We're not talking about child slavery, but slavery was there, right?
Right.
So are the paper bulls saying to have slavery, or slavery okay being what's going on? And also the fact that what's slavery going on in other parts of the world?
It was the intention of the slavery. So they were looking to convert infidels and those who are not old Christians to the Catholic faith. And anyone they found that was not a Catholic, they can go into perpetual slavery. So there was a different motivation behind the slavery that was practiced in other areas of the world.
Man. All right, hold on one second. Let me see if I can get the.
Well, you can't discount the wicked hand of the 1948 peoples and their descendants, the Khazars, folks, and what their hand in the transatlantic slave trade, because they pretty much own all the plantations and pretty much own all the ships that transported our brethren and sisterin over to South America, North America, and other places around the world. But they wanted to dismiss that history.
Yeah. All right. Let me. I'm asking because to me, I know people big up Mansa Musa, but what I've seen, sometimes in the history, he wasn't necessarily the best, and what he did in terms of showing his wealth wasn't necessarily the best move by those who were more held to folk tradition. But go ahead, Garfield.
I'm not. I actually just started listening. I don't want to chime in. I heard Second Exodus and Bruce talking. I don't know what you're talking about because I wasn't listening.
What's the purpose of the paper bulls and things of that nature?
Oh, the papal bulls. I mean,
Mansa Musa. So the video we just watched, based on how Mansa Musa shared his wealth, the wealth was seen all throughout. Word got back to Europe, and the Europeans started dealing more, venturing down to Africa to see what's going on.
No, they ventured because of Eldad the Danite and that storyline. Eldad the Danite, his story was from 880, but it was written down around the 12th century, and they added Prester John to it, and they said the Christians created a narrative that Prester John had all this gold and he went to Ethiopia. So it was a counteraction narrative to the Jews who were saying, you see, we got the lost tribes, we need to look for them. If people don't realize that before Eldad the Danite, nobody was mentioning Ethiopia or anything connection to Ethiopia. And he wasn't literally even talking about the Ethiopia today. He was talking about Nubia. So what happened is nobody was talking about the lost tribes after Akiva in the 2nd century, and the other rabbi was arguing, who is there the lost tribes? Are they coming back? So Akiva's like, nah, that's done with. Ain't nobody coming back. The other guy's like, yes, they're lost and they're coming back. So that debate is what Eldad the Danite is mimicking in the 800s. So when he mimics that now, he makes up this whole story about these giants eating his friend, and they escaped, and he escaped because he had this Samson power, and that's why he called himself the Danite, because that's what Samson was. So now that narrative, when the Christians hear that, the Jews are celebrating, oh, there's a lost tribe, so it's true. So that everybody now starts looking for the lost tribes in the world. So all these people are now documenting where Jews are. So when you look at Benjamin Tadella now in the same 12th century, he says he found some of the lost Jews where? In the same exact place where they were when the Assyrians sent them. He went to Persia, he went to Assyria, he went to Babylon, he found 28 synagogues, he found over 100,000 Jews who claim that they are the people, descendants from the people that were sent to that same area where he found them. So once that so that kills the whole Hebrew Israelite narrative, because if these are the lost tribes, are supposedly people from Assyria and Persia and Babylon, they're still there. That's what Benjamin Tadella is saying. So that kills the whole argument. So now what?
Also said Cush.
Hold on. Who says Cush?
I said you're referencing Pathros and Assyria and Babylon, right?
About regarding what?
About the dispersal of Israelite tribes. Is that correct?
What are you talking about?
You're mentioning that there's tribes that were located in Syria and all these different areas, and you saying that they were there, but the Roman Empire was just not in those regions. The Roman Empire was throughout the Mediterranean.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is, are you mentioning that only Israelites are located in Syria? Is that what you're saying?
I never said that one time. And why would you get that from what I said? Can you share my screen 1 second? Can you please share my screen?
Yeah, I think Brent can share if you pull it up.
Can you share my screen? This is just ridiculous. Listen.
No, just answer the question.
Hey, Brother Garfield, I got a question. We just went through.
Bruce, hold on 1 second, Bruce.
Okay.
Brother Marine, are you there, sir? Can you share my screen so I could show instead of me talking, instead of me yapping at the mouth? I like to show stuff. All right, so here we go. So Benjamin Tadella, look at this now. In the itinerary of Benjamin Tadella, which survives today, we learned that Benjamin left from Saragossa and traveling through France, Italy, Greece, Constantinople, crossing to Crusader territory at Antioch, Damascus, from Damascus, and so forth. It was in 1168, which is the 12th century. This is right after Prester John's story came out with what's his name? Eldad the Danite, that the Maimonides arrived in Egypt from Spain, there to settle for the rest of his life. All right, so now what happens when he settles? He finds the exiles everywhere he goes. So he starts documenting where the exiles are. But he's saying, look at what he's talking about. In 722 BC, the Assyrians, and he talk about the Babylonians and so forth, right? And start referring to 2 Kings. Now watch what happened. He goes to exactly what the Bible refers to in 2 Kings 17:6, Gozan and the Medes, and then he goes on the Gozan River and he starts finding these people who are claiming this tradition. 4 of the tribes of Israel dwell named the tribe of Dan, and all these different tribes, right? Then he says he finds over 40,000 Jews and 10 yeshivas and 28 synagogues in Babylon and all these areas where these people allegedly went after they got kicked out. So then he finds 100,000 in Gozan, thousands in Medes. Where did they go in the Medes? Same 2 Kings 17:6. All places that the tribes were where they went. Then he starts talking about the Resh Gulata, which is from the Pharisaic rabbinical tradition of the person who is descended from David. So this tradition now, these people are pointing out that the people is where they actually were. So where they are, those people are claiming that they are those people that supposedly descend from those people who were kicked out of Israel at the time. So when Eldad the Danite says it, he's mimicking from the earlier rabbis in the 2nd century. And then these guys now start looking for lost tribes all over the world till you end up with Antonio Montezinos in the Americas. So what I am saying to you, gentlemen, as far as anything goes, as far as lost tribes, you might disrespect and dismiss rabbinical Jews. You might dismiss the Orthodox Jews, but they're the ones that's carrying the tradition continuously. And if these people in these areas who are claiming to this guy Benjamin Tadella, are they fake? The people in the Medes, are they fake? Are the people that made 28 synagogues, are they fake? Are these 40,000 Jews fake? See, look at this.
Nobody's saying they're fake, but you're implying that because they found Jews in these areas, that supersedes the indications that there's Jews in other areas in the world as well.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Those Jews, they're Jews all over the world. I have not disputed that. Okay. What you are doing now, I don't know if you're actually listening to what I'm saying. I am saying in the 12th century of the Common Era, you have a guy who's traveling the world that says he ran into these Jews. Are these Jews fake? That's what I want to know. Are these Jews in these areas that 2 Kings 17:6 says, are they fake? That's what I want to know.
No, they're not fake.
All right. So if these are not fake and they're descendants, and if you look at my my profile right here, let me show y'all something real quickly. I did this yesterday. Look at this now. If those people are not fake, these are the same individuals from those areas that are saying, hey, you know what? We have some people that come from this area and that area. Here we go right here. This book, I brought it up yesterday. What it says about them. They've been in that area for over 2,500 years. They practice the Sabbath. They have a language called Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with what? Biblical Hebrew. So these people in Babylon who were found by Benjamin Tadella, they're a part of these people here who went back to Israel. Operation Nehemiah and Operation Ezra flew them back to Israel. So they are living in Israel, those descendants of those people. So when people say people in the land is fake and these Jews are fake because of their light skin color or how they look, they have a better claim to actual real people that lived in the past than you guys who are fighting over here. They're not fighting. Look at the Al Yahuda tablets. It tells you, it teaches us that we weren't slaves like we were slaves to the Pharaoh. It teaches us that we were simply free people in Babylon, living not only in Al Yahuda. They had a town called Judah Town, but also in a dozen other cities where Jews either lived or did their business. So the Al Yahuda tablets, over 200, I actually have the book right here beside my bed, right here in my bedroom, is dated to the 6th and 5th centuries, and it proves that Nebuchadnezzar actually recruited these Judeans to help to build up his society. And these are the same people that's claimed in this book lived there for over 2,500 years. These are real descendants of Judeans. They practice their religion and they carry the language all these years. So what are we saying? So the people in the land is fake? The people in the land don't know nothing? And to prove my point even more, after the Al Yahuda tablets, you have the Murash archives, which has over 800 manuscripts, 800 cuneiform tablets, I'm sorry. And look at this. It shows the Jews living in Babylon after that time, Nebuchadnezzar's time period, in the Persian time period. Look at what they're doing. That preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Murash family. The records date from 454 to 404, hence the reigns of Artaxerxes and Darius, and deal with members of the royal families, small landowners, and numerous lesser individuals. And it also shows them lending money and doing all type of things. About 80 individuals such as Haggai and Shabbatai. From these details of their transaction, we learned that Jews lived in about 30 villages. Remember, they only lived in 12 areas in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Now it's expanded to 30 villages. These people are expanding and they continue to live there for over 2,500 years. I yield.
Okay, and we're talking about the Jews of Tuat and Timbuktu. So I understand that there are Jews in those locations, and nobody's disagreeing that they have a legitimate claim.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that part. Are you saying the Jews of Timbuktu were on the slave ships? I don't know. I didn't hear you.
I didn't say anything about slave ships.
Why are you bringing them up?
The Jews of Timbuktu?
Yeah, why? What's the purpose of bringing them up?
Because we're talking about West African history.
Okay, no, but aren't you trying to imply that Jews in West Africa? So that means you're trying to imply that Jews came over on the slave trade. What happened to the Jews in Timbuktu? What happened to them? What happened to the Jews in Timbuktu? I would love to know.
They were either forced to convert to Islam or they were sold off as slaves by Berbers and other West African tribes.
Sold off as slaves with Berbers. Can you provide a source for that?
Yeah, you can look it up.
No, I'm asking you. Where did you get it from?
Not right now because
I don't
I'm on
believe
the phone.
you.
But
You
don't have to believe me. Just look up
because you're making that up, bro. You're making that up.
Look
if
up.
You did it earlier, you're doing it again. There is
Look
no
up
way.
Ismail.
What more is Orthodox more?
Look up
Orthodox
Ismail
more.
Gaydar.
I trust Orthodox more. Orthodox more. Do you
That's
have
fine.
records of these people from Timbuktu these Jews being sold to the Berbers as slaves?
So, Jews from Timbuktu being sold to Berbers as slaves?
Yes, sir. And coming over on the slave trade. That's what he just said.
I can't document Jews being sold to Berbers from Timbuktu, but I can document populations from Timbuktu having like having a Berber like mixed with it. Like, so for people like Morgan Freeman, Tina Turner, like they have like
that's true. That's 100% confirmed. And we could show source for that right now.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about.
Look at this now. Why should I take Orthodox Moore's word and don't take Second Exodus word? Because Second Exodus has proven today everything he says is just his own opinion. He hasn't shown any sources all day. He's been on here. I'm at work. I can't do this. You're not gonna pull that off with Garfield. Every time you talk,
can you hear the people talking in the background?
You gotta show. Well, you gotta show.
That's because
get off the live. Get off the live then. Make a run for it because you are lying. There's no records. I've never seen it. Don't say it don't exist. But this is what you do because you have a motive. You have a motive. You want to lie to prove you are connected to Israelites. You want to lie to prove these people came from the slave trade. You can't prove it.
Talking loud.
Hey, Garfield, let me ask you this.
Hold up. I got primaries from Libya. Let's look at the black Jews because they were black. I could prove that the Jews in Timbuktu were black. I could prove that. If you want to do that, I could do that right now.
Nobody is
right now. But the records say that they went back. They went back, and there's an oral tradition by one of the gentlemen that's alive in the last 100 years, and he wrote about the history of them going back to Morocco, and some of them continued to live there because we do have the guy in the 1800s whose picture they took with the stuff of the curly hair on the side, looking like the Ashkenazi Jews. So we do have him in town, and they talk about their family coming from Morocco, which is what history talked about. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You're being more focused on skin color, and that's
no. I'm not worried about skin color. I'm saying that there's no records of what you're speaking about. What's the source? Give me a source.
Yeah, I would love to.
Give me a source.
Go to Google if whoever has access to it. Type in Ismael, Ismael, Deidara.
That's the guy I'm talking about. Ishmael, yes. I have no problem with him.
Okay. Now look into what he's.
Spell his name again. Ismael what?
Ismael, Ismael.
That what?
Deidara. Deidara, I believe. Senegalese. And he has accounts and discussions of people who left in West Africa who have been heavily persecuted as Jews, but they're Muslims. They want to make pilgrimage to Mecca, but they can't because of their affiliation with being Jews in West Africa and Senegal.
Yeah, that's the B'nai Israel in Senegal, right?
Yeah. Please look that up. You can help me out with that Orthodox Moor. I just don't have the sources on me at this moment. But I love sources.
What are you trying to prove with that one real quick? Because I'm trying to understand the claim with them. Because I came in on Jews getting sold to Berbers, so I'm trying to understand what the claim was on me.
Yeah, that's fine. Garfield is saying, can I prove that any of these Jews are the ones taken into the slave ships or on the slave trade? That's not my point of view right now.
Just said it. What are you talking about? Second Exodus. Why do you do this? Why do you listen? Bro, you just said that some of them were taken up and some of them were enslaved by the Berbers and some of them came on a transatlantic slave trade. You just said that.
Listen.
You just literally said that.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Am I in the Iron Family? Didn't he just say that?
When I mentioned,
just say that.
When I mentioned,
well, hear him out because I think he was talking. He was making reference of the Berbers. So just hear him out real quick, and then
I can speak on it. That's just one of the ethnic groups throughout the Trans-Saharan slave trade that I was talking about. I was talking about the Sahel, the slave trade across the Sahel. So I wasn't talking about the transatlantic slave trade, Garfield. I was talking about the Sahel. So.
I'm gonna rewind this and play it live, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah. But what
Okay.
but what I'm focused on is why not talk about these Jews that were in the Bani Israel or Senegal? You know, this has nothing to do with Sephardic or Portuguese
We're
Jews
talking about Timbuktu. How we get to Senegal?
because Timbuktu is within the Mali Empire.
So hold on a second. So you're
The Sa-
talking about Senegal, or you're talking about Timbuktu?
that's within the Mali Empire.
Let me
I'm
help.
talking
Let me
about
help.
that
Let me help
region.
out just a little bit there, second. So like the Bani Israel, like they're found in Senegal, they're found in Guinea, and they're found in Mali and whatnot. And their towns are called the Bani Israel as well, right? That's the name of their settlements as well, and whatnot, right? So they're in Mali, they're in Senegal, they're in Guinea and whatnot. But make your overall point for me because I'm trying to understand. Because like, so were you saying that like when I came in when you talking about the Jews, that was the Trans-Saharan concept?
Yes, I was talking about the Trans-Saharan concept, and we do know that Berbers were a part of the slave trading ethnic groups. So they did do a lot of slave trading. The Berbers, the Hausa, the Fulani, and all of these groups, ethnic groups, are across the Sahel. But you know, to give people more context, look up Ismail Gadara, look up Bani Israel, and show that these are distinct Israelite populations that are not affiliated with the Sephardic Portuguese Jews, because we talked about that
Oh no,
earlier.
I'm with you, bro. Like I literally like again, like so me and Garfield literally debated that like all day. Like that was linchpin to my whole thing. Because I was going with the like a consistent concept.
And more.
Whoa,
Did he
but
say Ishmael Adara? Did he mention that guy?
what was that?
Yeah. Did he mention for me to look up Ismail Dadera or
Yeah.
Hadera?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes,
Now
it is.
that guy is from the Mali kingdom and has a lot to. He's a historian from Timbuktu. Now he traced his roots to descendants from Moroccan Jewish traders, right, of the Abana family, right? Now he does talk about there's fear of persecution and it's a family Jewish identity. But I would like to know, where does he talk about them coming over on the slave trade? Because this is how deceptive this guy is. This is not the Trans-Saharan slave trade. This is the time period of the transatlantic slave trade. So this guy is around what time period? Talking when he's recording now. So he talks about the whole thing about what's going on with his family and his roots. When does he state that he came over on any slave trade or have anything to do with slave trade?
I never mentioned any slave trade with Ismail.
So why are you mentioning him? What's the purpose?
I'm mentioning Israelite populations within West Africa. That's what I'm focused on. You focused on the Israelite populations that were in Syria. I focused on the Israelite populations that was popping up in Angola, in Senegal, in Morocco, those locations, Tunisia, Libya.
What does that have to do with the transatlantic slave trade that you brought up originally?
Well, that's now originally you talking about from earlier this morning.
I'm talking about right now. You just told me to look up this guy Ishmael. His name is Hadera, actually, not Gadera.
Yes.
What's the purpose?
I'm sorry. To highlight the populations within West Africa that also claim lineage, Israelite lineage. So it's not only the 2,500 years of lineage in Syria, it's also lineage that is throughout North Africa, including West Africa, Guinea, that you mentioned earlier today.
Okay, are these people converts?
It wouldn't matter if they're converts or not, because
I understand.
Yeah,
Listen,
you understand that.
I understand. So if somebody is a convert, right, and they converted, so your claim is a converted claim, or are you claiming ethnic? You're Israelite from national Israelite. Is that what
I'm claiming both. I believe that there's ethnic Israelites as well as converts.
So where are these ethnic Israelites? Can you show me them? Show me 5 of them.
Show you, what do you mean? Are you talking about genetically speaking?
5 examples. Yeah, give me 5 examples. Anybody can be. If you're using genetic, you can't use genetics and say who's an Israelite.
Let me put it like this. We know that the Moorish expansion carried haplogroups E1, B1, E as the majority.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that has something to do with the Semitic population. So according to Dr. Robert Spencer, he said haplogroup E1B1 belongs to Semitic people genetically.
No. Well,
That's what
Robert
he
Spencer,
said.
you know what? I'll ask Razib Khan that. Ain't nobody believe that. Ain't nobody
What?
believe that.
He's a geneticist from
Ain't
MIT.
nobody believe that.
You don't have to believe it, but
You
he
can't
said it.
jump out. You can't jump out. Any matter of fact, E1B1A, E1B1B, any one of them can be connected to Semitic folks. Any one
Yeah.
of them. You don't make it a Semitic marker. He's supposedly started in Africa. There's a debate whether it started in Arabia or what you call it,
Egypt.
or Ethiopia or in that region or whatever. But the issue is, I don't think it's a Semitic marker. I don't think so. But that doesn't mean Semitic.
It's not about what you think,
I
Garfield. It's about what this. It's what the
think.
science says.
Yeah, but what? Show me. All right, what paper is he basing that off? He gave you an opinion. What paper is that based on?
Well, I guess you can base it off of the Natufians and the Ibero-Marusians, but he emailed me directly and told me.
So what paper is he basing that off? Is he basing it off of the E was started in Arabia? Because that
You
would
have to go to his website and look at
no.
his research.
Why didn't you ask him that? Say,
I
let me
asked him
get a
because I was.
source. Let me get a
I'll
source on that.
I could tell you why I asked him. I asked him because I looked at my haplogroup, which went all the way up to Spain and Morocco and came down to Senegal. That's why I had such a great interest in the Senegalese Jews and other Semitic people.
So in the last 1,000 years, your line stayed in E the whole time. The last 1,000 years. That's what you're telling us.
Haplogroup E is associated with
I'm
haplogroup.
asking you, are you saying for the last 1,000 years, your E marker stayed in one paternal lineage of E, right? The last 1,000 years. You are. That's what you're saying.
E doesn't change. Yeah.
Okay, so nobody mixed with nobody, and nobody. So you
That's
had
not how genetics works,
no,
Garfield. You know that, right?
no. You had children, all boy babies.
They will all be E. That's right.
All right. So you're saying that your lineage has only had E, nothing else.
Yes, that's right. It would stay E. Okay. No. Do you understand how haplogroups work, Garfield?
Yeah, I know exactly how it works. You're saying that your lineage come all the way down for the last 2,500 years or 2,000 years of E. I don't believe that. I don't believe
why? That's not. It doesn't matter what you believe. The science.
You see, that's how we play this game. I used to play that game. I don't play it no more. I don't play that.
Nobody's playing the game, Garfield.
Because I have E1B1A. That means I had E1B1A the whole time. No. This is why all the summer knowledge.
No, I said E.
I mixed up.
E. I didn't say E1B1A. I said E.
E1B1B, E1B1A, E, whatever E family. What I'm saying.
Branches from DE.
What company did your DNA test with?
Family Tree, 23andMe, African Ancestry. I did about several.
How much Ashkenazi Jew you have in the 23?
Ashkenazi Jews are recently created.
I'm asking you.
Let's slow this down right quick.
I have zero, by the way. Just to answer your question.
I'm struggling to understand. I'm struggling to keep up. Let's slow this down right quick. So
I got a question for like Garfield too. Earlier, right?
I think more was talk before you, but if you want to interrupt more, it's fine.
You had like posted a source that said that white Jewish men were pretty much having sex with black women, right? And more than likely, these white Jewish men having sex with black women were having kids with them. So my question to you is, what stops their kids from being Jews?
All right. So in 1447, right, officially the first African that was converted to Judaism, because what happened is these Jewish men were sleeping with African women. So once they sleep with them, they go by the mother. So because she's not considered a Jew,
okay,
the child wouldn't be considered a Jew. Okay. So now what happened is that's how the whole Luso-African class was created. For the Luso-African class or the mulattoes, they were classified as Jews later on. But originally, when you sleep with an African woman, the baby is not considered a Jew.
Pull your screen up. I gotta walk away.
So, in the Bible, right, Joseph marries a Egyptian woman, has kids with her, and two of his two kids are two of the tribes from Israel. So
The Egyptian woman, she was not a Jew. Joseph was a descendant, or he was a direct son of Jacob of Israel.
Are you talking about a biblical story?
Yeah, but
I'm
the
not doing
real
that.
no, hold on, Garfield, please don't do that. The real narrative of people claiming to be Jewish comes from the biblical narrative, whether we like that or not. That's where it comes from. So we have to reference that. In the Bible, Joseph marries a non-Jewish woman, yet his kids are still considered tribes of Israel. So my question to you, if you're saying that the Jewish people who were in West Africa were white, green, purple, whatever, their kids that they're having with black women, what makes their kids not Jews?
Oh, okay, because that was under rabbinical Judaism at the time. So that was their rule, their personal rule.
Okay,
so
that was their personal rule, but that's not the rule from the Bible, right?
Hello. Relax. That's their system that they have. This is why I laugh at you guys when you're claiming that you descend from these people, because the majority, 99% of Judaism being circulated around were people that, for one, never believed in the New Testament, never believed in Jesus. And these people practice a Pharisaic form of rabbinical Judaism. The Sephardics, the Ashkenazis, all of them practice some form of Orthodox rabbinical Judaism. To the brother that the book is called Soul of Judaism, and the source is from Schorsch, Jonathan Schorsch, 2009, and from the gentleman's book, Bruce Haynes, the brother, Dr. Bruce Haynes, who I've interviewed a couple of times. The first modern day Black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition, and it goes into that. As a matter of fact, let me pull up the book right now, the actual book, and show you guys live.
Okay. And while you pull that up, I'll just state
Hold on one second. And that's
while
to the
you
brother.
pull it up.
Hold on, beloved. Beloved, relax. I'm just responding to somebody who asked for a sword. We got to give the people Roddy Brew.
The way I'm calm. I'm just saying, go ahead.
Roddy Brew, the book is called Soul of Judaism, is written by Dr. Bruce Haynes, a brother, and he's one of the best sources of the history of Judaism, and it's called The Soul of Judaism. If you want to check it out. As a matter of fact, if anybody wants that book, I think I could email it to everybody shortly if they want it. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, I got it right here. I got the PDF version. So if anybody wants it, I could send it to them right now. The Soul of Judaism, and I'll get the exact page number for you and everything.
Yeah, when you're done, I'm about to go in because I got a couple points to clear up.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, so go ahead. You got it.
I was just saying, wait, hold on. Because Garfield has not answered the question and full understanding. If in the Bible the male can be with a non-Jew and the offspring becomes a Jew, right? Why is it that now we're saying just because
this is irrelevant, bro?
How is that irrelevant when you just cited, you pulled up a source that said white Jewish men were having kids with African women, meaning their offspring would be Jews. Their blood.
But in their world, hold on. In their, I don't know. I can't even. You're not even hearing me right now. You have one that's dealing with the Orthodox Jewish tradition. That's their tradition. Has nothing to do with the Bible. They decided
their
based on what
tradition comes from the Bible.
Bro. This is not rocket science. Rabbinical Jews
make this up.
Oh man.
They're trying to evolve their traditions that were traditions in the Bible. They created.
Do you mind if I answer your question while clearing up all the mess?
Go ahead, Orthodox.
I'm gonna answer his question too all at the same time, bro. Like so I'm gonna start with your question. As a matter of fact, like so what you're arguing for is a Karaite point of view, which is a non-rabbinic form, which is what Garfield's talking about. There is Karaite Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula and in North Africa, etc. Like you can look at things just strictly on the text like that, right? Cool, got you. However, I'm definitely gonna go in reverse now instead of the way I want to. But so the issue is like so no matter what, even if they are Jews, right? Make all the children of the people that came to South Tome, etc., Jews and whatnot, right? The vast majority, 99.99% of African Americans do not descend from that.
From who? From who, brother?
The Portuguese Jews that went to South Tome, etc.
Wait, how do we know that 99%? Wait, hold on. How do we know that 99%? Can you
give him a chance to finish?
Because we have their DNA.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because we have their DNA. We have the DNA from the modern populations of South Tome, etc. Right? And what we see is that there's a large influx of R1Bs, like multiple different R1Bs, E1B1B, and then there's the native population that's E1B1A.
Okay, so from the modern population, which over time, since the people were put there, has probably been mixed out and mixed in. How does that confirm that 99% of people in America were not descended from them?
With who?
With people who were okay. So the only people who were in Sao Tome were the original people put there. Is that what you're saying?
You got the African population. You got the Portuguese population.
Okay, so those are
hold on. You have the admixture, which is the Luso-African.
Okay.
What other people you got there mixing?
You just named 3 different people, but yet you're trying to say that that's only one. That's 3 different mixtures of people. The Portuguese people are not just all 100% Portuguese. They come from different clans and different peoples too. So how can you try to make the point that 99% of people in West Africa were not descended from them? How do you even know that? There's no stats for you to prove that. That's just like
we literally have their DNA. Not only do we have the DNA from Sao Tome, we have the DNA from Spain and Portugal.
You have the DNA from modern Spain and Portugal, right? From modern Spain and Portugal, right?
We got the stats, bro.
You have the DNA from modern Spain and Portugal, right?
Who came from modern Spain and Portugal?
I'm saying, is that the DNA you're referencing?
No. I'm saying we have the modern DNA from the current people from Sao Tome.
The current people.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish talking, bro.
Oh, why this guy interrupt every minute you say something, bro?
Because it's an emotional concept. It's not a logical argument for them.
It's not serious.
Bro, answer the question, please, bro.
So first and foremost, like, you're demonstrating how much you don't know what you're talking about. So the people you're talking about, the Jews that come in, these are the Portuguese. This is the Portuguese population, right? This is one population of people. The second population of people is the Africans whom they intermix with. The intermixing of the two makes the Luso-African population, which they consider themselves to be Portuguese and not African.
But they are African. Because you just said that they're mixed with them, so they are African. It doesn't matter what you consider yourself; it matters what you really come from. So they are African.
Got you. So now that we know who they are, we have their DNA profile, and we know what their descendants, what the descendants DNA look like, what the DNA looked like back in the Iberian Peninsula. I'm saying to you, 100% that 99% of people that came off the slave ship do not have their DNA.
How do you have you, sir? More. Have you checked the DNA for 99% of the people who came off the slave trade?
No, but I can go. More.
Bro,
if you're gonna talk to me, you're gonna let me talk. You're gonna let me talk. I can reference the largest study from that was of African DNA done by 23andMe, where they're taking DNA from us and DNA from Africa, fam. And no, we don't match.
Is that 99% of the people that came off the boat?
No, that's the descendants of all. No, that's the descendants of all of them that took the 23andMe test, man.
Okay, so that's descendants of all of them that took 23andMe test. That's not 99% of people that came off the boat. So why would you say that?
Hold on. What evidence do you have? Hold on, Garfield, I got this. What evidence do you have to the contrary? What evidence do you have to the contrary?
Hold on a second. Hey, my brother. One of the easiest ways we could agree on this easily is when the Jews, in the Sephardic Jews and their descendants, what records do we have on the ground of what movements they made? Those people became either middlemen or they migrated to another country. They didn't come over as slaves. So what you can do, how you could get more now is, hold on, brother, just show more your information of Spanish and Portuguese Jews who were exiled, show them being actual slaves. That's all you got to do. And you shut more up right now. So what is your...
You hit the nail on the head, Garfield. You talked about a free population coming to the Americas. You hit the nail on the head. That's why I said the people that came across in the slave trade, fam. He's not even catching it.
When the
He's
Jews
not even
from
catching it.
Spain, right? When they were exiled from Spain, they went into Portugal. King John or King what? Not King. Is it King John? Whoever the king was of Portugal.
Yes.
Bro.
To
He
start
started
told me,
to
right?
enslave them, bro. Okay, so what are we talking about?
Hold on.
The Portuguese was enslaving Jews in Portugal.
Okay.
And then they eventually kicked them out and sent them to Sao Tome. So
all right.
I'm just confused how we argue every day about
you're
Jews not
Do
being
you hear
black
what
or
you're saying?
black when you're citing
You're
sources
literally
that show
saying that they enslaved a group of people and then
Is
gave
Drake
them their
black?
own colonies.
Sir, the rapper Drake, is he black?
No, we're not changing the argument. Oh, we're gonna stay right
I bet.
He's Canadian. How about that?
We're gonna stay right here.
Yeah. He's Canadian. His dad did his DNA, and his dad DNA like 76% Nigerian.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you again: is Drake black?
I don't know.
Exactly. We know Drake is black. So why is it so hard for us to believe that if let's say the Jewish people who came over here were white, you cited that they were having sex with African women, meaning that their kids are now mixed. So why is that so hard to believe that black people in West Africa could be Jews? Why is that? Why is that far-fetched? Do you think every single person that they
again, the Luso-African population is a separate population than the West African population, fam.
Time out. Nobody's saying that people in West Africa weren't Jews. What we're saying is that the Jews that were in West Africa were merchants and traders and assisted with the actual slave trade. Don't interrupt me. Let me make my point. Relax. You're too hyper, man. Relax. This is how you have a conversation. I don't mind you shouting and raising your voice. That don't mean nothing.
Speak, bro. I don't need a speech, bro. Speak,
Give us a chance. Give us a chance to respond. That's all we're asking. That's how a dialogue works. Now, let me just repeat this. Nobody's denying that there were Jews in West Africa. The issue that we're having is that those Portuguese Jews and those Spanish Jews, those people some of them partake in the business of the actual slave trade. When they slept with the African woman, my brother, those people became a part of the Luso-African class. They weren't a part of the slave trade. They assisted. They became middlemen. And they assisted with enslaving Africans. So you got to show us, you got to show us proof that the people who were Jews and practicing Judaism were actually on the slave ships as slaves. Because we have records of them hitchhiking on slave ships. Saying, yo, I need a ride over here. That's all we need, brother. That's all we need.
So
are you
you're
hold on, wait. Let me go, y'all.
You're saying that all the Jews who came from you're saying that all the descendants who were mixed with white and African never entered the slave trade. That's your claim, right?
No.
No, that's not what either one of us are saying.
I'm saying that they partaked in the slave trade. They became the middlemen. Those people became the middlemen for the slave trade.
So you literally have evidence for what you're talking about, bro. You have people that I'm trying to help you out. Like, so you literally have people like, hold on, bro. Give me 2 seconds. You literally have people like Marcus Garvey. You've got people like Marcus Garvey who literally descend from people from Spain and whatnot. That's been proven all day. He got R1B and it goes back to a man in Spain. They got that from his descendants, right? So I'm not saying what you're saying is impossible or whatnot, right? What Garfield and I are trying to say is, and understand this, I'm somebody who debated Garfield for 5.5 hours about there being Israelites in West Africa and also their practice coming off the slave ships, right? But what I do is I don't focus on this population you're talking about. I'm trying to get you to understand, if you're going to focus on this population, you're ignoring the whole other populations you could be talking about, right? And this Luso-African population, the vast majority of African Americans do not descend from. Can you find people here and there that descend from Sephardic people? Yes, 100%, bro. But the vast majority do.
Black people in America, that's some you're speaking about. Are you referencing black people in America?
black people that may descend from slaves?
I didn't even say. Hold on. I didn't even say slaves. No. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm asking.
Listen to what I'm saying.
When you say some of them, some black. Let me hold on, so I can ask the question. When you say some black people, right, can descend from Spain, right? Which black people are you referencing? I heard you say Marcus Garvey. Are you referencing Marcus Garvey? Is he a part of that sum? And whatever your answer is, my next question is, did Marcus Garvey descend from slaves? I'm just asking questions.
Do I get to answer your question? You good?
Go ahead. Go ahead, my black brother.
So did I mention Marcus Garvey or no?
I heard the name Marcus Garvey. That's why I was asking. I didn't know.
No, 100%. So 100%. So why are you interrupting me to ask me about a name I just brought up?
I'm interrupting you to clarify. You said some, and now when you said some of those black people,
if you would just chill out, bro. If you would just chill out and let people talk for longer than 5 seconds, bro, you'd get the answer to all the questions.
So I'm answering it, brother. You said Marcus.
I was in the middle of literally answering another question. So can you do me a favor? Just chill. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just count to 10, my G. Just count to 10.
Go ahead and speak, bro.
So the thing that you're not digesting 100%, bro, is the vast majority of these Luso-Africans that we're talking about did not come to the Americas as slaves. If they came to the Americas, they came as free peoples, new Christians, etc., etc., etc. That's the whole point. And so when I say you're going to find some people that descend from people from Spain, Portugal, I'm going to tell you, some are going to descend from slaves. Some are going, the vast majority are not going to, man.
So this
hold on, hey,
slaves.
Can I talk to Joe? Because I've been waiting.
Hold on. Can I just get this source out the way real quick that I was trying to show for the brother in the chat? Hold on, let me just read it for him real quick. The brother in the chat asked what was the source. If you notice, if you ask me for a source, I go and get the source. So this is for the Ruddy Brew. This is from the book called Soul of Judaism. He's talking about first encounters. If most Jews in the U.S. trace their direct lineage to Eastern Europe, many Black Hebrew and Israelite groups that emerged in the early 20th century trace their lineage to Ethiopia or the Caribbean. For at least some individuals, there is historical merit to their claims. Jews had been active in the Ottoman slave trade from antiquity through the 19th century, and there is strong evidence that they owned sub-Saharan Africans and Ethiopian slaves, as well as Muslims in Egypt, according to Jonathan George. While slavery was widespread in Europe, throughout the Middle Ages, certain groups, including Moors, heretics, and Jews, were at times forbidden to own Christian slaves. The Siete Partidas of Alfonso X in 1261 forbade Jews, Moors, and heretics from converting their non-Christian slaves. Although we know that many African slaves were converted to Judaism, in the 1400s, legislation in Castile banned Christian women from nursing or raising Jewish children and forbade living Christian service. The first modern day Black, hold on, let me get to this page right here. Hold on, 1 second. The first modern day, hold on, where's this book at?
And when you're done, I got a question for you, Garfield.
Hold on there 1 second.
So y'all ain't gonna let me get in. I don't understand that.
1 second. The first modern day Black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474. According to the record, Zalanio de Castro Ahani from the house of Zagila de Castro Ahani underwent a circumcision at the hands of some Jews from the city of Marsala. During the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted Africans and Euro-Africans, was incorporated into the Jewish community of Amsterdam. While there is no basis on which to calculate the exact percentage of African slaves who formally converted to Judaism in Europe or the Americas, the practice clearly worried authorities. All right? Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, Orthodox, I cannot believe you can say and say that 99% of African Americans are not Israelites, and you can say that with authority.
I didn't say that. I said they don't descend from these Luso-Africans.
What do you mean Luso-African? Let's get that out the way first. What do you mean Luso-African?
So watch. Let me ask Garfield my question, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So Garfield, we debated for 5.5 hours about Israelite practices coming off the slave ships and people being Jews in West Africa, etc. Right? And that entirety of 5.5 hours. Did I mention the Luso-Africans once?
No, sir, not one time.
We went over a mountain of information. Did I mention Portuguese Jews once?
No, sir.
So that's my issue right quick, Bruce, is like, so there's so much more information that has to do with actual African Jews in West Africa that no one's able to talk about because we're stuck here talking about these Luso-Africans. Luso-Africans are the descendants of Portuguese that mixed with Africans and they mixed with them. That's their descendants and whatnot, right? That's a Luso-African. The majority of African Americans do not descend from them, and that's factual. I don't care what nobody feels about it. If you want to,
Bruce, hold on, man.
Wait. I'm trying to hear him out. Well, how do you know that? What proof do you have that?
So you know the DNA test you took that you don't want to talk about?
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got the DNA proof. The DNA that Dante talks about that you don't want to talk about. Yeah, all that proof is right there, fam. Like I said, we got the DNA from the Luso-Africans, and we have the DNA from Iberia and whatnot, right?
Hold on. Bruce, hold on one second. This is gonna connect with what you're saying. The issue here is Moore and I don't disagree with 99% of the sources that Dante says. The issue is he's mainly talking about these Portuguese and Spanish Jews, and the Portuguese mixed with the Africans. Those people weren't on the slave ships. They have records. Read Peter Mark's book. Read Jonathan Short's book. Jews in the Modern World. And these people are telling the same thing. Hold on. These experts are saying the same thing that Moore is saying.
Let me ask you this.
They are helping putting your descendants, your ancestors on slave ships. That's part of the slave trade. That's the problem.
I don't believe in maternal rights to become Israel. I believe it's through the father, first of all. I don't believe it's through the mother. I believe it's through the father.
Then we definitely don't.
Hold on, wait. Come on, bro. So I'm going by what the Bible says, like the brother who just got off the air, you know. So if a white guy, are taking black women or black Jews by, and you're saying that they were Jews, okay. But I go by the paternal. Secondly, no matter what data you have, that data is skewed because if you trying to tell me that the Jews from Spain and Portugal who got shipped to Brazil, to the islands, and to the Americas, North America and South America, are not descendants of Jews. If not, where do the Jews from Spain and Portugal go to? Where were they shipped? Tell me. Okay, hold on. Okay, just give me. Hold on. Let me. Okay.
You answer your question, Bruce.
Let me just finish. Let me finish. So if they didn't go to the Americas and to Haiti and to Jamaica and to the islands and to North America, where did all those Jews from Spain and Portugal go? Because I submit that's where they went, and not only there to the four corners of the earth. But go ahead.
So
where did they go?
A good chunk converted to Christianity, right? And the ones that you're talking about that went to the African islands and whatnot, either they stayed there. If they didn't stay there, they came to the Americas or went as again the concept of a new Christian, right? They didn't come over as slaves, man.
But there's documentation that even though but there's documentation. So even though they were forced conversos or new Christians who were Jews, who were Spanish and Portuguese Jews, who were Jews in faith and bloodline, but they were forced to take on the name new Christian or conversos, those are the one who was shipped to the west coast of Africa. And from there, they went to South America, North America, and the islands. So if you're not saying that, you're saying that 99% did not go. I need you to tell me where these abundance of Spanish and Portuguese, where were they shipped to? That's what I want to know.
Right here. Share my screen. My brother.
Because that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Share my screen, please. Share my screen, please. Iberian Jews. Roddy, don't speak. You're messing up the show. Your signal is horrible. You sound like you're underwater. The Iberian Jews, Spanish and Portuguese Jews, expulsion from Spain and Portugal led to migrations to these countries, not as slaves, migrations. They went to the Netherlands. They went to France, Italy, England, Brazil, Suriname, Curacao, Santo Domingo, Jamaica, Barbados, Colombia, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic. They went to French Guiana, Haiti, Uruguay.
I have no doubt about that.
Virgin Islands, Cape Verde, Sao Tome, Principe, Algeria. The issue is they never went there as slaves. They migrated there.
Everybody knows. Listen.
Oh, hold on.
No. The transatlantic slave trade and the maps showing them going to the Americas.
Hold on, my brother. Again, let me read what I read yesterday. Lisbon's New Christians, they took advantage of the presence of Dutch slave ships in Guinea to hitch a ride to Amsterdam or Rotterdam, even often through America. They returned to the petit pot from Amsterdam, joined by Dutch Jews of Portuguese descent. This is page 40 of Peter Mark's book. So y'all can know what source I got this from. Peter Mark's book, what it's called again? Jews in West Africa and something. I forgot the name. So Jews are able to hitch a ride on slave ships. If the Sephardic Jews are the ancestors of Americans in America, why are they able to travel freely on slave ships and also return to Africa? It makes absolutely no sense. And by the way,
you all actually believe that.
By the way, you see, you only trust sources you like, but you don't want to.
No. Because history testifies that they came from the. Listen, they came from the slave course.
Bruce, calm down and let me finish.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening, but Bruce, I want you to allow me to speak.
Bruce, I'm gonna tell you this: the only time you hear about these Jews going into slavery outside of the area, because remember, those are the ones that decided that they wanted to remain as Jews within Portugal. So the dude that was on before, yes, he was correct. The dude that was on, but the issue is, bro, those people never came over here. Those people who were sent to Sao Tome, what happened to them? They ended up marrying what? Negro woman and ended up in Luanga. They never came over as slaves, bro. You have no. Show me one example of a Sephardic Jew coming over as a slave. Show me one.
There's historical source.
Show me one. I guarantee you there's one.
The children that were sent to Sao Tome, St. Thomas, they went to that island, and then they escaped back and went back to the west coast of Africa, which they called the Kingdom of Judah. From there, from that time they were in there, and all the different communities, something like 115 communities. That's who the. Wait a minute, let me finish, y'all. That's who the slave traders.
The truth is not in you, Bruce.
No. See, man, y'all interrupted me. I gave y'all time to speak. I gave y'all space to speak.
Of Sephardic Jews going into.
No,
do you have that record?
I gave y'all time to speak, so to show courtesy. So all I'm saying is, it's just documentation that they went to Sao Tome, those kids from the age of 13 to 10 or 13 to 14, and they went back to the Kingdom of Judah. They managed their way back, and then when the Inquisition and the transatlantic slave trade, which is pretty much the same thing because it did not stop. They, from there, and all the communities surround Negro land, they were the ones targeted and sent to America. The maps show where those ships went, including in 1619 when the first one arrived into America. They were Spanish and Portuguese Jews and descendants of Spanish and Portuguese Jews. But you had other 12 tribes who are in the northern part of Africa. You had other of the 12 tribes who went down towards South Africa or in the sub-Saharan area. But the majority of the Spanish and Portuguese Jews claim descendants of Judah, Levi, and Benjamin. That's who were sent to the four corners of the earth. Judah.
Okay.
Bruce, you ain't got to sing. Hold on, real quick. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds,
No, more. Listen, more.
Seconds.
Let's do this. Let's do this more. Ask him Just give me a source that said the Sephardic Jews went into White. That's it, and I'll never come and bury.
No, I need more than that because
I'll
said
never come and bury anything.
I need more than that. He said that the descendants. He said the descendants of them, right? He said the descendants of them, the Jews that came through, that they escaped from Sao Tome and they escaped to White, to the kingdom of Judah, and then they got sold into slavery. I need that source, Bruce.
It's I don't know what every time
I ain't seen that nowhere, Bruce. Help me out.
Bruce, Bruce, give us a source, bro. Let's give us a
hold on, man.
Where you
got hold on.
You made that up, bro. You made that up.
The Inquisition, no, I didn't, bro. The Inquisition went on for a long time, and the transatlantic slave trade, the people who were targeted for slavery, who were sent to Brazil, America, North America, to the islands, they were Jews. They were targeting Judah. They were targeting those folks. And the native Hamites who lived in the land, who was getting liquor, gold, oil, and those things, they helped him round up the people of Judah, Levi and Benjamin included, and they rounded them up and sent them to the west coast of Africa, and then they sent them to the four corners of the earth. That's what the narrative of history. That's what the narrative of the Bible. But you all want to bring in some DNA, stuff that don't.
Hold on a second. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna ask you again, my brother. I'm gonna ask you as a brother. I'm gonna ask you this: Can you provide one piece of evidence that says that the people who were in Sao Tome were transported to Wida, to the Benin area? Can you provide
the kingdom of Judah? Yes, I read it the other day.
You read what the other day?
How when those children were sent to Sao Tome, they made it back over to the kingdom of Wida or Judah or the kingdom of Judah, and they went back.
My brother,
and then.
Oh, that's not true, bro. Come on, man.
Well, I'm telling you, I read it the other day.
All right, where did you read it?
You read it from what? Yeah, what was the source?
Well, I don't. I'm not.
I don't believe you, bro.
I'm not able to provide that right now, just like Second Exodus, Second Exodus is at work. I'm at work too.
Oh man, this is the problem. This is the problem. Y'all can't say more don't believe in God like what y'all say about me, right? So what is Moore's perspective on this? Why would he lie against you? He don't have a reason. This is why I keep asking him and interrupting him, because I don't want y'all to think it's Garfield coming from me. I want it to come from him. I'm sending him to be the hit, put the heat out on him, not Garfield. I'm taking the heat off of me. So I'm telling y'all, hold on. In 1496, King Manuel of Portugal punished Portuguese Jews who refused to pay a head tax by deporting almost 2,000 Jewish children to Sao Tome and Principe. The children ranged from ages 2 to 10. The children were raised as Roman Catholics and worked in the sugar trade, where they had to fend off crocodiles. A year after being deported to the islands, only 600 remained alive. Some of the children tried to retain their Judaism and Jewish heritage until the early 1600s. Descendants of the deported Jewish children retained some Jewish practices. By the 18th century, the Jewish heritage on the islands had largely dissipated. This is from the Jewish Virtual Library. That's the source, right? Hold on a second. Hold on one second now. Now, I'm going to say this right now. Some of the Jews of Sao Tome and Principe later settled in the kingdom of Loango. Remember, I read that earlier, talking to the other guy that was on, right? What's his name? The guy with the funny voice. So now, the kingdom of Loango, these were Sao Tome people who they said they made the men marry the Negro woman, right? Again, so those are what the kingdom of Loango, those black Jews. There's no records of them going into Benin, brother. You have to provide that source, that evidence. I don't believe you. You're getting treated like in Exodus. No source.
Hold on. You still haven't looked up what I was looking for the Ismail data.
Okay, Exodus, please don't interrupt this. Let Bruce deal with this, please, because you don't have a source. You can't give a source. You're at work. You're unable to correspond and show sources. So chill out.
Okay.
Please,
All right. So I guess we have to reconvene on this platform, and then when I find it, and then I can give it to you. But I read the other day that they left, then went back. Oh, but let me, before I do that, Luango. What area of Luango is it? What's adjacent to Luango?
In Congo.
What country?
It's in Congo.
In the Congo. That's all Negro land.
No, it's
Negro
not.
land.
No, actually, it's not.
The Congo is in the Negro land.
Actually, it's not.
It is.
Negro land is the Sahel.
Listen. Listen. Negro land was all over from the West Coast all over and going all the way back. That's my position of it when I look at the different maps. You don't think, and it's a proven point that those people in the Congolese people, their ancient Israel, their ancient ancestors, many of them were Hebrews. Many of them were Hebrews.
My brother, you see, again, what you do is this, right, Bruce? We asked you for a source. You can't provide the source. You said you read it somewhere. I don't believe you. You're making it up. There's no, I've never read any record regarding those Sao Tome kids, the 600 that left, ended up being in the Benin region. I have never read anybody,
can I respond?
Let me help you out. Anybody in the chat, I will take your word right now. And if you post a source, give me a source and I'll look it up and read it live. I am saying right now.
Nobody can go to Dante's website, the Omnidex, where he has those hyperlinks to those sources.
It's definitely on Dante's website.
Can we just go to it?
I don't know if Dante says that. Do you know? Hold on a second, Exodus. Does Dante say that? Yes or no?
I've never heard Dante make the claim that Bruce should.
So, no. Hold on more. You see, second Exodus, you're putting your foot in your mouth every time.
No, I just said let's go to the website and look at those sources. Why would we go to his website if it's not there from the beginning? How would you know? No, let's just go to we were supposed to go to because there was not properly cited in his book. We were going to go to his website.
No. We're talking about a specific issue with Bruce. Bruce made a claim that the Sao Tome Jews went to the Bight of Benin and they were shipped over as slaves. I want that story.
This is what I said.
And type in
hold on a second. Hold on a second. I said those children, and before I say that, there was multiple sources. Wait, Brother Garfield. There are multiple. Some say it was 1,600. Some say it was 1,400 children who were sent to Sao Tome with alligator infested land.
The largest amount. They said 600 remained after some of them were killed.
So, and what I'm saying is a lot of them made their way. And my position is this: a lot of them made their way back to the kingdom of Judah, and then they got caught up.
Why did they go there? Why? What was the reason?
To get away from the island, to get back where the rest of their folks were.
Bro, you do know that the Portuguese, who was in charge of Sao Tome?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to have to get the source and bring it back on the,
You don't know what you're talking about. First, you said
I do know
Negro land. Congo is in the central parts of Africa right now. Congo is not where Negro land was spread across. It's not there. The next thing is Luango is in Congo, the central parts of Africa. So for you now to have that conversation, you got to show us off those Atlantic islands that they transported people from there. Now, I will say this: Angola males were taken to the Atlantic islands, going in that direction. I don't know about people going in the other direction. If I'm wrong, I could put a source for that right now, and you could see that some of the people told me mixed. That's how they end up with the African. They have the E1B1A. A lot of them were sleeping with Angola men,
which is
okay. So let me ask you this. Are you saying that I am, or you never heard of it? You're not saying I'm a liar, but you're saying that you never heard of any source.
I'm saying you're lying.
See, that's totally different, man. At least you could, hold on. At least you could give me the grace, Brother Garfield. Brother Garfield. At least you could give me the grace to say, Bruce, before I call you a liar, if you don't show me the source, you can show me that.
No. I apologize. 100%. I shouldn't have said that. I will say this: you made it up. That's what
just pull up the website so we can look at it. Just like you pulled up
so
your
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find that source when I get to the crib. because I don't get off till later on tonight. And next time I appear, I'm gonna cite that source. That, and this is what I'm gonna bring back, Brother Moore, so there will be no ambiguity.
Yes,
this is
sir.
what I read. I read that those kids were sent to Sao Tome, that alligator-infested island, or St. Thomas. Then later they found their way, somehow got their way, went back into West Africa, into the Kingdom of Judah. And I'm saying that's been documented. And then the transatlantic slave trade continued, and they were shipped all over, because the transatlantic slave trade continued for several hundred years. That's what I'm saying. Do y'all get that?
Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Well, let's go to the website. Let's go to Dante's website and go to the Omnidex and put up those hyperlinks.
Oh, you're on there now?
Let's do that. Let's
You
go
got
to
the
the
link?
hyperlink to Dante's website. Just type in Black History in the Bible in Google.
And by the way, yesterday I read that the Dahomey, when they sell the people, it's usually people they capture from outside. So the Dahomey, the indigenous people of Dahomey or Wida, were not normally sold on slave ships. So the people who live in Wida, if you want to say that's Judah, those people were not on the slave ships. I need to make that clear to everybody. I'm not saying nobody on the slave ship was born in Wida or an indigenous person from Wida.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to that
All
website.
right. Okay, hey, Brother Moore.
I'm pulling it up right now if I can. And real quick, let me answer somebody from the chat. So Brian Jones, I am not saying so I literally, if you go to my channel, The Orthodox Moore, I just put up a video for me on here last year where I debated Garfield for 5.5 hours, where I give my arguments for Israelite populations in West Africa and them coming off slave ships and their practices, etc. Right. So I have my own particular beliefs about that being a factor with that, right? So I'm not on here saying that no Jews came off the slave ships. That's not what I'm saying. I personally believe the opposite. The Jews did come off the slave ships. I don't believe that everyone that came off the slave ship was a Jew. I think it was a minority, not a majority, etc. Right? And I personally think that it's a waste of time to consistently talk about Luso-African populations who are minuscule to the African American diaspora, instead of actually talking about the West African populations, of whom I just said to Garfield, we were talking back and forth for 5.5 hours, and I didn't mention Luso-Africans not once. There's a mountain of information for Jews in West Africa, and how they ended up going from Judaism to Christianity to Islam, and having like the most Judaized form to Christianity, the most Judaized form to Islam you ever put your eyes on and whatnot, right? However, we're not talking about that because we're stuck on this whole thing about people want to be the children of great babies and whatnot, bro. And it's ridiculous. Anyway, so what am I looking up at? Hold on, let me share a screen right quick, and we can make this crack.
Okay, why you looking that up, Brother Moore? All I'm saying is, it is not proper for me, for you, or it's really not you, but I'm just saying you, or Brother Garfield, to say I'm a liar without even giving me a chance to produce the source. I said I'm at work now. Just like second, I can't produce it right now.
Garfield said, I'm wrong for calling you a liar, Bruce.
Okay, so now, all right, well, cool.
If you can't produce the source, I would appreciate you saying that you were wrong. That's all.
Okay, all right. And if I can't produce source or one or two sources, then I could say, well, maybe I misunderstood. Right. Because I'm not lying. That was my understanding reading the source, and I'm gonna tell you, I read the source now, and I'm gonna go. Now I can't wait to get off to run and get it, but we'll get to it. Lord willing.
No worries.
I'm off of work now, but I'm heading home, so it might take.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen, so I think Brian's probably busy at the moment, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't sharing. So no worries on that thing. But no, so something Second Exodus said earlier that I agree with. We may agree, we may disagree on a bunch of other stuff that you said earlier, but we agree on this and whatnot, right? It's like there's different Jewish populations to speak of it, whatnot, right? You can talk about the Portuguese ones in West Africa and all you want to, but in terms of actually finding material culture or linking that to African Americans and whatnot, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna find it. You're gonna be stretching all day to try to make stuff fit, right? However, like there is, again, like I'll keep saying this on blue in the face. Me and Garfield had a 5.5 hour debate where it's a mountain of information about the people coming from West Africa, their traditions, and then those traditions coming off the slave ships and whatnot, right? So there's a lot of material culture to look at. And it's a shame. It's a shame that we don't examine it, because it's real history. It's our history, and whether you're Jewish or not, etc. There's West African Christian history prior to colonialism, West African Islamic history prior to colonialism, etc. Along with West African Jewry prior to colonialism and whatnot, right? We should understand it's just as our history, if nothing else, and whatnot, right? It don't got to be a whole like, oh, proving BHI is right or wrong and whatnot. But we can't have the real conversation because we're stuck on people having this their obsession. I'll just leave it. I'll be nice with an obsession with the Luso-African populations and pretending that they descend from them.
Well, I see, and I believe that they have every right to believe that, based on history, based on the chronographers, based on the historians, the people who were targeted, according to writers who were targeted, and they went to the West Coast, and from there, the papal bulls who were to put them in perpetual slavery, the Jews, and so forth.
No,
they were put in.
Bruce, listen to what you're saying. I want you to listen to what you're saying, okay? The papal bulls, like we're talking about Romanus Pontifex, you know what I'm saying, Dum Diversus, Indrec Itera, all the type of stuff, right? They stipulate to reduce all infidel people, all non-Christians to slavery, right? The Saracens and all of the infidel people around and whatnot. So they were going after Muslims, and they were going after everyone who wasn't a Christian and whatnot, right? So these Luso-Africans are new Christians, fam. The majority of them whatnot, right? So the majority of them are not under what you're talking about.
Well, see, that's where we disagree. I submit to you that yes, that verbiage is in the bull, but the bulls, and not only the king of Spain and Portugal, they went after Judah. They went after Jews. They took the money, and then when they went over there, the king of Portugal charged them a fee, and then after that, he was like, "Get out of here! If you can't get out of here, you go either convert or you're going into perpetual slavery." And they could not start the transatlantic slave trade without getting permission from the wicked Roman Catholic Church. They were targeting Jews from Spain and Portugal. That's where the majority of it. And those Hamite folks who assisted them knew who they were, because they weren't going to put their own people in there. No, they charged those people who encroached on their land, who were prosperous and had their own kingdom. And it's just true, man.
For the love of God, I need help with this part, because this is what strains credulity, and I have a hard time taking people serious with this, right? So out of all the Jews that were expelled from Spain and Portugal, we're talking like I'll even give you more. Okay. I'll give you like 500,000, right? It's not even close to that, but I'll say 500,000, right? Not even close to that. On document, less than 50,000 of them went to West Africa in the areas you're talking about. This is documented. Less than 50,000. How in God's green earth did that population turn into the 10+ million people that came off the slave ships?
Because I just don't think you're looking at who the true people were who were actually put in those slave ships. You and Brother Moore would have us to believe that they were like, look, let me hitch a ride and head on over there to the new land. No, they were put in there they were put on those ships like sardines, and they were put over there. And then through the middle passage.
What day? Who are you talking about? Which day are you talking about?
I'm talking about they are the Spanish and Portuguese Jews. They were put into those cargo ships who were owned by the Ashkenazi Jews, because they owned the plantations. Majority of the Jews from Spain and Portugal, majority of them went into Brazil, the Negroes, and then they went to some of the islands, and then also North America. So I submit to you that they were Spanish and Portuguese Jews who were put on those ships.
Okay, so let me get this story just so I got what you're saying, because I don't want to misconstrue you. I don't want to misunderstand you. So your argument is that Ashkenazi Jews or Sephardic Jews were on Ashkenazi Jewish slave ships coming to the Americas, mainly into Brazil, is that true?
No, I'm saying that those Ashkenazi Jews pretty much own majority. They insured the ships. They own the ships. They captain the ships, and they own the plantations. So their hands are dirty when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, and that's what I'm saying. But the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, who were Negroes, black, unlike the Ashkenazi white Jews today, they were sent into perpetual slavery. Now, like as I said, the Ashkenazi Jews who own the ships, own the ports, who insured the slave ships, who insured the plantations, who ran the plantations. I mean, who owned the plantations? They were Ashkenazi white Jews. Now, but the cargo of the transatlantic slave trade were Spanish and Portuguese Jews of the tribe of Judah, and you had Levite and Benjamin in there too. That's my position.
So, did the Sephardic Jews own any plantations?
Yeah, they had some Sephardic Jews in there too.
Owning the plantation?
No, they. Well, listen. They had some blacks and some Jews who had land, but it was taken away from their riches were taken away from them. You had some regal class of Jews who were trying to pay the different kings of Spain and Portugal passage and the ability to stay in their land, but they were trying to pay them off so they wouldn't get slaughtered, and so after they paid their taxes that the king of Portugal wanted, after a while he was like, nope, that and either convert. And so you had a lot of those Negroes saying that, okay, yep, I'm a Marrano, I'm a new convert, I'm a converso. They were black, pretending only in title only they were Jews because they didn't want to get killed. They didn't want all their stuff taken, so they had the title of Christian, but in secret they will worship. They will worship as Israelites. That's my position. Yeah.
The only thing I would probably disagree with more about, and I actually agree with a lot of things that he said, is really the position of which haplogroup belongs to the Semitic people. Because if the implication is E1B1B belongs to the Semitic people, then that means there's a very small percentage of that present on the island of Sao Tome, right? But my issue is that E1B1B is associated with the Arabs that migrated up out of Arabia. That's just my position. Haplogroup R.
Hold on. What are we disagreeing with in terms of DNA?
Okay, I gotta go. I'll hit y'all back.
No worries. You gotta do.
I was just saying, I believe it seems like we're only disagreeing with the position of which haplogroup is more likely to be a descendant of Israelite origin.
How do you mean? Walk me through that right quick.
Okay, so I want to say that unless do you believe that E1B1B is could be associated with the Israelite or Jewish haplogroup?
E1B1B, yeah, I've been saying that for years.
Yeah. So, I can't confidently say E1B1A is, but I can confidently probably say that E1B1B is probably more associated with the Arabs instead. Not Ishmaelites, but more so Arabs.
More so Arabs than who? Than what?
Such as Joktan's lineage.
You got me so confused, right? Like so.
Okay.
So if we, what's the point of disagreement? Because you start off saying like, do you like? I agree that E1B1B is Semitic or whatnot. So what are we disagreeing on? Just walk me through this part real quick.
Okay.
What did you hear me say that you disagree with?
I take the position that E1B1A could be a candidate for Israelite lineage, possibly.
When you say Israelite lineage, are you talking about like the mixed multitude lineage, or are you talking about like from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that. Like I don't see any good modern evidence for that claim. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so that's the good modern evidence. My position would be perhaps those new Christians and waves of Jews that were brought over to the island of Sao Tome didn't just die out. And perhaps the reason why it matches those found in Senegal is because maybe perhaps both populations are Semitic to begin with. Because I remember G-Con saying if haplogroup E, 1B1A, is Semitic or is Jewish, that makes almost the whole continent of Africa Semitic or Jewish.
Bro, I'm having a hard time following the argument, right? Like, so just walking me through this and real slow like I'm an idiot, right? So
okay.
So Sao Tome people,
yes,
in modern times, being shown to have E1B1A in a big chunk of the population, right?
Yes.
What about that has to do with like an ancient Israelite population being E1B1A?
What that has to do with is the Sephardic Jews being populated on the island of Sao Tome. So my position would be those Sephardic Jews didn't die out. They just simply, their percentage is overwhelmingly represented as E1B1A on Sao Tome. Last I checked, that island was uninhabited, right? It's uninhabited. If I'm going too fast, just let me know.
No, you're good, bro. Keep going. I'll let you know when I need you to slow down for me.
The descendants of those Sephardic Jews deported from Spain and Portugal, both the children and the new Christians, and further deportations of Sephardic Jews to the island should be E1B1A.
All of them should be E1B1A?
Not all of them.
Why should they be E1B? Why should the people of South America be E1B1A? Help me understand.
Okay. From what I understand, haplogroup E1B1B belongs to Arabs, Moors, Semitic people. Moors and Jews are related Semitic people. I'm looking at Semitic meaning people who descend from Shem, have a common ancestor of Shem paternally. So anyone outside of haplogroup D or E would not be Semitic genetically. That's the claim that I'm making here. So E1B1B is Semitic, but is Semitic from a different group of people. E1B1A seems to be overrepresented in the population of those people in Sao Tome.
There you go.
Does that make sense?
So yeah, so you just said it yourself. It's overrepresented. Why is it overrepresented?
I personally believe that waves of new Christians having a common ancestor, being Semitic, Jews in general, would have haplogroup E. Now, does that mean all Jews are haplogroup E? No. But genetically speaking, those who are Semitic Jews would have haplogroup E.
So that what about the genetic evidence that we have from the Iberian Peninsula would lead you to believe that there should be an overrepresentation of haplogroup E1B1A in South Tome?
You know what? I want you to help me out with that because you said there's genetic evidence. What genetic evidence leads you to believe that there's another group? What is that haplogroup that leads you to believe that it's Sephardic Jewish? Like what haplogroup is Sephardic Jewish or descends from the Sephardic Jews genetically?
So I just asked you. I just asked you a question. I appreciate an answer for your answer. Ask me a question.
What leads me to believe that is the graveyards in Lisbon, Portugal. One of the kings required the Jews to be buried outside, about a mile outside of Portugal.
Okay.
And in that graveyard, according to Hannah Adams, the way they buried the Sephardic Jews was bound their hands behind their backs.
Okay.
And they clubbed them upside the head, giving them traumas, head traumas, and they buried them in the ground. They took the DNA results of that, and it turns out to be haplogroup E.
So there's a lot of haplogroup E in Spain and Portugal. So I'm asking about E1B1A.
Yeah. Well, now that's where I'm getting to with the patterns that I was talking about. I said there seems to be an overrepresentation of those who were slaves in all countries, whether it be African, European, or Asian. And the haplogroups, if the males are not castrated, the haplogroups of those surviving lineages typically seem to belong to E1B1A. So there's that slave component of E1B1A. And then there's other Jewish haplogroups that do not have an overrepresentation of being historically enslaved. So if I look at E1B1B, I don't see an overrepresentation of haplogroup E1B1B men who carry those lineages as slaves.
So
same thing.
Let me explain why I disagree with all that methodology, right? Like, so we have a lot of genetic evidence from pre-Moorish Spain and post-Moorish Spain or whatnot, and Moorish Spain itself, right? In terms of bodies we can dig about the ground or whatnot, right? And what we see consistently is that is that it, like, from like the 3rd, 4th century on, you can see J there, you can see R1B there, you can see E1B1B there. But E1B1A is a vast minority amongst all the DNA that you find there, right? It's underrepresented. It's like it's an extremely small portion. I was on here the other day showing that, like, so there's a famous study that Bunaya likes to misconstrue and whatnot, right? So I showed that from the 20 bodies that's on that study, only one of them comes up as E1B1A, and it comes up from the 10th, 11th century, whatnot, right? It's not even like original to the thing and whatnot. It's a Johnny come lately to the party, whatnot, right? And so, like, again, we're talking like 1 out of 20 bodies. That's 5% of the people and whatnot that they got over from the 3rd century. So I believe it was like the 1700s or whatnot, right? And so there's no reason to believe that based upon them kind of samples or whatnot, that you should find an overrepresentation of E1B1A in South America or whatnot, right? It makes more sense that when you find the DNA of the people that are R1B and E1B1B, etc., that matches up to the bodies we have prior to all that stuff, and that matches up with all the bodies we have in Spain and Portugal or whatnot, right? It makes more sense to believe, like, okay, the majority of if I extrapolate them percentages and whatnot, the minority of people that are going to go to South America, etc., are most likely, air quotes, most likely not going to be E1B1A.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because you mentioned
Sure.
haplogroup J and haplogroup R.
Mm-hmm.
Is haplogroup J and haplogroup R Semitic genetically?
Genetically, not on my model,
yes.
But in terms of the way science talks about Semitic and like Semitic speaking peoples or whatnot, yeah, like, so they're going to talk about it like, so like in that concept, like part of the mixed multitude kind of thing, right? And they would 100% be represented in that concept.
Well, yeah, I understand there's always going to be a mixed multitude, haplogroup B, haplogroup A, things, different haplogroups. No, I'm asking genetically, like Semitic genetically, not necessarily.
Yeah, like, so I very publicly run with the Yap gang model of Ham being descendants of Ham being A and B, descendants of Shem being DE, etc. And descendants of Japheth being descendants of CF, etc.
Okay, now speaking patrilineally speaking, genetically, how can R that descends from haplogroup F be Semitic.
Why is that
genetically
relevant to the conversation? No one's making a
it's
claim.
it's relevant because we're trying to see which ones are Semitic and which ones are not Semitic. That allows us to, because we know Jews are Semitic people, Arabs are Semitic people, Sabians are Semitic. So we need to rule out who is genetically not Semitic.
For the purpose of what?
For the purpose, now we've been talking about genetic, right? We've been talking about both a mixed multitude. Nobody disagree. Well, yeah, some people disagree.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
really,
what you're doing right now. You're saying that you're literally making the argument that you shouldn't have J and R1B and all these other haplogroups in the population of South Tome because they're not Semitic.
I'm not making the argument that they shouldn't be recognized as Jews. Let me make that clear.
No, that's not what I said. I said that.
Okay, I'm just making it clear. Yeah, I understand what you said. I'm just making it clear. I'm not excluding anybody from their history or anything of that nature. What I am seeking to do is I'm seeking to know which ones are specifically Semitic, which ones have a historical connection, Semitically speaking, like the Natufians. We bring up the Natufians.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, which one can we parse out between being Arabic and versus the other, haplogroup? Because
what you're not going to do is be able to parse out what language people speak, like so Arabic and all them kind of things and whatnot. Like you're not going to parse that from a genetic group, right? In terms of ties to the Natufians and whatnot, the J's and the R1Bs.
No.
Hold on. Let me say this: the J's and the R1Bs in Spain are going to have a hell of a lot more Natufian genetics than E1B1A people in South Tome. A hell of a lot more Natufian genetics.
Autosomally, yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Autosomally, yeah. Now, I'm not saying that by language. What I am saying is, when I'm talking about parsing out, I'm talking about parsing out as historically speaking, like the Yibir. I'm surprised nobody talks about the Yibir in Somalia. A group of
because they're not relevant to a West
who,
African conversation.
Well, we're talking about lineage, so in any case, African Americans shouldn't be relevant to any of this conversation because we're on the other side of the world. What I'm talking about is lineage of people migrating from one point of time to another, whether it be through warfare or famines or any other kind of event that causes them to migrate or be displaced.
So what's the point about the people in Spain, Portugal, and South Tome?
Well, if there are Sephardic Jews and they're supposed to be Semitic, I expect to see some type of Semitic haplogroup. No matter what the percentage is. Yeah, I know you mentioned overrepresentation, right? I mentioned overrepresentation earlier, but it can be a minority, like as small as the E1B1B percentage that is found on Sao Tome. And so I want to understand which one would match up the history of Jews being persecuted. More so, haplogroup E1B1B is attached to this Muslim migration out of Arabia. They weren't being enslaved to migrate out of Arabia. They were doing the enslaving or the converting or the proselytizing.
Do you know that Berbers, like literally the Berber haplogroup is E1B1B?
Yeah, I know that.
So what? Because you got me stuck talking about like it's this Arab thing, family. There's so many people with E1B1B. It's not even funny. You got people in Europe with E1B1B.
Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong. Napoleon has E1B1B. Hitler has E1B1B.
It's a bunch of people. It's a bunch of people in the Balkans and all that type of stuff in Greece and Macedonia, all kind of places in the Slavic countries with E1B1B. Fam. So help me understand. What's the point? What's the point?
Well, the point is that we, skin color aside, we know that patrilineal descent can be passed on. So if you have Moors in Europe and they're having admixture with people with different traits, then of course you're going to get a Napoleon, even though his ancestor may look like the Hausa or one of the Berbers, patrilineal speaking. And when we're talking about the vast explosion of E1B1B coming up out of Arabia, We saw it in one of the cartoons Dunamis played
Oh,
earlier,
you're talking
where
about
Islam
like the
spread
Jensen model.
across.
Like, so I hate to break it to you, but Jensen's model is broken and messed up, right? Like, so E1B1B didn't hit the scene with Islam. Like E1B1B
I didn't say it hit the scene
So,
with Islam.
so you said
I
you're
said
talking about this
spread.
explosion. No, fam.
The
Like,
explosion
again,
of spreading, migration.
okay,
Yeah.
which E1B1B spread with Islam?
Like, let's say, what's that?
I'm asking you, which E1B1B spread with Islam?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Which E1B1B
Which E1B1
spread with Islam?
Oh, okay. You're talking about a specific E1B1B. I can't tell you off the top of my head right now.
This is why Jensen's model is broken.
But it's not why Jensen's model is broken per se. You know, there's a specific E1B1A that's spread across. Not every E1B1A is the same.
Obviously.
So now I can tell you why the timelines are broken.
All right, y'all. I'm coming up on the 8-hour mark. I appreciate y'all, everybody coming on for sharing. I guess we'll pick up the other stuff later on. We don't put a whole shift and mess around with y'all. Appreciate everybody that contributed to, you know, what we had going on. Maybe I'll bring up that men's thing later on, and I don't know what y'all got going on up in this church with men looking like it's a men's thing and it's a strip up there, and y'all want to correct pastors for speaking on it. It's just a mess out here. I tell y'all what, say what you want, get together, doing this, bringing people on with opposing views. Find another channel. Nobody else doing this right here. Nobody else doing this right here. I appreciate everybody to help us to make this thing even possible. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me just at least throw that on there before I get out of here. And then we'll pick up with this another time. Let me see if y'all can see it. Type 1 if y'all can hear this.
Let me do this. But let me do this. I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning. The reason I'm hoarse is I have been praying for you, and my heart is very burdened for you.
Right before Mark got up there, a stripper pole. Oh, they showing you on the bottom. This is a men's conference. This is a men's conference right here. Let me see. Maybe Alton will go on and talk about this later on. I don't know what some of y'all doing up at some of these churches. You notice how easy it was for me to say some, Bruce?
And I want to be very careful with this, and it's not what I want to say, but the Jezebel spirit has already been here.
We call it a Jezebel spirit.
Our event. This is a rebuke and a correction of no one. This is an observation. Before the Word of God was open, there was a platform. It was a high place. On it was a pole, an ashtray. The same thing.
Many people in Christianity feel anything looking like a stripper pole with a man on it pulling his shirt off, woman on it kicking her legs up, ain't got no place in no Christian church, no Christian conference. Whole bunch of people feel that, and this is nonsense. He's one of the speakers, Pastor Mark. He get up here and start talking about they want to get offended and put folk out. This is the state. This is the state of what we got going on.
That's used in a strip club for women who have the Jezebel spirit to seduce men. In front of that was a man who ripped his shirt off like a woman does in front of a pole at a strip club. That man then ascended. See, our God is not arrogant. He doesn't ascend. Our God is humble. He descends. And then he swallowed a sword, and Jesus cried, okay, Pastor John, I'll receive that. Thank you.
They could have been teaching how to spice up the bedroom, but I don't think that's what it was. A couple of thousand people in there, and they were streaming online. I don't know. I don't know where the discernment is, but these folks said this is what y'all don't have to entertain folk and pull tricks and lie. And if you got the truth and folk want to hear the truth, it is what it is. You don't have to do entertainment to get folk to get numbers, to get folk out to come out to church. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this for my blackity black for my blackity black people. Let me just play this one and getting out of here, and that's it. 8 hours and 2 minutes. I put a whole shift in. At least I took a lunch this shift. Fair use. I know y'all ain't gonna like this.
Another people has kinky and nappy hair, that does not make you the same people. Just because a Chinese person has straight black hair and an Iranian person has straight black hair, it doesn't make them the same people. Black Americans are the only people who confuse this, because we are the only people on the planet, understand, who has an identity issue that happened from the transatlantic trade, where we're displaced and we're living here now, but we don't know exactly or specifically what tribe we came from. So what we do in our little minds now is we say, okay, the Nubians, well, that's me too, because they got nappy hair and dark skin. We're the same people. No other people on any other continent don't do that. People on the continent of Asia will say, okay, everybody got black straight hair, so we all the same. No. There's different cultures. There's different biological origins of people. Just because you have kink.
All right, y'all heard that. We getting out of here. Just remember, what y'all do for Christ will last. All this other stuff, it ain't but talk. Talk to y'all later.